Hello, hello, hello. Trump, 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 Kamala, Kamala, democracy, authoritarianism. What's up, DeMarcus? Good morning, y'all. What's up, Sweet Pea? Vote right wing? How about not? Gross, disgusting. Brainless activities. Guys, we have a special show today. We are live with Felice.
Isn't this so fun?
Hello.
It's so healthy how we have time to miss each other so we can truly enjoy each other's company.
It's true.
My therapist said that to me. I was like, what? She's like, we need time to miss each other. I was like, are you saying I can only come once a week? Hi, everyone. Tap the screen. Let's get some people in here. Thank you guys. It's so good to see you all.
Yes.
Tap, tap, tap. In case anyone.
Good morning for y'all. It's morning for me, y'all. I just woke up like 30, 45 minutes ago.
And I have heat stroke.
Uh-oh.
Good. I walked a little too long, a little too far. I forget, like, it is 95 degrees outside right now. Like, I have to get up at like 4 a.m. It's just scary. It's too hot
Gross.
outside.
Gross.
It truly is. That's the only word to describe Arizona right now. Like, it was 109 on Monday.
Yeah, no thanks. It's raining outside today, and I was walking the dog, and she doesn't she doesn't care. She forgets what she's out here to do. So she just pussyfooted around for like 30 minutes. It was so annoying. Uh-oh.
There we go.
Yellow.
What's up, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, 100% I support America. You're not?
You support America?
Yeah, dude.
Do you support the Constitution?
100%. Oh, you're going to try to tell me Trump's going against the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
How so? By sending in Marines to clean up fucking illegals rioting? I don't think so. It's an insurrection. No. Remember how that works, though?
Wait.
Remember how that works?
January
6th was an insurrection. But people burning cars in the middle of the 101 in California.
Democracy is built on the right to dissent and to protest. Like, that's what our country is built on.
Okay, cool. So why was January 6th an insurrection?
Hey, wait, I just want you to know, like, I'm not your enemy. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like you're angry. I'm not trying to hurt you.
You're Trump sending in.
You guys are trying to destroy our fucking country. What are you talking about? You're trying to hurt us.
Excuse me.
Of course you are.
Excuse me. You guys are going against multiple amendments. Trump is trying to write executive orders to
How?
Do you want to let me answer? Do you want to answer? Do you want to listen?
Oh, you're talking about the birthright citizenship? You think the founding fathers literally thought that people are going to come here from other nations and anchor themselves with babies?
That's how they got here. That's exactly how the founding fathers got here, by coming from other nations and then anchoring themselves here by having children. That is quite literally how the founding fathers arrived here and how they created generations of family.
We're like 70% white right now, and our country's turning to shit.
You can disagree all you want with the Constitution, but you can't change it with an executive order, right?
I'm telling you right now, you guys are basically playing loose with the fucking interpretation of it. That's what the point is.
Wait. No. He wants to change it with an executive order. That's my question. Do you think that is American? Do you think that is patriotic?
For the reasoning behind it, absolutely. Because we voted for this.
That is by definition unconstitutional. How do you, can I ask a different question? Can I ask Pickles questions a different way? Well, let me just ask let me ask you ask the same question Pickles asked, but a different way. How do you amend the Constitution legally?
You need 2/3 of Congress to vote.
No.
It's not correct.
That is 100% correct.
Dude, no.
You need 2/3 of the Congress to actually vote on it.
Listen, I'm telling you, that answer is wrong.
Okay, how do you change it? How do you amend it? Tell us.
3/4 vote in Congress, or 3/4 of state legislatures?
No, it's either 2/3 of Congress or 3/4. It's 2/3 of Congress. I'm almost positive of this.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, please look, because you don't even know. It's 2/3 of Congress. I'm almost 100% positive.
You made me, actually, I'll say this. You made me a little bit confused by how angry you are. Just calm down for a second. Like, let's just have a conversation. And Pickles is right. It is, okay. Yeah, so 2/3 of both houses of Congress or a proposed, oh wait, sorry. Let me start over. I skipped a line and I don't know why. A proposed, hold on. Listen to me. A proposed amendment must be first proposed by either 2/3 of both houses of Congress or by a national convention called for by 2/3 of the state legislatures. Then, on top of that, it's not either or, it's then the proposed amendments need to be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures or 3/4 of state conventions. So it's not or, it's both.
Okay. It's not just a really big bill in Congress, is what it's kind of what you just painted it out to be. And again, it doesn't matter if you're president. By the way, only won by 1.7%. That doesn't mean he gets to go change the Constitution with a pin. That's fucking crazy.
Once again, do you think the founding fathers fucking meant to have people from shithole countries come here and anchor babies?
Yes, that's how they all got here.
Absolutely no, because they came not from shithole countries.
Wait, what? Can you tell me what, by definition, is a shithole country? Like
Haiti,
that's like I just need you to. We need to understand. Can we just? Can we? Can we understand? Can I speak?
Kenya,
okay, so you basically you've named
Zimbabwe. Rhodesia was nice.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Can I ask you a question? What did Zimbabwe use before electricity or before candles? I think it was electricity, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What did Zimbabwe use before candles?
Is this a joke or something? Is this some
it's kind
sort
of a joke,
like
yeah, but it's
bigoted
true.
joke? Yeah, okay.
It's not bigoted, it's just true.
It sounds super bigoted because all you named were countries where
Rhodesia.
Non-white people are from. Like it's getting super.
South of Africa was actually uninhabited for the most part. Danish people and Dutch people went down there and colonized.
Okay, that's absolutely not true.
It's 100%.
There were indigenous people in South Africa. There were indigenous people. Okay, listen, I have a degree in history. There were indigenous people in South Africa, just like there were indigenous people in America who were genocided.
They live in mud huts.
Read Guns, Germs, and Steel. I don't think you understand. Like, do you understand? Like, let me help you. Do you understand how North America was taken over by Europeans? How?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, it wasn't really taken over. There wasn't really that many people here.
No, there were tons of people here. How was it taken over?
Oh, you're talking about the native tribe, the Indians. Let me ask you this:
what are you talking about? I'm talking about indigenous people, right?
Yeah, Indians. So who did they fucking Well, they're not called Indians.
Do you understand where the country of India is?
Because it's not politically correct.
No, because in people who hail from the country of India, citizens of the country of India are referred to as Indians.
Have you guys ever been to India? Because I have.
Okay, again, weird pivot. Now let's. My only point I was trying to make. I think you're having some sort of like. You're having a meltdown. Just
no, you guys are
listen to
having
me.
a meltdown.
You're yelling a bunch of feelings. The only point I wanted to make was the way Europeans took over the Americas was the spread of zoonotic illness, right? Because European it's actually it's actually the opposite. And if you would let me speak, one of us. Okay, can you be quiet? Okay, whenever you're done giving yourself a Andrew Jackson, just let me know.
Germ theory, something that came around like in the the 1700s. In Columbus,
can I finish speaking?
We're getting off topic. The real
you're pretending like dude, our ancestors fucking knew that we were spreading germs to these people. We even knew about germ theory back.
You need to stop.
It's hilarious.
Again, we are getting off track.
It's documented that it was on purpose.
The question was, do
you have no idea what you're talking about?
The president should be able to change the Constitution with a pin? And the answer is no. If you're a patriot, the answer is no. It doesn't matter how much you hate our neighbors and the immigrants coming into our country. It doesn't matter how much you hate them. One person can't do it.
American. I came here in 1984 as a 4-year-old.
No one fucking asked.
And I became a citizen in 1990.
I asked
you know why I don't
question.
fucking care about illegals? Because me and my father and my mom came here legally.
A question.
Correctly. We didn't fucking take anything from the system. We've never been on fucking any kind of fucking food stamps or anything like that. That's
why we can't listen. We can't, sir. You're having an emotional meltdown. You're having an emotional meltdown, and this is listen,
That's
sir.
why you're seeing what's happening right
sir, you're about to burst into tears. This is not the place for your emotional meltdown. If you cannot control yourself, we cannot speak to you.
Ma'am.
Like you're hysterical. You need to calm down.
I'm not even hysterical. I'm fucking having fun.
Okay, well then can you stop talking and engage in, do you understand what discourse is?
Yeah, I'm telling you what the fucking
at some point you have to breathe. You need to take a deep breath. You are, sir, please calm down. Please calm down and breathe. Can you please calm down and breathe?
All right. Michael,
sir, you need to take some deep breath.
Thank you for the kick.
Jesus, like, is he okay?
Self-hating immigrant.
And but I was gonna say, can we talk about the psychology of that man immigrating from Poland, and literally in 1984, and then shitting on immigrants? Listen, this is not a therapy space, but you need to seek one out. Like that is some weird Freudian self-hate projection. That is some sad. That actually makes me sad. Like, I feel super sad for you.
Guys, if you're friendly, hop out of the box. If you're not, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Guys, the question was, if you're a patriot, do you think we should be able to change the Constitution do you think one man should be able to change the Constitution with a pen? A guy who paints his face orange and can't get along with anybody. You think that's the guy that should change the Constitution? I don't care how much you hate immigrants. That's not the way we do it, right?
I don't care how racist you are against immigrants when you in fact are one, which is the most delulu thing that I've ever heard in my life.
Yellow. Renee? Hello? All right, he's not here.
We shouldn't, you guys, chat. Let's not, and I don't like to call people, like, we should not speak ill of him. We need to just support him with our prayers. Let's send him positive energy.
Holy Toledo.
Scary. Like, whoa, I was not prepared. You just woke up. I have heat stroke. I was not prepared. I was like, what is happening? And that's like, this is what I was thinking when I do a lot of thinking while I'm walking for 10 miles a morning. And like, this is what I want to talk about. Like, if anyone's interested, anyone like opposition is interested in this conversation, it's just logical consistency, right? Like, if you believe, like, I've noticed this, states' rights, brother, right? Like, you guys all have been mad and talking about don't tread on me and don't call up the American military on, and this is why you guys do Civil War reenactments. And I want someone to explain to me how it's not hypocritical and logically inconsistent to now support Trump calling up the American military and turning it on American citizens.
Did you guys see that? It was an opinion article on The Hill, but it was a Trump supporter who wrote an opinion. Another one of Kamala's lies. Trump will use the army against you. And then it happened. It's been like
so 4
months and it's happened.
These people support the Confederacy and then can't follow the line of logic to its natural conclusion.
They were constitutionalists. They hang on the one line, shall not be infringed, but God forbid, God forbid. Hello?
Yeah,
like an immigrant screaming he hates immigrants.
Yeah, isn't California a sanctuary state?
There's sanctuary cities in California.
No, it's a sanctuary state completely.
Okay, what about it?
Right.
What does that mean to you? I've never heard of a sanctuary. I've heard of sanctuary cities.
Yeah, I would have to finish to explain it to you. Thank you. So, a sanctuary state means that they will not be actually cooperating or helping federal laws or ICE at all. Yeah. So meaning, if you have ICE in the state of California and they're trying to do their job, federal has a right to send national, military, whatever the fuck you want to call them, to actually help them out.
Wrong.
Yeah. And plus, do you know we have federal buildings in California as well, right?
Oh. Yeah, I used to live there.
Right. So
yeah,
if
I do know a
sanctuary
lot about
state,
California because I've actually been there.
right. You could, well, the people that get there or live there, they're actually dumb. They don't even know. So that's not logical.
So that's a feeling you're having.
No, I mean,
Every
they
post
still
office in
voting for
America is a
Newsom.
federal building.
Yeah, they're actually protecting it.
Okay.
So, like, sir, I don't know can we talk,
Can you
can I
guys
talk
answer
facts?
that? Do
Is
you
it
guys not
time,
pivot
is it
from
time?
this?
Listen, why is everyone so mad? What's going on? What's
Yeah,
happening?
the thing is, you guys are
It's a
extremely.
sanctuary
You guys are.
state.
Yeah, a sanctuary state means they won't. First of all, it doesn't mean they would
Cooperate
never.
with ICE.
No, that doesn't mean that they won't cooperate with ICE.
Yes,
No, it doesn't.
that's what it means.
No, it means that they won't inform ICE if you make contact with the government. That doesn't mean that they
So that
straight
means
up
they won't
cooperate.
cooperate
That
with
does
ICE.
that does not mean they unconditionally will not
Yo,
cooperate with ICE.
are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
There's
What
people
you-
actually hearing you, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You're
you
dumb.
Too. I
You're
Oh,
dumb.
the projection, sir.
What do you mean
Just
the
say no. Let
projection?
me just
So-
help. Let me just help you. You should say, like, every sentence you said, it would make more sense if you said, "I feel like." These are
Well,
my
it's not
feelings.
feeling.
I have a
mean,
lot
there's
of
federal
feelings.
laws.
I'm very angry. I'm about to scream my feelings at you now. And anytime you try to present facts or data to me, I'm going to scream louder. Can we talk about numbers? Can I talk
Yeah,
about?
so let's talk
Okay. Can
about
I
a
can I say
sanctuary
something about
state.
data? Can I say something about facts that aren't
I
my
don't care
feelings?
about data. It's laws.
I
care
can't.
about.
Do you understand what debate is, sir? It's based on
Yeah, you
primary
have- we're
resources
answering
and
that
data. So this is not where we yell feelings back and forth.
Right, so why are you moving the post completely?
I am
You're
a
pivoting.
patriot. That's why I want this country to do better.
Thank
The
you so
current
much.
admin
Right,
is
that's all you
blatantly
guys
incompetent,
have, you know.
racist,
You
and
guys get told the
authoritarian,
reality
and
how
it
it
needs
is.
to end.
Listen, they are
Right.
playing.
So sanctuary states like California don't cooperate with ICE, which means federal
Sanctuary
law.
cities.
That's not true.
You made up.
are-
You made up a
so-
thing.
so
You made up a thing,
basically-
sir.
No, sanctuary,
Okay, so-
sanctuary state is true. Let me talk. State and local law enforcement. This is the definition. State and local law enforcement, like police, do not ask about immigration status during routine interactions. That's one thing a sanctuary state does. They may refuse to hold or transfer individuals to federal immigration authorities like ICE solely based on immigration detainers unless there's a court order. Meaning, if you're arrested
Correct.
by a local municipality, they won't they won't call ICE and say, "Hey, come get this person." And public services like schools, hospitals, and shelters, they're accessible regardless of immigration status. That was a sanctuary state. It doesn't mean that they straight up don't talk to ICE. That is stupid. You're making that part up.
No, I'm not.
Well, no,
So
can I
basically-
speak? Like, I
well,
can
he
show you a
just
video
spoke,
right
so
now
no,
of
I can't
ICE
rebuttal what
waiting
he's
outside
saying.
a courtroom in California.
You
This
guys
has
don't
happened.
let the ops talk
This
to
has
you.
happened hundreds of times. You just talked incoherently.
You guys
for
don't
5
let
minutes.
the ops
Can I just
talk
say
to you.
something? I just
This
want
guy
to
just
tell
read
you
this
some
shit on
examples of
Google.
ICE operating in California because I just want to prove that they're there, right? ICE is waiting outside of courtrooms. People are called in for an immigration court date and their cases are being dismissed in California, and ICE is waiting outside the courtrooms and tackling them and arresting them. So that is happening in California all for the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Consistently. So I'm just making the
Okay.
point that if you are
Well,
under
that's-
the
that has nothing to do
impression
what I'm
that
talking
ICE is not operating inside of California, or for instance, let me give you another example. I live in another border state. I was born and raised in Arizona, in Phoenix, in a very large city. Now, I will posit to you.
Well,
I don't
tell
think.
them.
Wait, let me just finish. I don't think people would refer to Arizona as a quote unquote sanctuary state. Our state legislature is Republican. Like most of the state, the largest county is controlled by Republicans and specifically MAGA Republicans. So I don't think anyone ever refers to Arizona the way they refer to California. But we don't. Our police force is not cooperating with ICE, I think, in the way you believe, but it's not because we're somehow opposed to ICE. It's because of, listen, they have police officers in Arizona have a full-time job, right?
You
They
make no
don't, they're not,
sense.
wait, let me
You're-
finish.
you-
They have a full-time job. There's no extra money or in the budget to hire extra people. They're just given a second full-time job. And in Arizona, police officers have expressed, hey, unless there's more money in the budget to either hire other people or to
It's
pay
not
me
their call.
more, I will not. No, wait, let me finish. It is
It's
their
not their
call.
call, though.
Let me be clear. It is their call whether they
No,
take on
it's
a
not.
second full-time job for no pay. Yes, it
No, it's
legally.
not.
Well, then you don't understand
Get
labor
another
rights.
job.
Let me be clear. You don't understand labor rights. It is not that nobody
another
has
job.
to. Nobody has to work 2 full-time jobs with no extra pay.
We're not asking them to.
Okay. Well, you absolutely are. So I
let
would
me-
say,
let me-
I'm
so
just,
then my
let me
friend could
just,
talk.
can we speak calmly?
I mean,
Hold
you've
on.
been
Just
talking for half
calm
an
down.
hour and you make
Okay,
no sense.
sir, calm down. So again, I would posit to you that in a state that is largely run by
keeps
Republicans,
talking relevant. It doesn't make sense.
everyone, can you please be quiet while I speak? It is a financial issue. There's no budget for any of this.
Are you done? Can I actually speak now?
Go for
All
it.
right, perfect. So now she's blaming a financial issue for not cooperating with ICE. And then the other one is saying that we're not a sanctuary state because we actually do help ICE. You guys are going all over the place. You guys are contradicting each other. So basically in
She's
Florida,
talking
we're
about
all-
Arizona.
Oh,
I'm talking about
multiple things. No, wait, hold on. Both those
Wow,
things are
now you
true.
get to
Both
talk?
those things
Let me
are
know
true
when
in
I can talk
Arizona.
again.
No, I'm informing you that two things can be true at once, and you seem to struggle to understand that. You seem to be in black and white thinking. Two things can be true at once. ICE is working and operating inside Arizona every single day. And we also don't, and also police officers here don't want to work a second full-time job. Both things are true.
Okay, can I talk now? Without getting interrupted, please.
Well, if you say something that's ignorant, I might correct you.
You said a lot that was ignorant, and I didn't interrupt.
Go for
I
it.
said everything I said
You
was
said
correct.
a lot. You actually contradicted your own host.
Sir, calm down.
So
Again, two things can be
No,
true at once. If you cannot
keep-
understand
true
that concept,
things can
we
be
cannot
true at
help you.
once when they're contradicting each other.
Okay, can someone put a one
is
in the
fucking
chat if this guy
hilarious.
put a one in the chat if this guy has no idea what he's talking
So,
about? If
yeah, I
you
mean,
believe
that's all
that
you
this
got, 'cause
man
your whole
has no
chat is
idea what
ignorant,
he's
that's
saying,
why.
put a one in the chat.
Hey, host, are you gonna let this lady keep interrupting me? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
If
ones.
not,
That's a lot of
nobody's gonna
ones.
come up
That's
here.
quite a few ones of people
Right.
saying you have
Yeah,
no
your-
idea
your
what you're
whole-
saying.
Your whole fan
Oh, that's
base,
quite a
your
few
whole
ones.
fan base is liberal. That's why they don't have any sense. So
That
so
or
I
you're
live in Florida.
incoherent.
I live in Florida, right? And
Cool story.
okay, so fuck the story. California is a sanctuary state. That's it. And if you don't cooperate with federal laws or help ICE, therefore you gotta send the National Guard to protect ICE.
What
Because
about-
LAPD is not gonna help them.
You've already said this. You haven't said anything new.
Right. So debunk that argument.
Okay. What about in DC on January 6th?
No,
Why
no,
couldn't-
debunk that argument.
why-
Stop moving the post.
Here you go. For the same reason.
Stop pivoting.
For the same reason.
You're a pivot freak.
For the same reason.
Stop
Trump,
pivoting.
For the same reason Trump. couldn't
You
send-
fucking pivot little bitch.
For the
I'm
same
out.
reason
You guys
Trump-
are
for the
discredited.
same
I
reason
would
Trump-
run too if I was you.
Goodbye.
I would run
You guys are
too.
piece of shit.
For the same reason
makes
Trump
sense.
should have sent. So what he says is basically on January 6th is the Capitol Federal Building. I forget.
Is MAGA okay? Are you guys doing okay?
Should-
It's
should
okay
we
to
have-
cry.
Should we have sent National Guard to the Capitol on January 6th? Does anybody have an answer for that one?
Yeah, no, I want to talk about actual. Can I talk about it? So I just want to be clear. On Saturday, because I actually deal in data. I don't scream my feelings and then disappear after being hysterical. So on Saturday and Sunday, there were 55 arrests in LA. Right? On Monday, there were 96. Do you know what for? Not violence, not some riot, failure to disperse. Okay? And I don't know if, like, what I know is the two guests who I think they're in fight or flight. So in their defense, I don't think they're in their right mind. But I just want to be clear. The LAPD is a military force. They have tanks. They have anti-aircraft weapons. I mean, this is a police force that is equipped to go to war. And I guarantee you the LAPD is very upset right now. And
they send
you
the
can look
Marines?
you can look this up and prove me wrong. They have like one of the highest rates of psychopathy of police forces in the world. Like the LAPD loves to hurt citizens and to shoot people with rubber bullets. Like the LAPD is heartbroken that they could not put down to hurt protesters. They're so upset right now. Like, believe me when I say, if you believe that the LAPD is not equipped to handle something that was not even a large protest, there have been larger protests in LA since Trump. Sir, are you working in a steel factory or
I'll
are
be
you
here
in a
for a
steel
second.
factory?
Yeah.
Okay. There have been larger protests in LA since Trump was president with more arrests. It is delusional to say that this was an out of control situation. You just are watching Fox News's interpretation and taking Trump at his word. The data doesn't bear any of that out.
Yeah. All right. Ray, I sent you an invite to unmute.
He's welding.
I don't even know if he knows he's here. I'm going to go to the next
I don't think so. I don't think he knows. He's welding.
Yeah.
Keep it up, where I love
if you guys are going to
love
bring
a man
up the
that
protest,
works with his hands.
If you guys are going to bring up the protest, I'd love to hear your opinion on whether or not Trump had the ability to send the National Guard to January 6th. And Gavin Newsom himself has also called this something simply to escalate things. Basically, he sent in the National Guard to escalate things. Trump is saying disgusting things, anti-American, anti-free speech things, such as arrest people with masks. Isn't that kind of off?
All telling ICE to have masks on. Could someone explain that hypocrisy?
Can you help us understand why January 6th everybody was masked up and he didn't say a thing? Didn't send any National Guard? What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
You sound calm, thank God.
I am not, but I just wanted to say something real quick. I know I'm not ops, but good Lord, that was hilarious. Listen to that guy saying that he didn't give a shit about data. That's all I had to say. I'm good.
Yeah.
And you know what? That was the most honest thing. I actually appreciate him. That was an honest person being honest. You know what I mean? Thank you. More MAGA should say, I can't read. I can't do math. I'm just here to scream my feelings.
Yellow.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I just want to say really quick something that but people don't understand that people are not upset at what ICE is doing. I mean, they're doing their jobs. That's fine. It's how inhumane this thing is going on. Like how you can actually take a mom away from the child. And I think that's what protest is all about. I understand that they want to get rid of all the illegals people, but the way they're doing it is so inhumane.
No, arresting people outside of the courthouse while they're attending all of their hearings. Why are we doing that?
That too, yeah, of course.
They're going through the legal process. Why are we doing that? Like, what?
Yeah, that's why the way they're going at it, it just doesn't make any sense. And another thing that I want to say about that is that I hate the fact that a lot of Republicans are calling illegal aliens criminals. They're not criminals. This is a misdemeanor.
Yeah,
I just don't understand that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're friendly, get out of my box. I swear to God.
That's what she said.
Get out of my box. If you're friendly, go on get.
By the way, Pickles has convinced me to buy a really expensive camera, and I need to buy a lens that's like $600 for it, so I can finally have clear clips and not look like I'm foggy and far away because it's driving. I cannot handle it anymore. So my Cash App is the same as my name, Cash App and Venmo. A girl has no name. If you would like to help me pay for this stupid camera lens that will finally allow me to not look my clips to look foggy, I would appreciate it. Oh, and my birthday is Monday. I didn't even tell you that. My birthday is on Monday.
I missed y'all.
I didn't realize that till earlier today.
I missed y'all back. Thank you guys for all the taps. What's up, Juan? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell no. I just want to make a quick statement about why aren't they going after how many European white folks that have overstayed their visas, are here illegally, undocumented, has it going after? Not one. I haven't heard nothing about them. They're only going after the brown folks and the people of color. It doesn't make any sense. This country and Trump is trying to turn this country into what it originally was, a racist country built on the slavery of others. So I just want to make that point. Why aren't they going after the white Europeans that have overstayed their visas and are here illegally? I don't hear nothing about that. What's going on with that?
Exactly, Juan. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come.
I love you. I love you. Guys, no friendlies.
Good point, Juan. But yeah, we're looking for opposition.
60% of our undocumented migrant population are people on overstayed visas, and they probably are. A lot of them are white.
But as we know, MAGA doesn't care about
Yo, can you
data.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can. Yeah.
Oh man, that guy. I don't know, man. You can't talk to Trumpies anymore. You can't. They're uneducated as shit. When you tell them facts, they come with anger and
Chat. What are we doing here? I love you. I love you. What are you doing?
This is the meanest Pickles will ever be. This is like, you could tell Pickles is upset.
Hello?
We don't need to have a long conversation. I just have one question for Pickles and Felice. What is your opinion on Elon Musk admitting that he was wrong, he regrets what he said, and that him and Trump are on good terms? In his newest tweet, he did just admit he was wrong.
What? He did? Are they making up?
He's a grifter. What do you mean?
He admitted that he was
I guess
wrong.
Trump won that fight, and he's probably threatening to pull so many subsidies from Elon that he had to suck it up and.
You are the largest welfare queen in the country. Just know the richest man in the world is taking $8 million a day of our tax money. And that's before the contracts he's going to be granted for keeping his mouth shut and essing Trump's D. Like, so just under 8 million. Yeah, I'd say I was wrong too for $8 million a day. Like, it's two grifters in league together. It doesn't, I mean, that was him throwing his weight around for leverage. And understand this, Elon Musk doesn't care that Trump's going to rob us and our children's children will be in debt for the rest of our lives. And he's stealing health insurance from children and school lunches from children and access to preschool programs for children. They don't care about any of that. This is about who he's like, hey, we agreed we were going to steal a bunch of money and you were going to split with me. And now it doesn't seem like you're going to do that. Like, they don't care about us. You're watching two billionaires argue about how they split the spoils of what they stole from Americans.
Fair enough. And my last question is, are you guys going to condemn and criticize the riots and the protests, the violence that's been caused, the property damage and burning cars and all that stuff? That's horrible, absolutely. You got to admit that.
I condemn any violence and I condemn any property damage, and those people should see their time in court. But the protest, I don't condemn the protest. I say we need to continue protesting, whatever that looks like. I also do not condemn the state of California for actually not they came out and said that they will not be assisting ICE in these measures to, for instance, arrest people outside of courthouses where they're trying to do their legal process.
Pickles, you need to admit it starts off peaceful, then it escalates, and then it escalates. One guy throws a rock, one guy breaks a window, one guy starts a fire. Pickles, it escalates. You need to condemn and criticize all of them. It escalates out of control. You know it, Pickles.
No one knows what. Can I speak so by and large, I mean, we're talking about 98%, and it's actually probably higher, right? But I want to under promise and over deliver. So I'm just going to go with 98%, even though I know it's much higher, of these protests in California are completely peaceful. I know MAGA can't do math, so this is not going to mean anything to you. 55 arrests. That's a normal amount of arrests. It's probably low in LA County. 96 arrests on Monday. Those 55 arrests were Saturday and Sunday, where Fox News made it look like a crisis. And tell me without telling me, MAGA's never been to LA. They've never been to California, except for their parent took them to Disneyland when they were 4 once, and they think that's it. I'm not done. And listen.
It's not 98% peaceful. Where's the source? Have you seen the videos, Felice? Have you seen the videos, Felice? Please. Have you seen the videos, Felice? They're burning buildings. Felice, please.
Is this for real? I don't know what's happening. Is this real or fake?
You claim.
Can I finish speaking before you start screaming? No, it's higher than that. Can I be clear? Can I say something? I'm giving you numbers. On Saturday and Sunday, in relation to the protests, there were 55 total arrests. And that's not indicative of violence. That's indicative of failure to disperse and things of that nature, right? On Monday, there were 96 arrests. All 96 of them were for failure to disperse, right? So that's what I'm trying to make clear. Now, what you're seeing in for-profit media is like a dumpster burning or something burning on repeat, and you believe that LA is burning down, that tells me you've never been to LA. There are like a few square blocks where, like, there's a couple blocks here, a couple blocks there, one near a highway where protests are happening. You clearly don't understand the size of LA nor the scope of the LAPD, because like you don't understand what's going on.
And you are attempting to use anecdotal evidence. You're using anecdotal because you've been.
Oh, I don't think you know what anecdotal means. I told you. Listen, I just gave you. I gave you arrest numbers from the LAPD. That's by definition not anecdotal. Here, let me. I have an article up right here. Let me read it to you. This is from the Los Angeles Police Department made 96 arrests on Monday, 96 of which were for failure to disperse. This is from KTLA 5 News at 4. This is on Monday. This is on Tuesday morning. I'm reading a news. I'm literally reading a news article quoting the LAPD. Sir, I don't know. You're hysterical. I am giving you facts, which by definition are not anecdotal, and you're screaming your feelings at me. I don't know what to do about that at this point.
Well, respectfully, you told me that since I have not been to LA, I can't speak on this topic.
You're screaming. I don't know what you think speaking means, but just keep screaming hysterically, and maybe someone will listen to you. Maybe that'll work. I don't know.
At first, I was being calm because Pickles did condemn and criticize all the violence and rioting. But then you turned around, and what you did, you literally downplayed.
I gave you I gave you data. I gave you data that proved that the protests. I can quote mayors of cities that said by and large the protests are peaceful. The data does not match up what you're saying, and I just do want to be clear. Anyone that's engaging in violence, then I condemn it. But like, here's the problem. We know from the 2020 George Floyd protests that the majority of that violence were bad actors, right? That it was the Boogaloo Boys. It was people going out and setting things on fire and pretending to be, let's say, liberal and for George Floyd. But when they were taken to court, turns out they weren't. So we also know, I could talk to you about domestic teaism and how we know bad actors always enter protests and try to pervert like the narrative. Like I can't tell you something that's not true. It's not logically true and it's not mathematically true. You're screaming your feelings.
We need to bring up Tic Tac because I'm sure that he'll bring some reason. The reality is that you're trying to dismiss and downplay, and you're trying to not hold accountable and take responsibility for your side. You're saying that, those people are people who are.
I gave you arrest numbers, and you're having a panic attack.
Impersonating. That is not true. These people need to.
Oh, hold on. I want to clarify because I want to be factual. The Boogaloo Boys were impersonating Black Lives Matter protesters. If you don't understand that, you can look that up. That is factual, and there's data around that. Just look it up.
At this point, I'm going to look it up because I don't know what's true.
I think you should. I think you should look a lot of things up, like numbers.
I'm going to drop down right now because I need to find out what's going on. I'm just glad that Pickles we were getting
some
off
deep
on
breaths.
You condemned and criticized, but then we took a step backwards and then you undid the condemning and criticizing. So I at this point
might not be with us anymore.
I love her.
Thank you for the $10. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Ann said, "Happy birthday." P.S. No friendlies. Thank you, Ann. Look,
it's your birthday?
Ann, no, it is on Monday. I said my birthday is on Monday.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that, and literally until right before I went live.
Chat, if you're friendly, get out of my box. I swear to gosh, I will turn this motherfucker around.
Was that guy playing? Was he kidding or was that real? I'm very confused. Was that real or okay? Because I was like, is he kidding? I still don't know either. And I follow him. Was that real or I don't know.
Hello. Hello, Brian.
Yes.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh no, I'm sorry. My phone picked up while I was in my pocket.
That's okay.
All right.
It's a sick profile picture.
Just gonna say that was like handsome photos there.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Well,
Ken Ray, what?
Oh, Ken Ray, tell me you miss me. Tell me how much you've missed me.
Yeah, I missed you.
Ken Ray, what?
Oh, that's about all you can. That means a lot coming from you. I know, deep down.
I see you're kind of hooking up with quite a few guys along the trail, aren't you?
What? I have not had sex in like over 5 years, so I don't know what you mean by that. But
about,
it's collaborating.
I'm sure you're working with Rosie Palmer and her 5 dancing sisters.
I don't know what is good. Ken Ray, what's going on?
Ken Ray, how many
Well,
Virginia
I
Slims
just
have you smoked today?
I'm sure
Ken
y'all
Ray's
not
been
gonna be
what Ken
happy
Ray was
with-
trying to say is he's been stalking me across the internet as most like I have 200,000 followers. About 100,000 are MAGA men that follow me and watch me from backup accounts. Because I have his account blocked. So what he's saying is he's been watching me go live with men he feels are strange, and he's which are probably facts and
I'm
that.
just messing
and
with you.
he's and now he's identifying. Thank
Felice.
you for letting me know you've been watching me, even though I
Try
blocked
to
you.
understand
In a
the dry
weird
sense
way,
of
I like.
humor.
In a weird way, I feel
I
special.
just have a
Thank
dry
you for
sense of
continue
humor.
to stalk me even after I blocked you,
I
Ken Ray.
just have a dry sense of humor. I've
Like you,
seen
listen.
a couple of times.
So is mine. This is my dry, dark humor. You're experiencing it now. I actually kind of like you. I like all of the MAGA men that follow me around. I think it's a
Well,
compliment.
I'm not MAGA, really.
Jesus, here we go.
I was just a businessman. I'm more of a capitalist than I am MAGA. And you
Okay.
people don't have an ounce of capitalism in you hardly anymore.
That's not true.
This free market
No, it's
capitalism.
true.
Someone give me money. This is 735 coins. This is free market capitalism. You're worth 0 coins. I'm worth 735. This is what you
That's not
wanted.
what
This
kind
is
of
your
a
dream,
government-
Ken
that's not
Ray.
what kind-
This
well,
is
that's not
free
what
market
kind of a
capitalism.
government you want.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me?
God, look, now I'm worth 1,730. Look at me go.
You guys are not going to be happy with what happened in the appellate
Thank you for
court
the
this
galaxy.
week.
Ken Ray.
You know
Ken
that
Ray.
Trump, they got all the New York has to give all that money back to Trump. Those 40 so felony cases, it's gone. It's going to be thrown out.
That's not true. I highly doubt it.
Ken
Oh,
Ray,
it's true.
was it a dream
It happened this
that you
week.
had?
No,
What?
It happened this week.
You're talking about Trump trying to appeal his charges
Ken Ray,
so
you're
that they
still
go
worth
to
0
the federal
coins.
courts
Thank you
so
for
he
the
can
gift.
pardon himself. That's what he wants to do, and they're saying
No,
you can't do that.
The appellate court, as a matter of fact, the lawyers in New York are scared to death that they're going to be reprimanded for this.
All right, Ken
Ken
Ray,
Ray, I follow New York news pretty closely.
that's not happening.
Is this happening?
Oh, it's happening. It happened this week.
Were you asleep?
It happened this week.
No, I really want to know. Oh my gosh, cool. What is that? Did this happen? Because if it did, it's shocking that none of us know. I'm concerned for my own health that I don't know about this.
Look at the news sources y'all have. You think MSNBC is going to tell you that?
I track Newsmax. Let me just be clear. I use YouTube TV. I record 24 hours of Newsmax, 24 hours of Fox News, 24 hours. Like every news source there is, I record it all. I'm a researcher. I need to keep up with what you're up to, Ken Ray.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I'm
what
up
news
to?
source? Just tell me. I mean, not you. Not like you keep up with what I'm doing and all this strange men I'm on lives with. Can you
I was
tell me
just
where you
picking
heard
at
that?
you.
No, just tell.
Come
I know
on,
you.
I was
I
just
know.
picking
Wait,
at
just tell me where you heard that though, so I can try to look it up. I'm genuinely curious. Where did you hear that?
Actually,
stuff?
I just heard it from the older millennial.
Oh my
Oh
God.
God! Oh my God! Oh my God! We can just give up. Can we all just give up on life?
Dude, do you not pay attention to how badly the older millennial gets proven wrong every time he posts? Do you ever keep up with that? He literally, I
I
can't
know
believe
he
still
gets
wakes up in the
proven
morning.
wrong. I know he gets proven wrong.
Goodness gracious, he just strikes out every day.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So everything he says is a lie, right?
I'm gonna say probably 99%.
No,
Honestly, I don't know if he believes it or not. I'm unclear on if he thinks what he's saying is correct, and then he gets run over by fact checks. I don't know. I personally would not like to be proven
He
wrong
just says it so
over and over.
He says it so confidently that people buy it. He just says it so his delivery real good. The content itself, real bad, real fucking stupid.
Well, why don't you one of y'all Google it right now?
Okay.
I'm trying. That's why I asked you where you heard. I just Googled 4 different things about it and I can't find it. So that's why I'm asking you if you knew where you heard it.
Just
so
say outcome of the Trump.
Is there a video on older millennials page
Trump's
I
in
can
a lot
find?
of appellate courts. Trump is appealing a lot of stuff. It's not that easy.
Clear. Are you talking about the Stormy Daniels case, or are you talking about like the fraud case in New York where he owes
I'm
like?
talking about the fraud case.
Okay.
Okay, this is a Forbes article. How Trump's felony convictions could disappear. Appeals court could prove sympathetic to hush money claims.
That's the wrong case. He said we're talking about the fraud. He's talking about a different, not the hush money. Well, I mean yeah, but I think he's talking about the 400 something million.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one in about him misrepresenting his finances?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the felonies, or are you talking about like the 400 something million he owes?
He had Deutsche Bank come in
the fraud,
and testify and said the reason they give him money because he's taken out 16 loans from them and he's paid every damn one of them back, usually before it was due.
It doesn't
Stuck in a time warp. It's like I haven't talked to you in 4 months and it's like you're in the exact same place.
So,
Ken Ray, I talked to you about this 4 months ago.
If you're committing fraud and there isn't a party that is harmed by it, even if you attempt fraud and no one is harmed, that's still fraud. That's still something you can get brought to court for.
They know all about Mar-a-Lago and he overpriced that. They're not stupid. You think a bank just says, "Oh, okay, I take your word for it." You know that don't happen.
When you're someone as affluent as Donald Trump, and you have a lot of money, there probably are some corners they cut. They have a different type of relationship. When you're talking about millions and billions of dollars versus $100,000, and somebody makes $12 an hour that are checking these things, it's a little different.
Well, maybe someday you two will be able to acquire enough money to where you do have things appraised or some, and you'll see what it's like to sell properties and different things like that.
Yeah, but this is
I
different.
do.
This is different. Okay.
I might talk like a dumb hillbilly, but I do that type of stuff.
Okay, so you know that if you went to the bank and you put your property on there and you priced it 3 times what it's worth, would you get in trouble if you use that as collateral, or if you use that to get favorable loan? Like
they wouldn't take it. They wouldn't take my word for it.
But you would go straight to jail. It doesn't matter if they didn't take your word for it. They would go, "This is fraud, sir. You are committing fraud right here."
Well, see, Deutsche Bank says no.
They don't get to say whether or not it's fraud.
They don't have one. They don't have one account where somebody lost money.
They don't need to. There does not need to be a.
Can I give you an example, Ken Ray?
Real quick, there is a law in New York. It's called the Martin Law, and it's been around since 1930. And it says that there does not need to be a party that is caused damages in the midst of fraud for them to be convicted on it.
Well, the appellate court kicked it out this week.
No, that I don't.
They might have a little bit of stuff they got to clean up.
I've looked it up. Listen, there was an appeal I think this morning for the Stormy Daniels, like the 34 felony convictions. I think there was a 3-judge appellate court in New York who heard it, but that's the 34 felonies. But I just want to give you an example. So, like, if somebody graped me and I went to the police and I said I was graped, and let's just say in this case there was evidence, it was on video that it happened. And then, like, it was my boyfriend, and I felt bad because I loved him. So I will go back to the police and I say, never mind. I wasn't harmed. I wasn't harmed at all. And I don't want to press charges. Do you know what happens if it's on video and they know that I was raped and, let's say, assaulted, physically assaulted? They say, it doesn't matter what you want. Like, the case proceeds, right? And in that analogy I just gave you,
let me finish.
Right, in that analogy, I'm Deutsche Bank. It doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to say that Deutsche Bank is essentially the victim of a crime, and the victim of a crime gets to choose whether or not the state of New York proceeds with prosecution. It's not true. The victim of the crime has no say whether or not prosecution proceeds. That's why I think where you're confused. Deutsche Bank can wave their arms back and forth and say, no, I wasn't the victim. I wasn't the victim. Doesn't matter.
And name some people that's been charged that way.
Okay.
For fraud?
Okay, maybe, I don't know. You're saying like name a situation where the state has moved forward with charges even though the parties involved are not for it. So maybe every single domestic abuse case where the woman says, please don't take him to jail.
I'm talking about
every single
name some party that has had the exact same thing where they got.
Are you saying that no one's ever overvalued their properties when it was time to get bank loans and undervalued them? No, like,
they
can I just
all
be
do it.
No, can I be clear? The crime is signing the documents. Like, right? Once you sign a fraudulent,
they all do
but
it.
Ken, okay, listen, if you're saying, hey, everyone signs fraudulent documents and it's just a matter of time until they're caught, then I agree with you.
It doesn't make it okay.
A lot of the
does not make it okay. And what's the New York taxpayers were defrauded of $430 something million.
A lot of businessmen have stopped. They will not do any further business in New York.
That's what Trump said.
Okay.
Trump said all the businesses are leaving New York. No one wants to be there. Trump left New York because he can't do business there.
You're appealing to the fact that a lot of people do the same crime and nobody gets punished for it. Can I bring up that argument when we talk about immigrants, when everybody just comes here entry without inspection and stays here, and that everybody does it? Why are they arresting them now? Where'd you go, Ken Ray?
Are you okay?
And New York probably continues to be one of the biggest economic outputs in the country, with or without Trump committing fraud there.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir. We talked before, Mr. Pickles.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Mr.
What do you like about Trump?
Pickles, that's so cute.
I was saying, remember, I don't know if you remember me. I'm the Latino voter who regrets my voting for Trump. But I was the one who, this is so ironic because of my username, but I predicted the LA riots. Not LA specifically, but I knew that was going to happen. And you didn't really agree with me, but you said like, I mean, I don't think it will happen, but I told you that it was going to be a bad end goal for what both sides are doing to my people, the Latino vote.
So
Remember, I was telling you how the grass wasn't greener for us as Latinos, and that's why the Latino vote went the other way. And that if a Latino person who doesn't have pride, they'll say it like, we regret our vote. But lots of Latinos, they don't want pie in their face. They don't want to say they regret their vote, but we're very lost and confused.
Yeah. How do you feel today?
I'm Hispanic too, so I get I understand. It's a very confusing group. I understand. Like, people don't understand. Latinos are Hispanic. The Hispanic culture is extremely conservative. There's tons of machismo. It actually is much more aligned with MAGA and conservatism. I understand that. My dad voted for Trump. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying.
I know, but that's already like, just because we're a strong Latino man, that doesn't make us machismo. I hate that, like, the word macho.
I mean, that's the use. I mean, listen, as a woman who has to survive in Hispanic culture, that's very much alive and well. You do. I mean, I could get into what machismo means and how, like, that there's oppression of women going on. Like,
No, I
if you
just
don't like,
don't.
you're saying you don't like the word. I mean, I guess I could say,
No,
I could say
no, the
there's a
word
lot
has
of
no.
misogyny in Hispanic culture. Like, I don't know what else.
No, the world has no problem. If anything, we should call those men out. But I just don't like generalizing and also labeling everything every single time or second.
How do you feel today? How do you feel about Trump using ICE to arrest people going to court,
No, yes, sir. We talked before where I'm totally against what he's doing, especially with due process. But something that you were against what I was saying is, for us Latinos, how we see it is, we see you guys kind of milking this due process, because it's like what you guys are saying to us is, Don't make it a swing vote again. Trust us. Please vote Democrat, right? Which a lot of people are getting scared and probably going to do. But it's what you guys are saying to us is like, we're going to give you due process and then we'll deport you. What, like, I told you this before, Mr. Pickles.
What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Sorry?
That's none of what you just said is
None of
true.
us- none of
Nobody
us
is saying
get-
that. Due process is a constitutional fundamental
Yeah,
right.
none of us are
The
milking
only
that.
person that is eroding due process is Donald Trump, the man you voted for. Anything, any understanding beyond that is delusional.
Yeah, nobody's milking due. We don't get anything out of everyone getting due process besides the fact that we are assured that we have the same rights. We don't.
I get it.
We want everybody to have rights, and we're not just pretending about that. We are not just
I know,
acting.
but if we use common sense, right? I get the whole it turned to now a constitutional thing, but at the end, like the end goal is not to bring up US citizens or like common sense is that we're using due process in this scenario because of undocumented people. Why are we now picking and choosing and saying, oh no, it's a constitution, right? It's like let's use common sense. The reason why we're mentioning due process and the reason why we're focusing on Donald Trump instead of focusing on Trump and also the left party, let's just focus on due process.
Oh, that's not why, sir.
What I'm
Can I explain to you why? Can I explain to you why? It's very simple. It's because due process is afforded to all persons on US soil. Or let's just put it this way, in a democratic country. So like in Mexico, in theory, all persons, not citizens, right? If I go to a resort in Cancun, right, and I travel there on a travel visa, I am afforded due process. I don't have to be a citizen of Mexico to be afforded due process, nor do you have to be a citizen of the United States. You can be here on a travel visa, a student visa. You can be a legal permanent resident. You can be on U.S. soil for any reason. And the fundamental basis of this Constitution is if the government points at you and says, you did this, you have a chance to face your accuser in court and show evidence that you didn't. That is the basis of democracy, not just in this country, but in any democratic country across the world. And when due process is not being afforded, that's when travel warnings come up. Like, Americans don't fly to Russia. They're snatching people off the streets and denying them due process.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
how the
I
rest of
think
the
I'm
world looks at us right now. That's how we look at Trump right now. Anybody justifying this right now has lost their fucking mind.
No, yeah, I agree with you. No one should justify it, but I think I'm miscommunicating right now. What I'm trying to say is maybe if I say it simpler, maybe it'll come across. Why are we even bringing up due process? That's what I'm trying to say. Why are we bringing up due process? Why?
Because
What's going on
it
in
is
the
a
current world?
fundamental right. Like, can you imagine if
No,
you got
but why are we
accused?
bringing up this right? Why are we bringing up that right?
Just answer that question.
Because Trump is sending people to prison for the rest of their life. Like literally.
But not U.S. citizens, right? Who
It
is
doesn't
getting
matter.
targeted?
It doesn't
or-
matter. Any person he
It
scoops
does.
up. Okay, then what's the difference?
The difference is, right? If, for example,
Do you
there
listen
was
when women speak? I just answered this question. Due process has
Yeah, I'm a
nothing to
strong
do with being.
feminist.
Let me
My
say it
my
slower.
my
Let me
fiance
say it slower
educated me
then
a lot.
and receive the information this time. I just answered the question you're just asking.
No, it's
Due
not your
process
gender.
has zero to do with being an American citizen. It doesn't have to do with that. It has to do with being on U.S. soil. It's not about being a citizen. Due process is
Yeah,
afforded
but
to
it's
all
pandering
persons,
towards us right
all
now.
persons on U.S.
Hold on, let me turn
soil.
it down.
Period. End of story. That's the reality. I don't know why you're confused about that. Why we're talking about it, because an erosion of any person's due process, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen, legal permanent resident, you're here on a student visa, a travel visa. If due process is eroded, all of our due process is eroded. Period. It's
Yeah, it's
super
just
simple.
well, first of all, nothing to do with your gender. My fiance has educated me about what actually feminism is, so I'm very grateful for her. And not only that, what I'm trying to
She
tell
has to
you
have
is
sex with you and for you to listen to her. Sorry, that was my own. Sorry, that was dark humor.
it's
That was
okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize
No,
for
you can
saying that.
project. It's
I
okay.
didn't mean that. That was my own sarcasm.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Hurt people, hurt people. It's okay. You don't gotta apologize. But
True
what I
story.
was, no, it's okay. What I was saying to you is, just I don't know. For me, it's basically what I'm trying to say is, I just want to have a good end goal as a Latino person because I don't want to punch low or bring up things where it's silly. Like when I hear you guys out. Like we're not disagreeing that part. What I'm trying to tell you guys is, for example, I hate saying it, but Barack Obama didn't do due process for certain people, right? Like he put people in cages,
No, he
and I
didn't.
hate doing this because yes, he did. Wait, Mr.
No, he
Pickles, you're
didn't.
gonna say Obama didn't put people in cages?
No, he built the cages, and they weren't cages. They were just facilities. Trump made them into cages, and
Oh
he put them in there.
man,
There was a zero tolerance policy that Trump very famously put in. That was not Obama.
we. I'm not saying he did it like all the time. We protested it. He fixed it. Am I right, Felice? You were a Latino, right? Did you grow up during this time? Like
Now you
did,
care about me
did you?
when I can co-sign
Nobody's
your
cared about you.
opinion. Now
No,
you want to
nobody,
listen
guys.
to a woman speak.
Why are
I
you?
don't listen. Let me just say
Why are you
something.
making
I
it a
think
gender
can I
thing?
just say something? I think you're a good person, and I don't think you
Yeah.
understand how it comes off to women the way you speak. But it's like when you need me to
I
co-sign
just treat
something.
everyone equal.
Okay.
And the other thing
Well,
you're
I am a
talking about,
gentleman. I'll treat you more like
the other,
sweet, to be honest. I'll treat a
but
woman more nice. I'm not gonna lie.
the other thing you're talking about is expedited removal, which every president since Obama has done. Expedited removal is something
Yeah.
you can do within 2 years of landing on U.S. soil. So if you have a chance to do a reasonable threat interview, and if you pass the reasonable threat interview, you can seek asylum, and those are the things that you get during the first 2 years of your stay here. And you can also seek asylum within 1 year of being in the country, as per 8 USC 1158, and that is different. For you guys to say,
I
"Oh,
know,
this
but
is all the
you're
same,"
specific
it's
with
not
asylum
true.
seekers for a reason. You bring up asylum seekers for a reason, right?
No,
People who are
I'm bringing
persecuting.
up all sorts of different ways to come here
No, you
legally.
you said you said asylum seekers though.
Yes,
If you're
and
gonna bring up all of them, we'll bring up all of them, right?
okay,
Especially a Latino's perspective, on
okay.
average.
What about them?
So what? Yeah, how are they entering the country illegally, according to you?
Tell
Are
me,
you saying they're
tell me how an asylum
well,
seeker can come here. What's the legal way?
Do you understand
the asylum
asylum
seeker?
laws? They're
Yeah, I do.
international treaties. Okay, well, how does someone claim asylum? Like, because I think you're confused. It sounds like you don't
I'm not.
understand.
You can seek asylum by going to the border and saying your case or waiting for a case, but basically you have to come from a country where you're persecuting. Shout out to El Salvador, where we went from the murder capital of the world to the safest country in the world. But yeah, a lot of Latinos, they're not
Yeah,
entering the country
El
being
Salvador
asylum
has
seekers as
violated
well.
human rights. There have been people who are missing parts of their brain. Bukele's legal or political opponents have come out of the concentration camps he runs with
Yeah.
parts of their brains missing. Like they are trying to bring him to the International Criminal Court for crimes
Right.
against humanity, and you feel safe. That's your own
Miss
delusions
Felice.
of grandeur. That's not
Yeah.
factually true. That's your feeling.
Miss
yeah.
Felice, that energy you just have right now
Well,
and
I
that
just said
passion, I
facts
love.
to you because you have
I
no
know,
idea what you're
100% you
talking
did.
about.
No, I know. I wasn't finished, but that passion you have right now, I wish you cared about the human rights of El Salvador back then, just like how you care about the prisoners'
Dude,
human rights
listen,
right now.
No idea who you're talking
you guys,
to.
the people on the far
I just
right,
wish you had that passion back then about El Salvador.
people on the right
You
crave
should see what the human rights were back then in El Salvador.
chill. They
Iron
crave
chills.
dictators. They crave authoritarianism. They crave punishment for people that they don't like. And this is
Oh,
all
sir,
being
I'm lost.
this is
Who?
all being perpetuated by people like Bukele, who pay people and gangs. He's been caught multiple times sending money to gangs to perpetuate their violence.
Do you
so
know
that
what the
he can
government was
continue.
before Bukele?
I understand it was a mess, but this is not the
It
only way
was
to fix
no, it was
things.
corruption.
I
When
understand
he
it
had
was
to
a
pay,
mess, but it's not. This is
right?
not the only way
But
to
wait,
fix
but why
things.
are you?
We
Hold on,
don't
you have
need
to
that
educate your
here.
viewers though. But you have to educate your viewers when
They
you're saying
know
he's paying no. Why is he paying them?
so that he can stay in power.
No,
Yes.
there's no power when it comes to C groups or gangs right now. What are you talking
No.
about?
Can I give
He
you
We're
some
good.
okay, can
He
I
gets
speak
to
to you
s-
about facts?
He gets
Can
to
I
stay in power if he perpetuates these T groups committing atrocities, and he gets to
No,
keep these
my friend,
wartime
no.
laws, just like Trump is doing. Trump learned this from Bukele, probably. He's invoking
Yeah.
wartime and invasion laws to do special things and to not hold elections. That's exactly what he's doing.
No,
And you're gonna say it's
yeah.
okay. It used to be real
No,
bad.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
okay.
not. No, I'm not. It was never okay back then. It was really awful. My family, a lot of my family members can now visit El Salvador. Thank God. Back then they couldn't. The reason why Bukele was paying these gang members at the time was because you have to do a slow transition. If you're gonna do the hard way where he did, where he was
Got
cracking
it.
down, it's gonna be.
Crazy.
You should
That's
see the
not
videos
true.
online.
He has a larger percentage of the country in prison
You know
than the
the human
United States
rights
does.
groups you
Wait,
brought
can I
up?
just say
He
something?
shows
First of all,
them.
I just want to
You know he
express
has a
something to you.
presentation ready for them, right?
Okay.
No, because you're
Again,
very educated about this. Do you
yeah,
know
and
the
let me
videos they
say
watch?
something really quick because
Do you
maybe
know
we can. I just want to
know.
level set and get on the same page.
I
I'm
know,
not
sorry.
fighting you.
Yeah.
I just want to
Me
prove.
too, me too.
I want to demonstrate knowledge. Yeah, okay. Because I just want to say I'm not necessarily. I do understand what has been going on in Central America. I also understand that the United States is 100% responsible for the unrest inside Central America, not just Central America, but South America. This is what we do. We do the same. It's very similar to what Putin does, right? We send the CIA. If we can't control governments, then here comes a coup, right? And then we start stealing the minerals and things out from under indigenous people's feet. Like, I mean, the things we have done are unspeakable. The number one driver of crime is poverty. What we have done is created unrest south of us, where there is a land bridge, right? In order to use capitalistic enterprises, create trade triads. We steal the minerals and the resources from south of us. Then we send them to China, where slave labor is legal to be manufactured for cheap. And then they come here to the market, right? That's what a trade triad, the US is the consumption in the trade triad. And El Salvador, I mean, every Central American country, South American country has been a victim of that. And that is why people show up at the southern border, right? The number one driver of crime is poverty. So when we destabilize economies, when we sanction them within an inch of their life, when we devalue South American, Central American currency, poverty causes crime, the rise of gangs, the rise of trafficking, and people flee north, and then we wonder what's happening. The U.S. is 100% responsible for everything that has happened south of us, and then people who can't read or do math are like, why are these brown people here? So yes, I do fundamentally understand it is entirely our fault that anyone from south of here, where there is a land bridge, has shown up at our door. It is our fault, and we should take care of them. But I just want to quote, this is a right-wing think tank, one of my favorites on the right, because I am a researcher, the Cato Institute, right? What I want you to know is 50 plus Venezuelans that are in Secot, right? 50 plus of them, and not because I just don't want you to think they all entered the country illegally. There's over 89 we have no information about still to this point. But this is a right-wing libertarian think tank that has identified 50 plus who were imprisoned in Secot, who were shipped by Trump there. Not only have they never committed a crime anywhere in the world, but the worst part is they entered the United States legally. So we have imprisoned people in a concentration camp who have committed no crime, not even a misdemeanor entering this country. They entered legally, and we've condemned them to torture.
No way out.
Anyone wants to look this up, I'll send it to everyone in my Discord, but it's from the Cato Institute. It's from May 19th, 2025. 50 plus Venezuelans imprisoned in El Salvador came to U.S. legally, never violated immigration law. And there's much more information in here. I'll send it to you too, Pickles.
Yeah, I think this is obviously inherently dangerous and problematic. So Trump is exercising the freedom of being able to go around and just kidnap people, call them terrorists, call them illegal migrants, send them to a prison for the rest of their lives. And he's also mentioned doing this to United States citizens. And that's why we care about it. We're not just virtue signaling. We are terrified of what this country can become if Trump can actually get away with doing this. And the courts have every right to stop him. And people are cheering this on. People are fighting for him to be able to do this. And that is insane. That is absolutely insane. The country is literally, it was doing great. We are not under a wartime, like we are not being invaded. We do not need special laws right now. And that is what Bukele is doing. He has extended.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about America. My bad.
Okay,
yeah.
The state of exception is what Bukele enacted in March 2022. It's been extended 36 times. You said everything's like good over there now, right? Everything's good.
Awesome, amazing, yes.
Great. So why is it still under that?
What do you mean under what?
What is it still under the state of exception?
emergency power. He's doing what Trump is doing. He's invoking emergency powers to not hold elections, to have extrajudicial powers, to deny the checks and balances of democracy and rule through authoritarian fascism. That's what we're talking about.
So what they do is they pick up a microphone and they get on TV and they make sure you guys are terrified of what could possibly happen if they leave power or if they don't get these this extra special authority. What could happen is you could die like what's her name, like fucking Laken Riley or something like that. That's what they have to do.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't even know how we're even discussing that El Salvador was not even the graph wouldn't even fit the difference of El Salvador now compared to back then.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't. Trust me, you shouldn't. No one cared about us back then, but people are not bringing us up.
No,
That's one of my points.
We do care.
You guys are really close to being on our naughty list again. If you're going to influence Trump,
yeah, because we're finally doing business.
What do you
mean? We're finally doing business in that. Because we're finally doing business. Hold on, sir.
You're very proud of having an authoritarian over your country, and you're pushing that here.
No, what I'm saying is the type of business that El Salvador, that flag was finally in that White House. The business that we have done with United States, you can name probably 20 countries who have done the exact same business practice. But for some reason, during this climate and the panderingness, we're going to shame El Salvador for the business they do instead of holding our president accountable for what he's doing. Not only that, bro, when you start bringing up the life of El Salvador now, I mean, for you to not even include, like, for example, the banana war, and for you to not include us taking accountability of how civilians and the culture were acting all these years in our lives during the 60s, the 70s, the 80s.
So
not only that, hold on, my last point, bro, 5 more seconds. My last point is that I agree with you. Bukele is having a little bit of power trip, but it comes with great cost, especially with what he did with the bus drivers in the last 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he made a law that said all public transport is going to be free. If Felice can look this up, or you, all public transport was going to be free in El Salvador. Who were protesting? The bus drivers. You know what Bukele said? If you're not going to work Monday, you're going to probably go to a jail. Not the seat caught, but you're going to jail. So for me, that's a lot. That's a big power trip.
That sounds
that's very dangerous. But at the end of the day, it's a great end goal. It's a great end goal. And if you talk to the civilians,
justified.
Force people to work for free.
They don't have to work
under threat of imprisonment. Sounds pretty scary.
No, because
I do like free transportation, but seriously, that's scary.
It's not like
would you like to be one of the people that's like, if you stop working, you're going to prison for it, you're going to disappear?
So now the people aren't being oppressed by gangs; they're being oppressed by the leader. Got it.
No, but they're not.
It's a trade-off.
You guys are wording it where it's like you do what you're told. It is basically that, but what Bukele is saying is not like he was bored one day and said free transportation for everyone. He's a great businessman. It's a shout out to the Nuestra Belleza Latina. That was a huge success. Big money booster there. And not only that, he already was going to cover all these costs. He was going to cover the cost of the employees, the cost of the gas.
Sound just like MAGA. Jesus Christ, you sound like MAGA.
Please don't label us like that.
This is what you're doing. You're forgiving him for all of his cronyism because he just wants something good for us. Even though he's enriching himself, even though he's doing things to perpetuate wartime law, you're forgiving him for this.
Because that was already happening before. You're acting like this is something new in our country.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
I just say, I want to sympathize. I want to say something. Can I just say something? I do want to sympathize with you. I don't think anyone in America can understand the violence and the terror and the fear that was going on in El Salvador or in Central America. Like, it's things of nightmares. And it's funny because right when I was born and raised in Arizona, a border state, and I was working for Kamala Harris' election in November, and I had an Uber driver taking me to a campaign event I was working for. He was from El Salvador, and he was telling me, my sister keeps saying, I need to vote for Kamala because something bad's going to happen if I don't, and we're going to be deported. But I just think it's fine. Like Bukele, exactly like you sound. It's like this guy sounded. So I get it, because you guys came from abject fear and
Thank you for
rule
getting it.
and horrible nightmares where you're going to be snatched out of your bed and trafficked, and like, I get it. And you think somehow authoritarian fascism is better, like it offers more stability, but I promise you it doesn't. But I understand, like, it's like, let me just give you an example, a metaphor of what my therapist said. Like, you know, she used to tell, like, I was in like the most horrible abusive relationship, and then I thought I was in a healthy one. She's like, please, just because like you were in a house that was on fire and you jumped out of the window and you were on fire, and then you jumped out of the window and landed in a pile of shit, and then that put out the fire, you're still standing in shit.
Right. No,
Yeah.
that's
Do you know
true.
what I'm saying? Like, so I get,
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. You're like, my life was a mother effing nightmare. Like, and now I maybe I'm not going to like pee my pants every night because I'm living in terror, but you're still in shit. And you still shouldn't live under someone who's disappearing people. A higher percentage of the inhabitants of El Salvador are in prison. America had more people in prison. That's what we do, slave labor through prison. That was our thing until Bukele beat us. Like, it shouldn't be that people are being disappeared off the streets forever. That's also not a feature. So I understand what you're saying. Like, you don't know the terror I came from. I agree, but you're still standing in a pile of shit.
I don't know where he went. But
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh,
Right.
can I say that? Lisa, thank you for the $100. You're so sweet for the newslands. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. I want to cry, but I can't. Like, no, and that guy, you guys just, if you understood what's going on in Central America, they came from just abject terror. That's how Abrego Garcia got here, is fleeing so he didn't have to join a horrific gang that was going to ruin his life. Like, I mean, there's no options for these people. So now they're like, oh, I can go to sleep and not be worried about being
Yeah.
snatched out of my bed at night. This is better. Nope, you're still standing in shit, sir.
Yeah, we're in the United States of America. We do not have an invasion going on. Our crime rate is relatively low. We don't need to start doing special shit and circumventing laws and the Constitution to fix things. We're not there. We're doing just fine. Everybody, like, I mean, we could obviously use some work in the economy a little bit, but we're still the richest country on earth. We're not a developing country. We're not struggling like that. We don't need all that. There's no way you can justify Trump doing this.
He loves crypto. I don't know if you guys know what's going on in El Salvador, but Bukele declared Bitcoin their national currency. You know what I mean? Like he's probably like, he sounds kind of like a red pill El Salvador person.
Yellow. Meredith? Might be an accident. Chat, if you're a friendly, get out of my box. If you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump.
We don't have those problems. Exactly. Pickles, that was beautiful the way you said it. We don't have those problems. We don't come from, like, we don't. Oh, there he is. There's our little angel. You found your way back. We were worried about you. Where'd you go, little fella?
My battery went down on me.
Keep that thing plugged in.
I had to replug it. Yeah, I got it plugged in now. So
Happy people are to see you. People are like, no.
I appreciate you bringing me back. So.
Anytime, Kenray.
Now, if I'm correct, you know, I'm an old man. I've lived a long
Never
time.
missed a beat.
Wasn't it? Where is Ortega? Where is it? What country does he come from?
Ortega?
Who the
Garcia?
F is that?
Yeah.
Kilmer Abrego Garcia?
No, Daniel
You
Ortega.
naming Hispanic
Daniel
last
Ortega.
names?
No, the communist
Valdez.
guy.
Valenzuela. What are you doing? We don't know who you mean.
Are you talking about the president of Nicaragua?
There's a country in Nicaragua. That's what it is. Yeah. So, and
Different place
he
than
took over
what
the
we were
government.
just talking about. Yeah, different place.
Yeah. Yeah. How much is China down there messing with us?
It's not down
South
there. It's
American
lateral. It's west. What's happening?
How much is China over there doing their stuff?
I would say
Oh no! Can I speak to this? I used to live in. I disappeared in South America. I was all over there. Can I say? Yeah, that's what people don't understand. I actually know. I think I know what Henry's talking about. Yeah. There's two different strategies going on. Like America plays chess, which is a military strategy, right? And we put military bases places, and China doesn't do that. China takes, like, if a game older than chess is called Go, it's a strategy game just like chess but older, and the point is to take up space. So what China's strategy is to literally buy up the world. And one of the more disturbing things I've seen, if you've ever been to Africa or you've ever been to South America, if you've ever been to Central America, is China owns it all. Like, there are more signs in Chinese than there are in English or in Spanish. It's quite weird.
Just say they loan money to countries and they don't pay, and they can't pay it back.
But that's not where it's going. I don't know.
Now China takes control. Well, that's
what. But Kenray, that's also what America does. We loan money to countries, and then we own that. We do the same what we're also arms dealers. Like, which one's worse?
All I have to say is what culture causes that they can't get a government similar to ours? Why is that?
Now it's very similar. Xi's actually smart, and we just have a guy who paints himself orange every morning and pathologically lies. But Trump is doing his best impression of authoritarian fascism. I just don't think he has the knowledge.
Well, let's see now. Do you know what the polls are saying about what?
Yeah, I was just reading what he's doing. Yeah, I have them on my phone. I took screenshots. Which ones are you talking about?
Isn't it 58%? If not higher, 58 to 70% are behind him.
Are you talking about the Rasmussen polls that Trump tells MAGA to read?
I'm talking about the one that CNN took the same poll, or they took a poll asking the same question.
It's just confirmation
the Washington
bias.
Post did.
Do you have an opinion yourself? Like, this is confirmation bias. Like, well, he can't be doing wrong because there's a certain amount of people that think this is good. You don't have, like, your own opinion?
Oh, he does a lot of stuff wrong. He does a lot of stuff wrong. You know, it was just a few weeks ago I was telling you the stock market would come back, and you said, no, it won't. I said, I will get back in touch with you when it does.
I didn't say, no, it won't. I'm saying we're still not where Biden left him, are we? We're still not back where he set us back quite a bit.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
It's down a little bit today, but it's up there now.
42,000, and in January 20th,
at least the S&P is.
We're 44,000 January 20th. We're still not back.
I'm talking.
Are you
about
into the markets,
S&P.
Kenry? Do you have stock? And are you?
Yes, heavily in the S&P 500.
It's my favorite market. Awesome. I love the S&P 500. So you must understand. So if you're tracking the markets day after day, and I can tell your brain's firing on all cylinders, so you must be really on this. Have you noticed any market manipulation? Have you noticed Trump using tariffs and national emergencies to drive the markets down so people with excess capital?
The inflation is down. Inflation is cooling down. You know that, right?
That's but I thought we were talking about the stock market. What does that have to do with inflation?
Well, stock market,
and I'll tell you this: like, you like you're a Republican. You like the Wall Street Journal. It's owned by Rupert Murdoch, right? Like, you know, the guy that owns Fox News Corp.
Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. So you like that. So let me I'll cite an article for you that disturbed me.
Rupert Murdoch don't really run.
Well, yeah, he owns. It's Lachlan. It's Lachlan. Lachlan is not a liberal. That's why the liberals. They fought in a state court in Las Vegas to get their share back, because the reason Lachlan, he wanted to give it all to Lachlan, is because he would, keep the profit margins correct and keep driving in the same direction. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Anyways, the Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who's still very much alive. And one of the most disturbing articles, look it up. There's a Wall Street Journal exclusive last week. where there are economists from all around the world talking about how we can no longer trust the inflation numbers coming out of the White House because they can prove otherwise. They think that now the White House, we can't even trust the data.
Biden sure as hell lied about it.
We didn't have any actual people looking at this data, aggregating it, and saying that they had conflicting reports when Biden was in office, did we?
You got to be kidding me.
Thanks, but you brought up China. So that's what the Wall Street Journal article is citing. They're saying the reason that China's markets aren't trusted like the US markets is because the US data economists, third-party economists from other countries can do math calculations and believe that the US market data, inflation data is true. It's fair, whereas China is cooking the books. We all know this. China builds ghost cities and then like inflates their gross domestic product through real estate. Okay, so but the point is, and this is in the Wall Street Journal, which you say you read. It's and I'll get the name of the article in a second. I'm looking it up, and it's the Wall Street Journal and Republican conservative economists saying we can't trust the numbers coming out of the White House, and if we continue to be disingenuous about inflation, then we will end up being the markets like China that no one believes and no one invests in.
Well, inflation has been bad through the first few months of Trump anyway. But
do you have Apple News, Pickles? Of course you do. I'm going to send you the article. I'm going to send it to you.
It's just hard for me to... we should...
I'll just send it to everyone in the Discord. I'm just sending it to you for the future. But again, I just looked it up. It is June 4th, 2025. Economists raised the Wall Street Journal exclusive. Economists raised questions about quality of U.S. inflation data specifically. So I'm just providing a source to show you that I don't even know if we can trust, because other people are tracking U.S. economic numbers, and it seems to be that economists, people who can do math, no longer trust what is coming out of the White House. And I'm saying how that will affect you, because I know, Ken Ray, you used to work for Gordon's, a very wealthy billionaire, and you have a lot of money in the stock market. And if people stop trusting the U.S. markets, then your retirement money, your value that you're going to pass on to your children will go down. So that should concern you.
I'm not concerned. I've been through it all.
Tried.
Y'all are children. You don't even know life yet.
I'm literally halfway done with life.
Be hit by a bus tomorrow. What is...
You can be hit by a bus, but you got to live a little bit longer and experience life before you really start getting a little bit of knowledge of what's going on. You don't think that I don't know that the United States has fucked over a lot of people in the world?
Reverse ageism is I've never experienced. Is this what is happening? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this to people when I'm old. I'm just going to be like, you don't know.
Do you don't think that I don't know that the United States has fucked over a lot of people in this world, a lot of countries in this world?
I don't think that's what we're...
I mean, that's true. I agree. Oh, how that's necessarily what we're talking about.
You know, it was... So, but what I'm saying is there's so many of you, this app right now is pretty much all liberal. There's not very few conservatives on it anymore. And
you get the way, what?
It was the person.
What makes you think that?
How many, there's not many, I don't see many conservatives on here anymore.
Conservatives have the most followings on just about every social media. So if you count like Trump's following, he has a higher following than all of the Democrats here. Like, it's not true. No matter how you try to twist it, the conservatives have taken over social media by a factor of like 1 to 3.
They're trying to play catch up. Like, actually, that's the one thing conservatives have done really well is social media strategy.
I don't pick it up on here. Maybe it's because of the algorithms. I hang around antagonizing and torturing.
Busy following me around. You're starting to feel
I
lonely.
don't know.
We're not antagonizing. We are trying to speak out against the
police.
wrongdoings of our current government.
Police don't pat yourself on the back. This boy's not following you around.
Yeah, your
By
For
the
You
way,
page
I've
is-
been married for.
Your For You page is probably mostly liberal stuff because you are in these lives a lot. So they show you the content you interact with the most.
Yeah.
And Ray, the only reason I said you were following me around is because when you joined the live the first time, you said, Felice, I've seen you hanging around a bunch of strange men lately. So you told on yourself. I didn't know that you had been following me around until you're like, who's all these strange men you've been in lives with? That's what, this is being recorded.
I just noticed the other day you was in somebody's. You go in.
Again, Ken Ray's definitely not following me, everyone. Definitely not following me, but definitely confessed to it just now. Yeah.
All right, girl. Do you
I
have anything
just
else you want to talk about?
I scroll. Yeah, let's talk about. Let's talk about the economy.
Okay.
Trump's approval rating.
I don't care about.
What do you think Trump's approval rating is?
I think he's broken his own record on the lowest approval rating after 100 days as president. He's by far the worst, least approved of president in recent history.
He's close to 50% right now.
No, I'll pull up the numbers in a second, but just, this is supposed to be the honeymoon period, Ken, right? Like what happens is the first 100 days and right after, this is as high as the approval is supposed to be. People are supposed to like him now, and then it goes straight downhill after until the end.
Yeah, Obama at this point was 63%.
That's what happened with Reagan, eh? That's what happened with Reagan.
Here you go. This is Trump's approval rating.
Reagan didn't.
I don't know. Reagan anybody who liked Reagan was an actual brainwashed nincompoop. But
no, I flourished during the Reagan years.
Okay.
I lived through the horror of Carter years too.
Yeah. So this is Trump's disapproval rating, 51%, approval rating 44.
Okay, what's your source there?
Strength in numbers, Gelliot Morris.
And Ray will decide if it's real or not.
Well, I know what you do, and it happens on
What do we
both,
do?
on
What
both
is he
sides.
doing, Ken Ray?
You always
using a supercomputer to look up
both
information?
sides.
This is Newsweek. They have
what you do.
This is another one from Newsweek.
Newsweek, yep.
Let's.
I'm sure you'd say Newsweek, yep.
What is it?
But what you do is you're always going to gravitate, and it happens on the right too. You're always going to gravitate towards the ones that agree with you.
Okay, so that's
if you start seeing something
up an aggregate. There's sites that do aggregates.
No, that's what you do, and that's what.
No. Just say the
Yeah,
one
that
thing, let me just say
bullshit.
something. There are aggregate
every-
polling sites. There are aggregate polling sites. The New York Times is one. That's what we're looking at. The Washington Post is one. 538 is one. And I just want to be clear. The reason that I won't accept Rasmussen as polling data, the one Trump's always like, never been more popular, look at Rasmussen, is because they were given, and you can look this up. If I'm wrong, present me with an article saying Felice just made up a lie, but I promise you'll find that I'm right. Is that Rasmussen was given chance after chance, saying, "Hey, this is unreliable. Your polling methodology is mathematically incorrect. It's skewed. We can't include you in valid aggregate data unless you change the math behind the methodology behind the way you're polling, so that it's not skewed to represent what Donald Trump wants." They refused, so they were kicked out of legitimate
what was the New
statistical
York-
analysis of aggregate data. This is the truth, Ken Ray. So the only one I can't talk to you about is the one Trump always is screaming about, because they were kicked out of aggregate polling data.
Well, let's. What did the New York Times and the Washington Post? What were the polls that they were doing saying about Trump winning the last election, this past election?
Okay, this is another thing. You guys are like, look at this one time they were wrong, therefore they're always wrong. This is what you're doing. You're doing confirmation bias. We have an ocean of data.
No, they were wrong.
We have an ocean of data, and majoritively it shows that Trump is not very well favored. Yet you might be holding on to one poll that confirms your bias, and you're going, yes, this is right. I feel good, and I'm hugging this like a little teddy bear. That's what you're doing.
The polls were wrong about Bush.
Then why did you invoke the polls? Why did you invoke the polls in saying that your argument is good just now?
Which Bush?
Why? Because the Washington Post and the New York Times were saying that Bush wasn't going to win. They all said that Reagan wasn't going to win, and he blew it.
Why are you invoking?
The second time
Why are you using polls when it favors you? Then you're sitting here saying, "Look at the polls," and then I'm saying, "Let's look at the polls," and you go, "Well, polls are bad." That's what you're doing right now.
Because that's all y'all do is you pick the ones that favor you. That's what you do.
Okay, I
know what aggregate means?
You pick. That's what we are.
I can't even find
aggregate polling is the opposite of what you just said. Aggregate it's all of them together. That's what aggregate. It's not one poll. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what the New York Times and Washington Post do. It's aggregate. It's polling from all the polls that are deemed mathematically legitimate, and it's an aggregate. That's what they're tracking. It's all of them, except Rasmussen, because the math wasn't math.
And weren't they caught getting inside information or giving it to
Absolutely.
Trump? Rasmussen?
Well, I got a good question for you. Why is it that you think that Trump won, and why is it that you think he took every single swing state?
I think he won off of largely lying and saying bombastic things all the time on TV. That's what I think he won.
I think a lot of people in the United States.
I can't stand his personality.
Okay.
You people have moved so far to the left. It's unbelievable.
No, we're literally moderates.
You don't even realize how far to the left.
When you look at the political landscape of the world, we are literal moderates.
John F.
We are moderates.
I have threats from communists
well, if
in
you're
my
comparing
inbox.
it to the world.
Yeah, to the rest of the world, we are moderates. So if being a moderate,
you're
is
talking
too
about
far
the
left,
socialist Democrat.
I thought I was a communist, and then I started getting threats from communists. So
listen, ever since Trump tried to regulate the cap on pharmaceuticals, we are literally the same now. We are literally, since Kamala, that was the only policy that you guys had a grievance with and said was communist. Trump is doing the exact same thing. You guys are now communists too, by your logic.
I do not think that he should be regulating anybody.
Okay, well, he's doing it, and I've had the majority of people, the people that you're citing in these polls of approving his approval ratings, are saying it's good.
But he's not. The only thing he's regulated is, I think he's regulated for sugar diabetes.
No, he undid that part.
The EpiPen for that.
He undid insulin. There was a $35 cap on that.
Undid it.
He undid that. Yeah.
Emery, can I ask you a question? Do you think we should cap, like, when bank fees and they charge overdraft fees, do you think we should stop them from charging whatever they want? Should we cap it at $5?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter to me what they do.
We had that.
I mean, I don't overdraft.
Republican lawmakers undid that to help the few bankers and to hurt the many. That's what they did.
Biden capped overdraft fees at $5, and when Trump just got in office, Ken Ray, Republicans were lobbied, and no money we'll ever see. Lobbyists in the swamp, Republicans are doing backstrokes in the swamp, and repealed the $5 cap on overdraft fees before it was supposed to go into effect. Like, I know but Kenry, I think
Well,
you're
that's good.
I think you have one foot in two worlds, because I think you're sane enough to recognize we should not be being robbed and needled and nickeled and dimed by corrupt financial institutions. But then also your come up was from working for a billionaire. So I think you just you've benefited from capitalism, but you can still correctly identify that maybe banks shouldn't be robbing us. Like it's somewhere in the middle with you.
No. The banks don't rob me. I don't write. I just don't write checks. It's non-sufficient funds. I just don't do it.
Okay, but the majority of
I never have done it.
Every time we ask you guys about a policy you do or don't disagree with, you look at your own personal situation instead of just looking at the numbers. Like, think about the majority of the country. Do you think a lot of us get fucked over by the bank? And should we?
That's right. I know what the majority of the country does.
Should we protect our fellow Americans, the most vulnerable amongst
the majority
us?
of the
Should
country?
we protect them?
No, the majority of the people in this country, if they're making $50,000 a year, they're going to live like they're making 75. If they're making 75, they're going to live like they're making 125.
I think it's 1992. I think
live like they're making.
You think it's 1992?
You have ways of thinking about your
No.
fellow citizens that makes you.
Well,
upset
all
with
y'all
them.
do is complain that you're not getting a chance.
What are you talking about?
What's that?
We are fighting for the rest of us. We are patriots.
I'm saying that
we care
that
about
people,
our fellow Americans. That's what I care about.
Care about yourself.
No, that's y'all. We vote for
Clean up.
like
I
social
always say
safety nets.
clean up the shit around your own back door before you start worried about anybody else.
Weird.
I don't think that's okay, but that doesn't really apply to voting. So like, if I'm doing okay, and I want other people's to be okay too, that's what I vote for. I want other people to have protections against like predatory bank practices. I would like that. I think that is an ideal situation for the country.
You mean the government giving you money, right?
The government's not going to give you money in the incident where they protect you from getting predatory banking practices.
Can we the consumer financial protection? Wait, let me explain it, Ken Ray, because it's costing you no money.
Unless you're dumb.
I just want to explain it so you can understand, Ken Ray. It's not costing you money. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is being funded by the Fed. It's not costing us tax dollars, and it was one of the highest returns on investment, right? Their only job was to stop large financial institutions from charging us overdraft fees and robbing us in weird ways. That's it. That's all they were doing. They weren't doing anything but just saving us money from predatory financial capitalists.
I don't see how it's that hard.
The feds aren't doing that.
All I hear is little quips from right wingers all day, like y'all just want free money, y'all want handouts, y'all want student loan forgiveness. No, we want the economy to do good. In general, we want to do good, and the fact is, a lot of people do overdraft. No matter how much you can call them irresponsible and hate on them and say, "Oh, well, I don't overdraft," the majority of people do. Teenagers do it. Single mothers do it. Why can't we save them? And we can stop very rich old
Why is a
men
mother
from
a single
making money
mother?
off of that? I don't know. You're gonna sit there and shame
Why is
her
a
for
mother
that?
a single mother?
A single mother.
I don't know. Do you hate single
Are
mothers?
you trying to blame
Yeah.
it on her, or what are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, why does she get hooked up with? It's like you were complaining about this guy you were living with, talking about what a horror show he was.
I don't know.
I've been married
That
for 45
it's women.
years.
You're
We
saying. I just
figured
want to
it
be
out.
clear, Ken Ray. You're now saying it's women's fault when they're physically, emotionally, and verbally abused by men.
There's a lot of single
No,
mothers out
I'm
there
saying
who have no choice but to be a single mother because their ex-husbands or something were their baby daddies were abusive. Are you saying they should just stay with them?
baby daddies. Baby
What if a
daddies.
guy
You
just
said it
leaves?
right.
Is that the
Baby
woman's
daddies.
fault if a guy just disappears? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't.
Why
Kenry,
would you hook?
it's
Why
unfortunately
would you
not
hook up with somebody like
1932.
that?
We're going to need you to come with us
Why are
into the
you
present.
why are you shaming women for being single mothers? What's your
Hey,
problem?
I was a long-haired hippie gnome. Okay, I protested. I went to Washington D.C. for one of the biggest protests there ever was up there
That doesn't make
over the
your actions
Vietnam
today
War.
okay. It does not make your actions okay
When I
today.
say up there at the time,
This does not justify your actions.
I wisened up.
What? So
I
you were
wisened
wrong
up
when
when
you
I
did
started
that?
making money.
So you were wrong when you were an activist?
Part of it, yeah.
Oh God. Okay. I think that you just got old and selfish.
Do you understand?
You guys know
that
Gordon's frozen fish. Let me tell
each
you, I
generation,
did some
like
research
right,
on Ken Ray told me his life story. Ken Ray, you know Gordon's frozen fish. That's the company he worked for, the billionaire that owns that company. And because Ken Ray successfully had to come up
no,
through
no,
embracing
no.
yes, you
Gordon's,
did.
you're
Because
talking about
he successfully had to come up
you're talking
embracing
about a fish
capitalism.
company.
He thinks everyone
You're
else is
talking about
lazy. Okay, whatever. I really don't care
GORTONS.
which billionaire you got on
You're
your knees
talking
for.
about
I do not
I'm
care
talking
which
about
billionaire you got on your knees
GORTO.
for. Anyways, my point is now you're just saying
On my knees. On my knees. I loved what I did. I dealt with people
yeah,
from all
all
over the
those
world.
Andrew
I
Jacksons for
loved it.
billionaires
I
must be exhausting.
absolutely
It must
loved
have
it.
been your wrists must be tired.
What
The
you're
Gordon
doing,
company that I worked for was they carried everything. They could literally outfit a whole restaurant
okay,
with equipment.
that's fine.
And then we
That's neither
sold
here nor there. What you're doing, what it sounds like is
17,000 different
your
items.
ego's getting in your way. So you think since you are an outlier and you did well, that everybody else can do well. They just need to figure it out. Well, that's not the reality of our
I came
situation.
from a poor family.
I'm
I
sorry.
came from a poor family. What
Okay,
I'm saying,
yeah, you're an outlier.
I came from a
Who
poor.
didn't?
You are an outlier. Congrats.
No,
Yes.
I was just an average. When I go to my high school reunion, most of those people ended up doing well.
So your anecdotal experience does not tell the whole story. The rest of the nation, like 32% of us, make beneath 50 grand. Beneath that. That's the reality of it.
Can I just explain what's happening
If
here?
you're not happy with
No,
it,
can
you
I explain
move
something,
along,
Ken Ray?
you
Let me
try
explain
something
something
else.
to you.
That's
Time
what
has
I
marched
did.
on. You had the pleasure of growing up during the golden age of capitalism, right? When one job in one household could support a family and you could have a car and everything was great. And wait, I'm not done. And you worked for a company where there were still pensions, there were still retirement plans, there were still good insurance plans before everything was deregulated and corporations could bend us all over and rob us. And this is why Gen Z hates you all. This is why Gen Z can't stand boomers, because Gen Z's like, just get a job and buy a house. Do you know the average homeowner? My sister, who's older than me, bought a house when she was 17. The average age of a homeowner in America is now 41. Time has marched on. I'm glad you got to capitalize on the golden age of capitalism. The math is no longer mathing for the rest of us. Stop telling us to just pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. It is the different reality.
I actually interviewed some Gen Zs just before I retired. You know what their problem was? This goes for
they can
some
do math and
too.
read.
Their attitude sucked.
Oh my God, this is not a real.
Due to being able to do math and read.
Your attitude sucks.
No, it's called ambition, and somewhere along the lines,
dude, you can't.
You lost it. I don't know why you lost it, but you lost it.
Don't break your arm, fucking jerking yourself off here.
I bet you $1 to
you guys.
I bet you $1.
You were able to go buy a house with a fucking egg McMuffin back in the day, and we can't, and that is your fault.
No,
you can't just be like, the youngins don't want to work anymore. No, the youngins are fucking far. They're light years smarter
During
than y'all were
the
at their
Jimmy
age.
Carter times, during the Jimmy Carter times, you would be lucky to get a mortgage.
None of us were alive then, so we have no
at one
idea.
point.
You know what? The wealth disparity during Jimmy Carter was so fucking good. I would love to go back to that. I would love that.
He was great. Can we bring Jimmy Carter back? Unfortunately, no.
I would love that.
Jimmy Carter, he was a great, he was great for doing what he did after he got out of office. But in office, he was a crummy president.
Okay,
he didn't know what he was doing.
You guys,
he even had
listen,
what they called the misery index.
Okay, you guys ran a very successful campaign against Jimmy Carter, and the economy was not doing very great when he was in office.
It was an energy crisis that was not his fault.
And that's that. You guys don't actually keep up with
it's never the Democrats' fault.
Oh well, that's just I'm sure you have.
It's never the Democrats' fault.
You're gaslighting.
Mathematically, let me help you, Ken Ray. If you're a
too.
fiscal conservative, since Clinton, the Democrats have lowered the deficit, right?
Yeah.
We've brought in more revenue than we've sent out, and the Republicans blow out the deficit. That's a fact. We repair the economy while you guys rob us.
The last the last 8 recessions
not
happened
true.
under
Not true.
Republicans. The last 8 out of 9 were under Republican rule. You guys create only 1 job for every 50 jobs that Democrats make, and you guys literally blow out the deficit every time you're in control. I can't believe none of y'all actually look at the numbers and do your research before you reelect these people, because they do nothing but fuck up the economy. The only reason you can point to the economy right now or the stock market and say, hey, look, it's doing okay now, is because Trump took his fucking dirty dick beater hands off of it. He stopped implementing his tariffs. That's the only reason it's doing better.
No, he's still doing tariffs.
Yeah, only to the tune of 30%.
You know, they just got a deal. They just got a deal done with China today. You know that, right?
They didn't finish anything. No, they didn't.
Nothing is ever finished. You don't understand. You don't understand the difference between a press release and an actual deal. Hold on. Do you understand the difference between a paper being signed?
Months.
Let me help you with the UK. Let me help you with the UK tariff deal.
Yeah, it's
the
gonna take
UK
months.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who
They gotta
actually
work-
is a
they gotta
finance
work a
bro
lot
and
of
kind of an
things out.
a-hole, and it's funny that he represents the Labour Party because he's the farthest thing from a socialist. But he had no idea. 48 hours before this alleged deal, Trump told him they were going to announce a deal, and Keir Starmer was like, yeah, I'm not going to sign anything. I have no idea what's going on. You can say whatever you want, but we are going to need to figure this out later. To this day, it's never been figured out. Same thing with China the first time, China now. There is no deal in writing. The only purpose of any of this tariff stuff is claiming emergency powers for market manipulation. If you can't see the very clear pattern of driving the stock market down so people with excess capital can buy low, the stock market Trump backs off the tariffs, people cash out. Yeah, these are transfers of wealth. Well, listen, forensic Ken Ray, you can prove me wrong with data, but I know I'm right. He did it 5 times.
Did he do it the
He
first
did it 5
time?
times. I don't know what you mean by the first time.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar.
No, everything I said is factually correct.
I track the stock market every fucking day.
I don't. Okay.
And I have been for the last 8-10 years.
You're on it. We all can tell. You're firing on all cylinders. Nothing's getting by you.
You read about the stock market, but you're not actually in it, really.
What are you?
Correct?
What?
Don't lie.
Wait. Okay. I just want to be very.
You read.
Wait.
about
I want to
the
make
stock
sure I
market.
understand. You're saying
you read about the stock.
No, I do have stock in the stock market, but that's neither here nor there, because I think, let me just be clear. That is such a false. I just need to be clear on something. There are so many people whose retirement accounts or 401ks are in the stock market and have no idea what's going on in the markets. Following the markets and understanding market manipulation.
Why would you have
Hold
a
on.
40?
I'm not done.
Why would you have a 401k?
What? Why would someone have a?
Why would
someone have one?
401k if you're retired?
If they had a job? What do you? I don't know.
Convert
I don't know what you're asking me. I'm confused.
Convert a 401k into.
Dear God, can someone else request? Are there any MAGA people out here? I've talked to some MAGA people that can do basic math, and some of your brains working. Can someone please request? I don't know what the F is. I don't know what Ken Ray. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't know what you're saying. I'm confused.
Well, the only math I know is I put money consistently in the stock market. The wonderful company I worked with, they put money in there consistently for me. They paid me a huge amount of money as far as profit sharing went, and I always had it dumped right back into the stock market.
And Ken Ray is a boomer, or maybe even a little older than
everybody.
most boomers, who during the golden age of capitalism had a really good come up, as most all boomers did, and then cannot possibly imagine a world where the same math is not mathing for the rest of us.
Really rough times. The only difference is I didn't feel sorry for myself.
Okay.
Now I have felt sorry for myself. When I had that operation, I became crippled and I had to retire because of it. I felt sorry for myself for a while.
Okay.
I know what it feels like to feel sorry for yourself.
All right.
And usually,
caring about others is not feeling sorry for yourself.
You believe in victimhood. You believe in victimhood.
This is the weirdest thing. This is how now in capitalism, where the point is to step on people and to deny the collective, which what we know is countries who succeed work collectively together. Eventually, once individualism takes over, you enter late stage capitalism, then authoritarianism, and actually we are in the decline of America because of the delusional attitude you have right there. Like none of that is going to help any of us succeed.
You're just broadly shaming and victim blaming the bottom half of the economy for not performing as well as you, and not acknowledging the fact that some of these people are just straight up dealt a bad hand. And the more that we give the bottom half of the economy, like social mobility and economic mobility, the better everyone else is. But you guys can't see far past your nose. You just hate everybody who's an advocate of these programs.
I don't hate them. I just say get off your ass.
That's not
have a good attitude when you go in, and you'll go.
Okay, that's
not
going to fix everything. You can go around yelling at poor people, but that's not going to fix anything.
You can't
Actual laws will fix things.
Hey, are there jobs where you sit down and do them? Just asking for all the people who sit in chairs while working. What the F are you talking about?
Where union guys jam up a piece of equipment and just hold the whole line went down because of it. And not only that, sometimes it would cost millions of dollars to fix that piece of equipment. This
people sitting in chairs at work.
They used to punch. I knew some of them, they actually punched each other out. Like they would leave early, and when somebody would punch them, they would hit their time
talking about
card
those
for 'em,
old-timey
and they would
clock
trade it
punch
off.
card
It was like
things. I think he's talking about those paper cards where you physically punch it. No one knows what you're talking about.
No one. This is not what everyone's doing.
Yeah,
what
well,
are you doing, man? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you could fuck up back then if you were able. That was a system then. You hit a time card. You put it in. It's stamped when you come in.
Okay, you got these little
They
things
would
in your
punch
head.
each other.
Some
They
of
would
us worked on salary.
on poor people. I get it, but here's the truth. $7.25 is the federal minimum wage right now, and it hasn't changed in 16 years. I made $7.25 when I was fucking 18 years old, and that is drastically different than what inflation has done in the last 20 years. That is the reality of our situation, and it is that much harder for people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and we need to change things, not just yell at poor people. Go work. That's not going to fix anything.
Who in the fuck would pick up 25 an hour?
I'm sorry.
Who in the hell would pick a career making $7.25?
I don't know, man. I know that you would shame poor people, but you're also going to shame people for not working, getting off their ass, and that's what's available to them, and that's why they don't want to do it.
He raised the federal minimum wage. Do you think that's a good idea? Are you lobbying for raising the federal minimum? Because I think that's a great idea.
The great majority, the McDonald's and places like that, the great majority of people who worked in those places were retirees that just needed extra money.
Keep telling
yourself. They didn't set aside enough, or either they.
Dude, where do you get that?
And then
you're just making that up. Do you have any data to show that that's the case?
Then you had high school students.
Okay, and so still, I don't think anybody working 40 hours a week should make less than what it takes to live and pay bills. You guys got to do it. You guys could pick up a job back in 1980, back in 1960. You guys could work at McDonald's and you could buy a house. Now you can't even do anything.
Anyone has the money to pay to get rid of Ken Ray. I'm sorry, I'm having an emotional meltdown. If anyone has the money to pay to get rid of this man, it is time to pool our money together and get rid of him.
Honestly telling you that you could not buy a house
yes, you could.
On McDonald's wages.
Yes, you could. You absolutely could.
What's the pay to kick? We're trying to come up with it in the comments.
I was at school, which most of your people were high school students that were working at night.
Grandpa is yelling at me. What is happening?
I was making $2.25 an hour. $2.25 an hour. This is
$40. How much is pay to kick, Pickles? I can't. I'm literally going to start crying. I think it's Pickles. I think it's 40.
But it's $2 a quarter an hour, and you could go buy a Corvette for $2,000, couldn't you? You could go buy a Corvette for $2,500, wasn't it?
No.
Yes.
Cost you $6,000 or $7,000.
Okay.
Guy that paid 10 cents for a hamburger talking to all of us who have to pay literally $20 to get a hamburger. Fries. Please, Ken Ray, time has marched on.
Adam Beaver kicked you, Ken Ray. Says tell Ken back to go back to the home. Ken Ray, go have yourself a Marlboro Light.
Hey, say fuck you. Fuck you. I'm hoping.
Did he just yell the F for Ken Ray? Dude, oh my God, what the you guys, I think we all just got screamed at by our grandpa. That was scary. That was really weird. And that's how they feel. This is why the okay boomer phrase was, this is why. That now we all just lived it. How long was that? We'll never have that time back. Never.
Steve says my house 40 years ago was $30,000. Exactly. The same house that you could buy at a $40,000 house you could buy 40 years ago is $500,000.
Like, all you people need to stand up and work. Most people sit in chairs now. Like, what? So everyone stand up.
Everybody's working. Our unemployment rate is just fine. It's 4.20. It's like 4.2. Nobody's not working. The fuck are you talking about?
We have millions of open jobs. We need more workers. That's why we need to stop the mass deportations and stop Trump from wasting 2 billion gallons of water so our food supply can be watered in the summer. Like, I can't do this anymore. It's like, should we all just join lives now and bang our heads against walls together? Because that might be just the same. Hold on really quick. Anne, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. And Mussolini made the trades prototype. Amen. Good point. And David, thank you for the $20. Here's half to kick LOL. Like, the pain of what Kedre, and he would have gone on. We could have been sitting here 10 hours later.
What's up, user number? Are you a Trump supporter? Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. Ken Roy is a spoiled brat boomer. I agree. All these people who
most spoiled.
Hello, user number. Okay. Reduce font size and all balance. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I like that he's making cuts to welfare and a bunch of entitlement programs.
Why is that?
Because I think there are too many people that don't need it and they're on it, and people just need to get to work.
Do you have
And
any
also,
statistics on that, or is that just cope?
well, I go by, I'm just going by anecdotal, obviously, but it isn't like there isn't any welfare fraud, right? And here's,
I think this is silly. First of all, I want you to address this, okay? How much of your taxes, what percent do you think goes to welfare?
well, right now, what I know is that 1.2 trillion, I think, goes to welfare and Medicaid combined.
Okay, what your
So,
Medicaid pays for itself, so that's neither here nor there. What
no,
what do
yeah,
you
but
think? What do you think? What percent goes to welfare?
Love how you said that, Pickles. God, that was so brilliant.
no. So what you're saying is when I say 1 point, because when I googled it, I looked it up, and what I could find was that we spend over $1 trillion on welfare.
Yeah, but
Out of
you're
so
wrong.
okay,
One
okay, so
percent, 1.9% of your taxes go to like feed people that are
okay, so
hungry. That's it.
so if
That's
we
it.
take the amount the IRS takes in every year, or the Treasury Department, which is what, about 4 trillion,
4.4.
4.4. So only I couldn't hear you. I don't know what you.
It's something like four. It's 4.4 or 4.8. It's still neither here nor there. Your paycheck is not going to change. Your tax liability is not going to change no matter how many more like poor people like are cut off of food stamps. That's not
Well,
going
I'm
to
not
help you save
expecting.
any money.
I'm not asking to save any money.
Then
If
what's
I
your
want to, if I
motives
want,
for making more
if I,
people starve?
well, because I want more. I want the country to be better with more motivated people. Let me. I'll illustrate it
Do
this way.
you
I'll illustrate it this way.
are you tracking the people that are unmotivated here? Or, like what's the statistic here that you're looking at? Is
I'll
there
give
a
you a statistic.
recidivism that you're talking about?
Okay,
Statistic?
I'll give you a statistic to prove to you how unmotivated the country is. If if you took at all the eligible voters, I'm talking about 18 and over that don't have felonies, people that are eligible to vote. If all of them voted, I believe this country would be heavily leaning to the left,
Yeah.
because people don't vote because they're not motivated. They don't.
That's
They
your
can't be bothered. They
voter
can't be
motivation
bothered to
is
show
different
up.
from working
These
motivation.
are your
They
feeling. You can't relate this
listen.
to fraud in welfare. You
People,
understand that, right?
if people can't be bothered to show up to vote every 2 years, one time, one day every 2 years, you think they're going to be motivated to work? That's what you're telling me?
I don't think this really washes out with people who are motivated to work. Do you know what unemployment rate is right now, bub?
Explain to me why people don't show up to vote every two
That is
years.
not relevant.
Once.
What
One
You have to
time.
understand
you
mathematically has
will
no correlation to
you will
welfare
never
fraud.
be happy.
There's absolutely correlation.
You will always be worried about people not working, and like basically this is an ego thing. So right, like a lot of people have like this, their egos made out of their own success, and they're like, oh, I worked hard and everyone else should work hard, when what we should really be doing as like the world's richest country is we should be looking around how to protect other people, vulnerable people. That's what I do. Like I think, hey, now that I'm okay, we should help our country become the greatest, most well-cared country in the world. I'm a patriot who cares about my fellow citizens. We should be
And
giving
let's say
everybody
that,
as much care as possible.
and let's say I agreed with you, hypothetically. Let's say I agreed with you, and let's say that we both have the same vision of how we accomplish that, right? Let's say that we both agreed, okay, universal health care is one, all the things on the left. Let's say I agreed with you. The reason we can't do it is because people cannot be bothered to show up to vote every 2 years.
What?
And if they did, this country would be heavily left. And you know that. You know that if people
So
showed up to vote, everybody,
your
they cannot
your
be bothered
grievance
to
is
vote.
the voter turnout. So you want people to starve
No,
because a lot of people
my
don't vote.
my grievance is that I want people to starve. If they can't be bothered to vote every 2 years, then yeah, you get what. Look, elections have consequences, and if you can't be bothered to show up every 2 years, you deserve what you get.
What the fuck? So you vote for the opposite?
No, the reason I vote Republican is because I believe the Democrats have you hoodwinked to make you think they care about you, and I can prove that.
Prove it.
Look at, for example,
Everything you've said so far are your feelings. And I'm not trying to interrupt, but when you're done, then I'll talk to you about numbers.
Like so far, what I've heard is no matter what state of the country is in, like no matter what percentage of people are trying to work and prioritize bettering themselves, no matter what, you've shown you don't care for the statistics, you are just upset. Like there's no numbers I've heard from you. There's no recidivism rate for people who are on welfare. There's no actual number for people that participated in our elections that's going to make you happy. You're just generally upset, and this is what you tell yourself to vote Republican.
I'm not upset because my side won the election, so I'm not upset.
You hate the other side, is what you're saying.
I don't hate anybody.
Okay,
but
you
what I'm saying
dislike
is
people who don't work as hard as you.
I'll make 2 points. One is, and you obviously, putting words in my mouth, that's fine. But I'll make these 2 points. When I said people can't be bothered to show up to vote every 2 years, and the polling results, they reflect that. The election results reflect that. Because if everybody who's eligible showed up, the country would be more left-leaning. And so when I say they can't be bothered to show up to vote every 2 years, and you tell me, well, that's your opinion that it's a motivation problem. Look, it's your opinion that it's not a motivation problem, because you can't prove that the
being motivated to vote is different from being motivated to go to work. It's a totally different thing. Some people got.
Can I just explain though? I just want to be clear. Voter suppression and the votes that would go to the left that are being challenged and suppressed through gerrymandering, through voter suppression, through voter challenges in federal courts, all of those things, that has nothing to do with non-voters. You cannot pretend to know how people that could vote, that aren't being limited from voting through voter challenges, challenging the voter rolls, would vote.
Yeah.
That's you. Nothing you're saying makes any sense. I know you think you're doing something, and I mean this super respectfully. None of that makes any sense.
Yeah, like every time more people vote, Democrats do win elections. So it is in y'all's best interest to not have people show up to vote.
So why are you saying I'm wrong if I'm saying if more people vote, Democrats will win?
Because here's what I'm saying. One of my passions is math, like statistical analysis. And like I spent like 2 days, everyone was really bored. There was like 300 people left by the second day. Some people in here probably sat through the whole thing. I can make a mathematical argument for how, I can make several, but specifically around voter suppression, challenging the voter rolls, people who attempted to vote, and the challenge and voter suppression tactics of the Republican Party and how their votes were canceled. And just from those numbers alone, the election was lost. So you're trying to blame apathy. No, in fact, that's not true. People attempted to vote, and they could not vote. It's the opposite of what you're saying. They were attempting to, and the voter rolls were challenged. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I also submit to you the unemployment rate, 4.2%. Everybody who's looking for a job has a job, minus 4% of people. So what's your actual grievance, dude?
Well, my grievance is that, if people were more motivated, and I said it, they wouldn't be doing, you guys feel like everybody's just working as hard as they can. I'm sure you feel that way. But that's just not reality. But I wanted to make the other point that you didn't let me make when I said I can prove that you got hoodwinked by the Democratic Party into believing that they care. And this is how I'll prove it. In December of 2024, so after the election, and Biden was already, lame duck by that point, he passed 2 rules that were from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. One of them was a cap on the overdraft fees, and the other rule that he passed was that medical bills were not allowed to be reflecting on some of your
on the credit reports.
Right? Okay. This is how I know you got hoodwinked. Why do you think Biden waited 4 years to pass those rules?
Because
he gave you something to make you think. He gave you something that he knew would be overturned the very next month to make you think that he was giving you something, to make you think that he cared. In reality, he knew it was going to be. That's why he waited 4 years.
All right.
He could have helped a lot more people by doing it as soon as he got elected. But he
I want to
didn't
help you out. This is going to be my case.
But help him. He needs help.
This is going to be my case. The Republicans have never done anything that is in the form of a social safety net for anybody, for poor people, for veterans.
Here we go with the whataboutisms. I'm talking about
no.
You don't know what that was not a whataboutism.
Democrat Party, Republican Party. Democrat Party actually enacts laws that help people. Republicans take them away. Prove me wrong.
Tell me why Joe Biden waited 4 years to pass those rules when he could have done it the first month he got elected.
Because he was in the middle of a COVID crisis. He passed more legislation than anybody in decades with a razor-thin margin during COVID.
While lowering the deficit. You have no idea. While effectively managing the budget, recovering from COVID, the best in the G7, you are delusional. Do you understand? Like, here's what happens in the 4 years someone's president. If you're not running again, right? The real truth is he thought he was going to be reelected. He did not plan to not run again. That's the truth.
Well, if he thought he was going to get
and when you get elected, then you get one major piece of legislation. Unfortunately, Trump spent more than any president in modern history, 8.4 trillion, and blew out the deficit, the third most of any president in history. Put us in a situation, and maybe Trump could not plan for a worldwide pandemic, and I'll give him that. But all Biden could do was recover from the shit storm. And if you can do math, which I can tell, you would not take these positions if you could read or do math. So that's how I know you can.
So you're telling me
wait, I'm not done. So all Democrats do is mop up the absolute mess and lies of Republicans. We lower the deficit, we mop up the mess, we lower inflation, and Republicans can't read or do math. So you guys are like, why is everything going wrong? Just when a Democrat gets in office, see, it's all their fault. No, because the economy doesn't turn on a dime. And if you can look by president. Oh, thank you, Pickles. God, there's a graph because I know pictures are easier.
So here's the story. You guys come in, you fuck up the deficit. Democrats come in, they balance it. You guys come in, fuck it up. Obama has to bail us out, still reduces the deficit. Come in, and Trump comes in, fucks it up even worse. Biden comes in and immediately reduces it and saves the economy. And you guys are coming in and exploding it again. You guys are exploding it so bad. You guys are refusing to do the math. We have Carolyn Levitt's live on TV saying this is not going to explode the deficit, when anybody who can just fucking read can see that it's going to do irreversible damage.
That's great.
Could have come up and screamed, I can't do math and I can't read and I'm about to yell my feelings at you and I'm in a cult. That would have been the most honest thing you could say. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So you're telling me, after changing the subject and all that you just did, you're telling me
after using data to prove a point,
you changed the subject. But look, what you're telling me is
yes, we are tired of you expressing your feelings and conspiracy theories. So we did move on to math. Yes, I know that hurts when people are like, "Hey, I'd like to talk about math and facts now." Yeah, it's painful.
So your position is that Joe Biden was too busy to pass the
position is that we can read and do math.
The cap rule on overdraft. You think he was too busy? Like, I'm too busy for 4 years
we can
to put
actually,
a cap on overdraft fees.
We can point at things he did. You don't think it's pretty
important? You don't think it's pretty important to put cap on overdraft fees?
Novi, I want to see how qualified your position is.
Can you answer? Is it important or not?
Yes, it is important to do
why
that.
Did he wait? It wasn't important enough to Biden because he did it at the very last month.
Just because he did it the last month doesn't mean anything. He did so many. Can I ask you one thing? Can you name one policy?
Finding ways around student debt.
Because you're saying, oh, he's so busy. Can you just name a thing he did? Because it doesn't seem like you know any of these things. Do you know what Biden did in his administration?
He passed the Inflation Reduction Act.
Do you know what it does?
It did a bunch of different things.
Name one.
But it did help. And I'll tell you something. I'll make it more. I'll give you a more concise answer. Joe Biden policies helped reduce inflation from 9.1 to around 2.5.
What did it do? That's what I thought. No Republican knows anything Biden did because they are too bamboozled by Trump's yapping in the media about cats and dogs, about
Pathological lies, yeah.
code switching,
all
about,
lies.
about bullshit.
He increased he gave us hope. You know how Republicans, like, let me help you. Trump's not bringing, let me help you with manufacturing jobs. You believe Trump's bringing, let me just tell you a story that's actually mathematically true. I'm going to tell you a data story, not my feelings story. In Trump's first term, Trump told you all he was putting tariffs on steel and he was going to bring back more manufacturing jobs. Do you know that the only thing we know that targeted tariffs do on steel, it yields votes in swing states. That's it. He saved 1,000 jobs in Pittsburgh and lost 75,000 jobs in manufacturing in his first term nationwide. 75x. He decimated manufacturing for a few votes in a swing state. But none of you guys can do math or read, so none of you guys know that. And he's not just doing it again, he's doing it worse. He is decimating manufacturing. Now, Biden brought back manufacturing jobs, and not just any manufacturing jobs, but valuable ones that matter. We were going to start producing microchips, and because Trump has such a small D and can't stand when someone's not giving him a Andrew Jackson, he's trying to cancel that all, which it was going to stimulate the Arizona economy, which is mainly run by like crazy MAGA Republicans and would have helped everyone. But because of Trump being so insecure, he has to cancel everything good that Biden did while absolutely decimating the rest of manufacturing. But because you can't read or do math, you will never know that. You have no idea what you're talking about. And let me tell you something, how delusional you are. Your argument, your claim is Biden capped overdraft fees at $5 too late and should have known that greedy, horrible billionaire Republicans were going to take that all away. Blame the person. Hold on. Blame the people that took it away. Blame the people doing the backstroke in the swamp in DC with K Street. Hold on. Blame the people who are being bribed by billionaires, lobbyists, and corporations. Joe Biden did a positive, and your argument is he should have seen that Republicans and conservatives are greedy liars and grifters who would take it all away. That is the dumb. Can I just say something? That is the dumbest point I've ever heard. Literally, you made the dumbest point I've ever heard on TikTok. Someone tried to help the American people and should have seen that greedy conservatives who were paid and bribed by lobbyists would soon take it all away. Are you like? How dare you come up here and say that and insult everyone's intelligence in this chat? Like, sir, bless your heart. What is, sir, you don't have to be in a cult. You can learn to read and do simple math. I promise you, you can crawl your way out of cognitive dissonance. You don't have to live like this.
You don't have to be in denial. Biden should have known. I knew when I saw the news and I saw they passed those two rules. I knew.
Can you imagine being this embarrassing?
This is going to be overturned.
Okay, so so if Biden passed them sooner in his presidency, would they not have been overturned?
Yeah, but millions of people would have been helped through their credit scores in the process.
That doesn't matter.
In the 4 years, you know how much money would have been saved?
Your party overturned it. You're not going to look at them and hold them accountable?
My party didn't lie about their intentions. I knew they were going to overturn it. They don't lie to me like your party does.
Okay. Trump sat around for months and convinced every brainless MAGA that foreign countries pay the tax he's imposing. And now we've learned that that's not true. What say you, friend, who all voted for this?
Yeah, I agree with you that Trump is a liar. I'm not MAGA, I'm a Republican.
No, you're not. If you voted for Trump, you're
not a fiscal conservative. If you were a fiscal conservative, you would not be voting Republican. We just showed you a graph that proves they're anything but fiscally conservative. All you guys are lost hypocrites and cognitive dissonance wandering around in the dark. You don't know anything about what you are. I think you should do basic math and learn to read and just find some direction. And until then, you're just an idiot who's yelling your feelings.
Can you tell me the whole time I've been up when I said I was a fiscal conservative? Can you replay that?
If you're backing Trump, you are not a fiscal
Republicans
conservative.
are by definition fiscal conservatives. Do you not know
No, not by
the
definition.
foundations of your
Just like-
party? Do you
just like
understand how
Republicans-
crazy this is?
Just like Republicans are
yeah,
not by definition
exactly.
pro-life.
Nobody in recent history that as a Republican has done anything good to our deficit. Can you name the last person that did something good for our deficit or our debt who was fiscally conservative? Can you name one president who did that?
Who did anything good for the deficit?
Yeah.
I don't care about the deficit.
I thought you were a fiscal conservative.
This is such a joke. These people cannot read or do math, and they have no idea what they're talking about. We're talking. We may as well all just sit here together and bang our heads against the wall. It's the same thing as having a conversation with MAGA. You guys have no idea. Learn to read. It's so simple. You have you're on a supercomputer right now and can't find your way out of a paper bag. It is fascinating. Learn to read. Figure out who's robbing you. Here's a question: who's taking all your money right now? Who? Where's your money going? Do immigrants have it? Who has your money?
All of the corporations that donate to Democrats.
Answer.
What?
When did I say? Can you answer the question? When did I say I was a fiscal conservative? Can I be pro-choice? And
Republicans, by definition, have you ever? They are fiscally conservative. That's what the whole platform is built on. So either you're saying, I don't know. You have to be kidding, right? You're joking, right? You don't know that the entire logic behind the Republican platform is quote unquote fiscal conservatism. That's all it is. That's the only thing it is. I mean, I would posit it's racism and insecurity, but you guys claim it's fiscal conservatism.
Yeah. If anyone's hoodwinked, it's every single Republican who thinks they're doing something better in the name of small government or fiscal conservatism. You're the opposite. You're the opposite in every way. Can you name me like one way the Republicans are Republicaning?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just started, so we'll see what they pass. They haven't passed anything
what about
significant
Trump's
through
first
Congress.
administration?
We'll
Tell
see
me
what
about how they
pass.
did that then.
How they did what?
How they did any sort of Republican stuff during the first administration. Tell me a thing they did.
Well, Trump was dealing with the pandemic that he
so
mishandled
nothing?
badly. That's why he lost.
So who
That's
was
why he
hoodwinked
lost the
again?
election. Everybody on both sides,
Okay,
Republicans
all
and
right.
Democrats.
All right.
The
Do you
both
think the
sides.
Democratic
You got to
Party
know that's
is
not
for you,
true.
is working for you? You think the Democratic Party is working
Yes, I
for
have
you?
proof. They've done
Because
so much.
Yeah, I
for
can
us.
make a fiscal argument to prove it. Like you have
That's
no
why-
idea. Like, do you understand the math behind the big beautiful bill that you seem to support? The bill
If
that's
you're-
moving right now, that's being debated in the Senate and in the House. Do you know the data?
If you
Do you understand
understand-
the numbers? Are you being robbed? Is
Police,
the
you say you're
average
good at
American,
math.
if you make less than 360,000 a year, you're being robbed. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Police, you say yes. You say you're so
Okay.
good at
Okay.
math.
Good.
Why do
So
why
great.
do
There you go.
ignore
Okay. So
the-
you do understand that the Republican Party is robbing us all. I just want to
why
make
do
sure.
why do you ignore the inconvenient math, Felice, if you're so good at math?
You haven't presented me with any math. I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking
well,
about.
I'll present you with the inconvenient math that you're ignoring. Hopefully, I won't get interrupted because you guys are good at yelling and ad hominem attacks and
Go
everything.
for it.
So let's see if I can get this point out without being interrupted. When I was talking about the cap rule for the overdraft protection and the Pickle, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you Pickle. I don't know your name. When Pickle said if he would have passed it 4 years sooner, what good would that have done if it gets overturned? Can Felice, with all her math, tell us how much money would have been saved by how many people if overdraft protection had been capped at $5 for 4 years?
Plenty.
And so you're totally ignoring that like it's nothing, like Joe Biden, like oh, he waited till the very last month in office. And
you would be favorable to Democrats doing these things if they did it in a different timeline that made it more active. But
I would be
since they're not,
Can I follow your line of logic, Nova, and just show you how dumb it is? Like that's like me saying, okay, Trump was president before Joe Biden, and he could have capped credit card. He promised to cap credit. Hold on, he promised to cap credit card interest rates. Remember that? And didn't deliver on that. He promised no tax on Social Security, did not deliver on that.
And
So
no
by
tax
your
on
own logic, let me help you. If Trump had capped overdraft fees at $5, how much money could we have saved by now? You're literally saying, let's all debate something that didn't happen. None of that makes any sense, sir. Stop. Well, let me help you with what I do know. We have 45 years of trailing data since 1980 that there is no mother effing trickle down. 45 years of, stop talking for a second, because I'm getting annoyed by your inability to understand numbers. 45 years. The Rand Corporation, we have $50 trillion from 1980 to 2022 trickling up, straight up to the top of the economy. You are being robbed by billionaires and corporations, and you're up here carrying water for them. It's like if I broke into your house and robbed you every weekend, and then somebody's like, she didn't mean it. It's fine. She told me she loves me. Everything's gonna be fine. You have, like, it makes no sense what you're saying.
Here's the difference. I can admit that Republicans lie to me and Trump lies to me. You guys can't admit that Democrats lie to you.
Can you tell me the biggest lie the Democrats used to get elected?
I'll tell you a big one. Do you remember when, and I don't care about social media that much. I don't have many apps, but remember the TikTok ban? Do you remember when AIPAC came calling and all the Democrats got in line with the Republicans like good little soldiers? Okay. And Nancy Pelosi and everybody said this is about Chinese spying on us when the iPhones are made in China, and we knew this was about AIPAC. We knew this was about Gaza Strip and the public opinion turning on Israel. You don't think the Democrats were lying about why they voted in favor of the TikTok ban?
I'm sure they were lobbied to do so.
Yeah, no, yeah. Can I just I have a clarifying question. You're talking about the TikTok ban and like how what I believe is a false narrative and how that was brought on by AIPAC. Like, let me just say something. I want to be very clear about something because I want to take a position. First of all, I do not like the Democratic Party. I barely claim it. But, like, I mean, that's a longer story. So, but the moderates, right? Who you vote for. Hold on. Can I finish talking? I'm a registered Democrat, but here's the thing. I can do math and read. So I want to be very clear because what I'm talking about is forensic accounting, because that's my favorite thing to do is figure out what's going on, because numbers don't lie, right? Trump lies all the time. People are lying all the time. I just want to be clear. All the moderates, and I'm talking about the chunk of people in Congress in the middle, those are Republicans and those are Democrats. And all of the ones, there's by and large more Republicans that did it, but there's a few Democrats that people hold dear, and I have said their names on. That's what I talk about on the People's Receipts. That took huge stock positions in Meta and voted for the TikTok ban. Yes, let me help you. If we want stock trading in Congress to be illegal, then we need to follow through on that and make it illegal and stop electing all of the insider traders. And I live on I'm all for term limits. We shouldn't have Dianne Feinstein signing away her power of attorney over her own estate and then making decisions for us in Congress. We can all agree on that. Congress is like, where's our cost of living adjustment? We'll sign a piece of paper that you will stop using insider information to have people place trades for you, and then we can talk, right? That's why, hold on, I'm going to land the plane. I'm almost there. I agree with you. I'm trying to agree with you. Also with AIPAC, we can go there. I don't like anyone accepting money from AIPAC, but here's the problem. We have to get money out of politics because we have put Congress people now, and believe me, I don't like moderates, period. On the right or left, I don't like them. We have put them in a position, though, where they need a lot of money to be elected. It takes almost $2-3 billion to get elected president. It takes a lot of money to be elected to Congress. So we put people in a position where they've got to take money from PACs. I don't like super PACs. I've had some really weird experiences with them, and I've learned some really gross things that makes me really uncomfortable with them. I don't trust them. I don't like it. But we have to end Citizens United. That's the reality. We have to get money out of politics and make it more honest. We need to bring back the word public servant. If you want to be in Congress, you're not going to be rich. You're not going to use information you got on the mining and minerals committee and use it to make yourself a cool million. Look up Mark Wayne Mullen, his recent trades. Like, I mean, these people are out of their mother effing minds with the insider trading. It is fucking disgusting. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. It makes me physically ill.
It's a long landing. So I answered the question.
That's fair.
You asked me one time. Yeah, that was a long landing. That's okay though. You could.
Yeah, I can live with the TikTok ban. So if that's your big gotcha, here's going to be my list of receipts for the right. They're exploding the deficit every time they're in power. They are fucking up the debt of this country. Huh?
Before you do that, because I have to go. Before you do that, I want to say one thing. Hey, Felice. I don't know Pickles very well, but I wanted to introduce myself formally. I'm that leftist guy that pretended to be MAGA on your other platform with RTP. Do you remember that?
No, I'm sorry. I have no idea who you are. I don't want you to take the wrong. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. I just don't know who you are.
When you were on live with RTP, I used to go on there. I'm a leftist. I used to pretend to be MAGA, and I would debate with you guys.
I don't know what's going on. Like, listen.
Yeah. And so I'm a leftist, and I like to go on when Felice goes live. I pretend to be
dude.
Did I not say that men stalk me around the internet? Like, is everyone getting it now? Like, are we clear that weird men follow me around the internet? Like, this is why people are like, how do you have 200,000 followers? Half of them are men that follow me around the internet and do things like this.
Dude,
no, I'm sorry, sir. I don't remember if you were harassing me 6 months ago.
First of all, this is honestly the most disconcerting thing you can do. If you are on our side and you do this, you're taking the wind out of our sails. You're fucking up our viewership. You're building distrust with our audience. Don't do this. I don't care how fun you think it is or how funny you think it is. That's not okay, guys. It's not okay.
No, I will not make out with you.
People get very emotionally invested in these conversations, and when you do this, it puts a knot in people's stomach watching these streams. Do not do that.
God, I love you. Pickles is the most genuine. Like, this is why I love Pickles. He's my little angel. That's the nicest heart ever in the history of hearts. Ellen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Keep educating those MAGA. Yeah, because I can't be quiet. Thank you so much.
What's up, Hublai Khan? You're not a Trump supporter, right?
I want to push back hard on CHIPS Act. One of the reasons this happened is because Biden made some really disastrous decisions on foreign policy, especially, but the worst one he made domestically, industrially, was CHIPS Act. The industry begged them not to do it, and the problem is that you sever the American sort of high-end leading.
I just want to say 8 months ago, he came and screamed at me about this same thing. I do remember you. So this is a person whose own job in capitalism was personally affected by the CHIPS Act, not the overall benefit to the American people. So now he's going to say how personally the CHIPS Act offended. Yes, I do remember who you are. Here we go. Okay, let's learn how the CHIPS Act personally affected you, not the overall manufacturing jobs it was going to create.
No, it didn't affect me personally at all. The only way it affected me was that now, when I look at the state-of-the-art chips picture, there used to be about 6 or 7 open source RISC-V designs that were worth considering. Like, it was going to be kind of a meritocratic finish to see which one would be become like the standard AI one for data centers and the standard one in laptops and so on. Now the only ones that really are viable are the 2 Chinese competitors for RISC-V AI SOCs, because they can produce in very large quantities all of the underlying, the ones that go into like your toasters, your fridges, your cars, whatever, and you need that bulk of manufacturing in order to set a standard.
That's a genuine question. Do toasters have chips? No.
Some of them do. I actually have a kettle that has a chip in it. It's crazy.
Has a toaster with micro? Are they talking now?
Everything that rolls, like motorcycles, scooters, stuff like that. There's a standard chip now out from the Beijing Open Source Institute that is a 32-bit RISC-V chip. It is going to become the global standard for vehicles, and the U.S. has just cut itself right out of that market because of the chip sanctions it put on China by way of trying to build an industry in the U.S. That plant that TMSC was supposed to build in Arizona is not built yet. The chips that it was going to build are largely bypassed. The Chinese Axel project, which puts a analog.
Why is that?
Well, simply because the technology changed, right? The state of the art stuff going on in the world is POX memory, which China just released, about 10,000 times faster than the traditional memories we're used to, and it's persistent. It doesn't actually need power to stay running.
I know, I'm fascinated by DeepSeek. I understand that China is ahead of us in most technology, and I understand that. I actually do a lot
Well,
of reading on it, and I use a lot of their technology. So I do understand what you're saying, and that
DeepSeek's
technology
an
moves fast.
example, but
You're
it's
saying
not.
technology moved too fast for the CHIPS Act? Sure.
Well,
Okay,
it sort
cool.
of did, but on
Cool.
the other hand, this
Well,
was
no, that's
known,
the
right?
point you just made. So
The
cool.
industry knew it. The industry wanted innovation access to China. It did not want to sever the industry with sanctions because they knew the Chinese were ahead in chiplets, which is how you construct big chips out of many small ones. They knew they were ahead in analog. They knew they were ahead in optics. They knew they were ahead in quantum, and they knew that they were ahead in this memory technology, and they knew they were ahead in with the massive market, the ability to standardize across whole industries the RISC-V chipset, which is very, it's kind
I
of
know
like
you
Linux.
want to
There's
just
too
flex your
many
muscles
versions.
and show proficiency. I don't disagree with anything
No,
you're saying. No
I'm
one
telling you,
effing
this
cares.
is
I just hate to break this to you. No one effing cares. I actually do agree with you. I actually don't have a problem with China. Once conservatives, and let's get it real clear, neoliberalism was brought on by conservatives. They wanted to offshore manufacturing because they didn't want to pay people living wages in America. So now we're doing all this effing shit in China, and China is ahead in technology, and I don't disagree. And I think once you rang that bell, you can't unring it, and we probably were
So
better off technologically partnering with China. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but you're now arguing against MAGA as well. You're saying I agree. I don't think manufacturing is ever coming back to America. I can do math. I understand that.
there's no okay.
aggravating
First
the
of all,
situation with tariffs, I agree, makes it worse. That's
yes,
true,
yes,
right?
and
I
also
Clearly worse.
disagree with anything you're saying.
stop. The thing is also, I don't think the CHIPS Act specifically targeted an old type of technology. The CHIPS Act was broadly funding whatever chips that are leading edge, logic chips, legacy chips as well, and memory chips. So RAM and all of that stuff. It very loosely did this, while some venture capitalists came out and maybe made bad bad investments. Maybe now they're gonna have to retrofit their manufacturing to like do something more innovative. That's them. That is not
That's
Biden's fault. That is
technology.
not the CHIPS Act fault.
Yeah,
It
but here's
moves
the problem.
fast.
Here's the
Technology
government.
moves fast. It
The
outpaces
government.
everything.
The
You
government policy
just
problem
hate
is
America.
this: sanctions take something out of the property sphere, out of the competition to improve and royalties and licenses. When you sanction something,
Again, this
you're calling
personally
it a
affected him.
weapon. It's calling it a weapon. Once you call it a weapon, the other side copies it without paying you licenses, without paying you royalties, without regard for partnerships. It just copies and runs on with its own version, its own incompatible
You're in
version.
Canada. You guys can do a CHIPS Act and do it all there the right way you want to.
Well, we are. We're having to import Chinese chips.
Great. I know, and I think that, but that's not
We're
Biden's fault. That's
part
Trump's
of the
fault.
Chinese industry now
So
because we have
again,
to use what they use.
the first thing that you spouted off is completely irrelevant, because those were individual industry or individual manufacturers making the wrong decisions, not Biden.
No,
not the
that
CHIPS
was
Act.
that was the sanctions. The sanctions was the
The
problem.
sanctions caused them to invest in the wrong technology.
Yes.
The sanctions
didn't have any
caused the
access to the Chinese
capitalistic
technology.
investments to be wrong. Essentially, like they bet on the wrong thing, and that affected you and the company you work for. And
No,
now
it
we
didn't.
all still have to hear about it. I heard about this like 8 months ago. I'm hearing about it
It
again.
it
I
just
didn't
forced a
disagree with
long-term
you then. I
decision.
didn't disagree with you now. I'm sorry your life was inconvenienced. We're all
Didn't
living in
happen.
actual hell. So cool.
Didn't happen.
We're all
Didn't-
miserable.
wasn't affected by it at all. It just affects the long-term industrial planning decisions in several industries that force everybody not to buy from America. You can have your own individual proprietary non-metric industry or whatever inside your own country, but nobody wants your chips because if they build based on something like ARM or Intel,
Technology will always
they'll be
change.
sanctioned.
So if
That's not
technology
the problem.
advances, then the plants
the
the
problem.
manufacturing
The
we
industrial
create. Hold on,
standard
like
is
this is
set
such an
in
easy
China
problem, and
now.
I can't hear about this. 8 months have gone by, and you're telling the same sad song. Like
It doesn't change.
this is the bottom line. Technology moves fast. I come from the tech industry, and if the chip manufacturing plants we build, if technology changes, then they have to adapt. That's going to cost money. But still, and I'm just saying, I don't believe, I understand math. Manufacturing is never coming back to America.
You're lying. I did not say I was personally affected. This is all about lying. This is how you guys lose elections. You deserve to lose the last election. Your country needs to go.
Okay, we're looking for Trump supporters, guys.
Okay, cool story. Keep
This
whining.
is why you
No
guys
one
lose.
cares.
Dude, if the guy came in here because he wanted
Same
to talk about
8
microchips.
months.
There's
Same.
no
I swear to
actual-
God, word
no
for
actual
word, same
grievances
story.
with the Chips Act. Like I just cornered him.
Technology moved fast. Yeah,
if
it
you
always
have
does.
grievances with sanctions and fucking up our relationship with China, look at what Trump's doing, dude. Fuck, for fuck's sake.
Still weirdly blames Democrats. I can't do it. Oh my God. Be objective. Stop crying.
Once a day. This is why you lost. That literally could be in the free spot on a bingo
I
card.
don't like the direction America's going. Again, I hate moderates in this country who are doing the backstroke in the swamp and enriching themselves. I don't like it. I can recognize a little bit of it's going on with the Democrats, but the vast majority is going on with Republicans. And if you have a problem with anything Biden did, then you should be up here screaming from the hilltops that Trump is a grifting, lying idiot.
Yeah.
Like, if you're logically consistent, none of that makes sense. You just wanted to yell the same thing at me you yelled at me 8 months ago.
Imagine saying things against the only party that was sympathetic to Palestine.
And to Canada, the country he's literally in.
And shitting on and shitting on those politicians at the same time. Like, hello? Trump is literally trying to buy your country, and you're saying things to being overly sensitive and criticizing the only party that's on your side and saying that's why they lost. So
Trump doesn't recognize you're the 51st state in Trump's mind and emasculates you all at every turn and laughs in your face. And I've got to hear about how Chinese technology outpaced American technology, none of which is the fault of the CHIPS Act.
Yeah, the CHIPS Act was awesome. It's literally the only thing that you can't criticize coming from the Biden administration. Biden's administration was one of the most productive in decades. They passed so many monumental pieces of legislation that did so much, and nobody on the right can justly say that Biden didn't do anything. For you to be like, oh well, I can't even get over the fact that last guest was a fake MAGA. But if that's a real criticism,
Sorry, I bring
oh
it's me for being here.
Yeah, like
you see what I'm saying? They follow me around just to be like, hey, remember 8 months ago when I said the exact words I'm about to scream at you now? Yeah, and that's a compliment. Hublai is actually pretty smart. I'm not a hater. His brain works.
He's got good taste in music. But
he actually is not a bad person. Like, that's actually the truth. It's just he cannot get over. It's the Palestine thing. You know what I mean? He has this grudge against the Democrats where literally Trump's trying to annex.
Hello, Millie.
What's up? What's up?
What do you want?
What's going on? Well, I heard a little bit of misinformation, so I came to correct the record.
What do you got?
Okay, so Felice said here that we recovered fastest in the G7.
Hey, what country did better?
Are you sure about that? Like, how sure are you?
I know you want a gotcha. Do you just want to tell us what the real thing is?
Well, she said that MAGA's dumb, and she said that MAGA doesn't understand math. And I would just like for her to look up the inflation rates for all the other countries in the G7.
Here,
actually, can you tell me what countries are in the G7, Felice? Without looking it up.
You want gotchas? We want to debate. Do you want to debate?
Well, this is a debate. Do you just want to debate dumb MAGA, right? Is that what it is?
I'm looking up sources to cite I'm citing my source. I have sources for this. I've debated this several times. 7 reasons the U.S. economy is among the strongest in the G7. Hold on, that's not the one I'm looking for because I've Googled this so many times in debate. I'm just looking for something specific. How the U.S. rebound from COVID differs from the rest of G7, December 8, 2021. But that's not, there's one from 2022 that actually has the final data. Hold on, I'm finding it.
While Felice is doing that, where did you see that Donald Trump repealed the $35 cap on insulin? And were you aware that he was the one that constructed
Okay, can you stay on a line of logic?
Well, you're researching.
Trump did it in an executive order. Biden did it in an actual bill through Congress.
Yeah, it was Executive Order 13951.
Yeah.
So when did we repeal the legislation that Biden signed into law?
Let's see. Oh, fact check. Insulin cap for Medicare unaffected by Trump order on. So he tried. Provision insulin inflation. Yeah, so he did it.
So can you admit you lied?
Wait, did he? But Trump tried to, right?
I don't know what we're talking about. I just want to cite my source. National Bureau of Economic Research, the U.S. economy experienced a rapid recovery from COVID-19 pandemic era recession compared to other G7 countries.
That's crazy because Japan never had over
Okay, well,
inflation.
I'm citing the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay, and I'm citing Japan's inflation rate.
Okay, cool story. Do you understand how economic recovery works and how inflation works?
Yes,
that doesn't have anything to. I mean, listen, no, I want to be clear.
Better than you do, promise you.
No, you don't.
Okay,
You're just a person yelling. Then explain to me the factors relating to Japan's inflation rate. Like, go ahead. You understand inflation.
I'm gonna pull up France. I'm gonna pull up Germany. I'm gonna pull up Japan.
I know that. No, we're talking about inflation. What are the factors that go into inflation? It's a complex thing. What determines inflation?
Sure. Do you know the difference between demand pull and cost push?
Okay, so again, you're pivoting. Can you just talk about the fact?
This is basic economics.
Yes. Why are you trying? Listen, you are
the U.S. economic recovery. Again, this is the National Bureau of Economic Research. The U.S. economic recovery was faster than in other G7 nations with real GDP, which is real GDP surpassing pre-COVID levels earlier than in other G7 countries. Now, if you mistook me saying, hold on, let me land my plane because I know I'm right. I don't care what you feel like. I'm telling you, when I said we recovered from COVID the fastest in the G7, I was quoting the National Bureau of Economic Research. The U.S. economic recovery was faster than in other G7 nations with real GDP, surpassing pre-COVID levels earlier than in other G7 countries, period. That was the thing I was citing. Your feelings about other things I don't care about.
Well, I don't go off of feelings.
You're talking about feelings about Japan, and I'm now citing my source for you. National Bureau of Economic Research. The U.S. economic recovery was faster than in other G7 nations with real GDP surpassing pre-COVID levels earlier than in other G7 countries. That is what I was citing.
So first of all, there's 4 factors that go into calculating GDP.
So again, I just want to be very clear. That's the source I was citing. So while you're trying to tell me that I didn't have a source or I can't do research, that's what it was. It was the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay, so now that we're finished with that.
But you were wrong. We can move on and you can flail around and say other things.
Flailing around.
Yeah, you're desperately flailing around. You didn't think that I'm a literal historical researcher. That's what I do. You think I just claim things and don't have a source? It's like, oh, is that the source right there? Super weird.
This is from
Let's not look at Japan's inflation rate, right? Because that doesn't play a factor.
Japan notoriously has very low inflation. That is not the only thing we use to calculate.
Oh, shocker. Millie's wrong about another thing.
Millie, you're really reaching, and we, by definition, did have the best recovery.
Desperation does not look good on you.
Listen,
I can look at France and Italy too. So
not talking about that. Their inflation rates are still high. What the are you talking about?
I just showed you. Look at this. This is a snapshot of the inflation rates 2024 of the worldwide inflation.
And that's not broken down by month.
Okay, no, it's not. But it generally shows.
That doesn't matter. Can you just receive information and learn something?
I think.
Can you actually look at economic statistics instead of citing research that you didn't do yourself, Felice?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
It comes. What are you talking about?
Millie.
This is an economic think tank. The National Bureau of Economic Research. All they do is look at month-over-month data. I'm sorry that you're not right. I can't help you with that.
Month-over-month data, like
Listen to me. I want to be very clear about something. I don't want to argue with a woman. I don't want to because I actually. Well, I'll tell you. Can I answer you? Because I think it's hard enough for women out here in the world. Like, I'm not looking to argue with you or belittle you. I don't want to do that. I make it a point to never do that. So I just want to be clear. I have a source. I know what I'm talking about, and I don't want to fight with you.
Okay.
Okay. I would like the big screen so I could show you my statistical data, please. Okay. So we'll start off with Japan, okay? This is going all the way back to July of 2020. They're not in deflation. Most countries went into deflation during the actual height of the pandemic because many people decided to shut down, okay? They never got over 4.3% inflation.
Because their economy was already bad. You have no idea. I can't do this. This is the number one thing MAGA does. Pickles, can we just explain that you have to tie data? You don't just look up data and then just say, this is what was happening. You have to tie it to something and why it happened. Do you
Inflation rates matter. We're talking about the whole
You're
G7.
not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not going to talk about pickles. You should just
Please let me just go over the data. I don't
it.
know why you're threatened.
Okay, because you're just showing one data point, and the
It's
economy
not.
is comprehensive.
you have to tie it to events that
You won't
happen.
even look at France and Italy. You guys
You
won't
have
look
no
at any of the
idea what
data
you're
that
talking about.
disproves
I
your
really
claim.
don't want to do this, but you just don't listen. I don't just say data points. What you have to do is not just show a graph and say,
You
look at
realize
this.
France
This
is
means
at
something.
0.8% inflation. France is at
That doesn't tell
right
the
now.
whole story, right? Doesn't tell the whole story.
What's the whole story? The
whole
recovery
story-
is what mattered.
Yes, the recovery versus the government having insane
Italy?
price controls to keep inflation down. They do all sorts of things, and they do all sorts of things that may not reflect the economy as a whole, right? So if inflation is really low but nobody's making any money, what happens? That's a pretty bad economic situation too. You
Been
can't just
going
look at
on in
inflation,
Japan
right?
for way longer than
Then
the pandemic.
stop saying that we had the best recovery.
We did.
because
It's
that's not
factual.
We
true.
have economists
No, it's not.
we have comprehensive analysis from economists such as Brookings. Brookings is one of the most prestigious people to ever do analyses on economy. They are saying the same thing out of the
Brookings is
G10
completely
that we
biased.
did.
Let me no, it's not. Oh my God. Now you really are a conspiracy theorist. That is not true. It's data analysis. Let me just read something. Let me help you. This is from Brookings. The COVID-19 pandemic era recession was unlike any other in US history. Beginning in February 2020, the recession quickly reached depths not experienced in roughly a century before abating just as fast, lasting just too much, according to the Economic Bureau of Research, which is the study I'm citing. A combination of unprecedented fiscal support, rapid deployment of vaccines, and structural economic resilience all helped jumpstart the swift and enduring U.S. recovery, with the economic expansion now entering its fourth year. As the economy continues to grow, two important characteristics have emerged. The U.S. avoided the deep economic scarring that impacted millions of American economic households in the last recovery, and the U.S. recovery has far outpaced most of its G10 peer countries. Listen, I know you think you have a graph and you know what you're talking about, but economists don't agree with you. It's not true.
And many economists get it wrong all the time.
You're just talking
know
about
that, right?
No, see, now you're just a conspiracy theorist.
This isn't
And listen,
conspiracy.
I don't want to fight with you.
Stop
You got to
steam-
stop.
okay, then
You got to
stop
stop doing
steamrolling
this.
me.
Respectfully,
Stop
you have no
steamrolling
idea what you're talking.
Stop
Well, listen.
steamrolling me and allow me to speak.
Well, continue
If you're not
embarrassing
threatened-
yourself.
If you're not threatened, then what I have to say won't
I'm
be a problem
bored.
to you. Okay, no, you're not. You just don't want to get disproven. So there's 4 factors that make up GDP. It's government spending, consumption, investment, and net exports. You understand that, right?
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I understand you looked that
So
up
if-
through AI,
if
and
the
it has
government-
nothing to do with what we're talking about. Jesus Christ.
Nothing to do with AI. This is economic formulation. Okay. So again, when you look at governments that spend an obnoxious amount of money, it'll cause your GDP to go up. So it's artificially inflating the GDP by spending more money. We spend more money than any other country in the G7, 100%. So when you're saying we recovered faster, we just spent more money is what happened.
That is the benefit of having a fiat currency. That is the benefit of having a government that we can do that. There's other countries that do things like have negative interest rates. They do things insane that we are not allowed to do to affect their economy, just like Japan. So yes, there's a lot of factors, and you got to look at it comprehensively. You can't just cast doubt when it's convenient for you.
Okay, so I love how you guys keep bringing up Japan, but when I brought up France, Italy,
You
and
brought up
Germany, you guys had
Japan,
nothing
weirdo.
else to say. Well, that's because you wouldn't let me show the inflation rate for France, Germany, and Italy. You guys want
You don't
to
listen.
cut away.
You just don't understand. God, I don't know what to say.
Understand.
I'm trying not to.
Okay,
be rude.
what's quantity theory of money, Felice?
Oh my God!
This
You
is a
think quizzing?
defense- this is a
Yeah, it's
defense
so
mechanism
weird.
that
No,
you
You're
guys
doing.
have.
It's so weird. You're just being weird. You're being weird. You're being weird.
You're trying to make yourself look
Here,
good.
let me just because I couldn't find the
quizzing
statistical
people.
analysis. Listen, I ran a statistical analysis on this months ago and I found it. So let me just do it. America's post-COVID economic recovery outpaced other G7 nations by several key metrics, though with notable trade-offs. Here's a data-driven breakdown. Okay, hold on. Let me just get to the numbers. 1, GDP recovery timeline, 2020 to 2022. U.S. returned to pre-pandemic GDP, Q2 2021. In 7 quarters, we returned to pre-pandemic GDP. And I just want to say something, because I think Pickles was really correct the way he said it. Because we have fiat currency and what we learned, you have to understand economics, what we learned from the Great Depression, and it's the same reason, like, and I get it, like a lot of Democrats are like, God damn it, why did we bail out the banks in 2008? And I'll tell you why. Because what we learned from the Great Depression is that because we have fiat currency, if we don't immediately, because we have the benefit, not all countries can do this, but we have to immediately infuse our economy with currency. Because that we didn't do it in the Great Depression, and that's why the recovery took so long. So when people wonder in 2008, why did we bail out the banks? Right? That's why, because we learned the lesson from the Great Depression. Because we have fiat currency, we can infuse currency in like immediate extreme amounts of currency, and it will improve our recovery time. So that's essentially why. So anyways, I'm not done reading my statistical analysis that I did. Hold on, I'm not done. You accused me of not knowing this, so now I'm going to read it. So again, it took 7 quarters to return to pre-pandemic GDP. It took Canada 9 quarters. It took the UK 8 quarters. It took the Eurozone, so France and all the other countries, 8 quarters. It took Japan 9 quarters. Key accelerants of U.S. recovery, unprecedented fiscal stimulus, total stimulus 5.3 trillion. Because we can, you're right, we can, because we have fiat currency, because we have the U.S. dollar. And I could read PPP loans, when I don't like those, but 793 billion, direct checks, 867 billion. All this is the currency we infuse to recover faster. And you have to understand, to MAGA who doesn't understand the economy, you're like, oh, we're wasting money. No, this is how you recover. We learned it in the Great Depression. You learn that in macro. That's the first thing you learn in macroeconomics. Anyways, I'm not done. Unenhanced unemployment, 664 billion. G7 comparison. UK, only 19% of GDP, Germany, 13% of GDP, Japan, 21% of GDP. They cannot compare to us. We were at 24% of GDP that we were able to infuse our economy with. Aggressive monetary policy, Fed balance sheet expansion, 4.7 trillion from March 2020 in the height of COVID to 2022. Policy rate near zero through March 22. Labor, I'm not done. You asked me where I got this information from. I did it myself. Now I'm going to explain it. Labor market flexibility, faster rehiring than Europe's furlough system. December 2021 job openings, 11.4 million versus 7 million pre-pandemic. Consumer spending surge, personal consumption expenditures, plus 8.2% 2021 versus the EU, which was 5.1%, plus 2.8% 2022, EU, plus 1.3%. Sectoral recovery patterns. Fastest recovering was tech. Obviously, it's American tech is booming. Housing. Slowest, hospitality, which, COVID, couldn't go to restaurants. Trade-offs and consequences. Inflation peak at 9.1% in June 2022 versus Europe's peak, because you want to talk about France, 10.6%. I can go on. I never want you to think.
I know you want to steamroll.
No, listen, I never want you to think I don't do the math. I have the math. I understand. I don't take positions. And when the data tells me a different story, then I'll change positions. I just know I'm correct.
Okay, so you understand economics, right? What's quantity theory of money?
We're doing Pickles. Can you please?
No, stop. No, stop. You can't run away. You can't run away every time you're asked a question about economics. When you sit here and taunt that you know everything about economics, what is quantity?
No, my claim was, let me tell you how debate works. My claim was we recovered the best in the G7. I have the statistical analysis to back that up. Now you're trying to do a weird thing of what do I remember from macro and microeconomics.
You don't know econ, and it's clear that you don't know econ. Because
okay, Melanie, whatever you need to keep telling yourself to not be embarrassed.
Okay, what is the main factor that drives inflation? Come on, man. These are super simple, like econ 101 questions.
This is such a broad question. You could say gas. You could say
not
energy.
A broad question.
You could say push pull. You could say all sorts of things. You could say money supply. What do you want?
Okay, so let's start off with money supply, okay? So I'm just gonna, and this is super easy, right? We can all understand that inflation impacts the people more than GDP, correct?
You said inflation impacts people more than GDP.
Correct.
Sure.
Okay, so you would say that based on how an economy is performing, that high inflation is indicative of an economy that is not performing well, right?
Correct. But what you're also saying, you're skewing this improperly. So you're saying you can't feel like I don't feel great when our GDP is up, but it illustrates, the GDP illustrates that we're doing well.
Okay, so but this is why I told you the 4 factors that make up GDP, and yes, I wonder if
government
Felice remembers them.
Yes.
No,
you included government spending in that.
Yeah, okay, so I only said it about 5 minutes ago. Can you tell me what the 4 factors that make up GDP is, Felice?
I'm not listening to you.
Why?
Honestly, because...
Lori, thank you for the $40 kick. Millie.
I don't know. Like, you accused me of making up that we recovered the best in the G7. I think I did a really good job of proving I didn't make it up, that I ran a statistical analysis, that every valid think tank of economists in the world agrees with me. And then you wanted to give me a quiz on what I remember from freshman year macro and microeconomics. Like, that's super weird.
These are the kind, like, if you watch my debates, Millie, you're welcome back to do a 1v1 anytime. Just has to be tomorrow. If you're losing a debate and you start quizzing people on terms and trying to qualify yourself, even more so than a Brookings report, I feel like it's a reach. I think you're being disingenuous. If you want to have a real conversation, I don't do these types of gotchas. When I know something someone else doesn't, I literally just tell them about it. I don't try to get a clip. I don't clip farm on it. Just tell us. Just tell us what you know to make your, to substantiate your claim. Don't sit here and try to win an argument we're not having. That is
so true, and I would never try. Yeah, I agree. That's so true. Like, I can't stand when people are like, "Hey, I'm gonna." God, who did that to me once? This police officer was like, "What are the rules of it?" Something, and I was like, I'm not a cop. I don't know. Like, it's weird. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't want to fight in that way. Like, I just wanted to prove. Like, you said I didn't have a source for what I was saying. I definitely do.
Yellow.
What's up?
What's up?
Why'd you kick her?
Someone paid to kick.
Someone paid to.
Oh, you guys do capitalism at its finest, right?
Yep.
That's what you guys wanted. This is your dream, not ours.
Wait,
isn't free market capitalism your dream? You're forcing it on all of us. I was just playing by your rules.
I just a little confused. Okay. So obviously you guys don't want to talk economics. What is pissing off the Democrats?
I love talking about economics.
What is upsetting you guys today?
What is upsetting us today? You guys are cheering on a guy who paints his face orange to make his own changes to the Constitution with a pen.
Okay. Has there been a constitutional amendment made under the Trump administration?
He's trying to do so with an executive order.
No, you made a statement of fact that he's changing the Constitution. Has there
He
been
is
an
making
amendment
an
made?
attempt to, right?
Can you provide evidence of that? Because I don't think there has been an amendment
He's making
put on the floor by Congress. Has there?
Not by Congress. Trump, dude, I feel like you're already losing this conversation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Maybe I don't, because I thought only Congress can amend the Constitution.
Yeah, well, you would be a patriot if you thought that, right?
Well, it's a statement of fact because there has been no legislation.
So if Trump came out with an executive order to undo birthright citizenship, you would condemn that, right?
Yeah, I don't believe that you should get rid of birthright citizenship. Correct.
Not with a pen and paper, right?
Well, what are you specifically setting an executive order that he signed that
yes,
remove the right of citizens or anybody born on U.S. soil?
Yes.
With that specific language, can you pull up the EO for me? See, this is what you guys do. You make broad statements.
I'm pulling it up, dude.
All right, thank you.
Federal court blocks Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. Here you go. This is from the ACLU.
Awkward.
A federal court in New Hampshire today blocked President Trump's executive order that seeks to strip certain babies born in the United States of their U.S. citizenship. Do you agree with Trump trying to do that?
No, I don't want the ACLU interpretation. I want the actual EO, is what I asked for.
Okay, executive order on birthright citizenship. There you go. By the authority vested in the President, Constitution, laws, and by the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Section 1, the privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. That's not true. Trump is selling it for $5 million. It's not priceless. The 14th Amendment states, all persons born and naturalized in the United States is subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, blah, 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 blah. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted extending citizenship universally to everyone born in the United States. So Trump is trying to reinterpret the Constitution with an executive order. What is your contention with this? What is your criticism of my claim of this?
I'm trying to understand where in the EO it explicitly states.
There you go.
That
this paragraph.
Okay. What's the EO number, and I'll read it quickly.
You can read it. You can look this up here. If you don't know that Trump tried to repeal birthright citizenship and executive order, that's not. We can't educate you right now here.
Dude, just
feel free. Feel free to drop me, and I'll come back up. Just give me. I'll read it and then come back. That's fine.
Dog, can you just admit that Trump did this?
I agree that he wrote this executive order. I want to read the full detail of it,
Okay.
and then make a full statement on it. Is that fair?
I guess.
All right, I'll be right back.
Weird.
He only wants to do it now that he's having a debate about it. He had no problem with it when Trump was doing it, though.
Wait, I'm confused. Maybe I wasn't listening for a second. Is he saying that it didn't happen and now he's finding out he did, or did I miss the? I'm confused. What's going on? Like, what's happening? Did he say it didn't happen? I don't honestly know what's going on.
Yellow. Elaine? All right. The Heritage Foundation wrote that. Yeah, of course. Trump doesn't write his own executive. That's for sure. Trump doesn't read.
Yeah, they
anything
had
he
that
says.
written up. Yeah, for sure. Or like, and the Heritage Foundation is the one everyone knows, but like, the Project 2025 was so many different nonprofits. And like, I think like when you brought up the ACLU, it's like what I thought of is, I don't know if anyone's ever heard this, but what Stephen Miller always says is that he has a nonprofit that worked on Project 2025. Stephen Miller's a lawyer, and a lot of these executive orders he helped write. And he says that America First Legal, which is his nonprofit, is the antithesis of the ACLU, right? Like minority groups trying to obtain equity and equality in America. He says it's time for white people to take back their civil rights, and that's what America First Legal is. It's the antithesis and the answer to the ACLU.
Yeah, and Stephen Miller is a very proud white nationalist. It's no secret that he is. This is what they're doing. You can look at everything from inviting South Africans who are white into the country and kicking out everybody from El Salvador and Venezuela, you name it. They never care about the northern border, only the southern border. It's just, it goes on and on. But yeah, it's no fucking secret that these people are weird Christian nationalists, white nationalists. And Stephen Miller's literally the devil. He fucking sucks.
I know everyone in the comments is going to hate me for saying this, but Millie, I think you have a lovely brain, and I really don't want to fight with any women or be mean to them. It makes me feel bad, like especially MAGA women. Like you have a hard enough time surviving over there on your own. So like, I just want to be clear. I appreciate that you are passionate about economics and your thinking, and I don't want to like fight or discourage you from doing what you're doing. I just believe fundamentally that claim I made was accurate. That's all.
What's up, Shiggy?
Shiggy's in the house. What's going on?
What's cooking, bub?
Nothing much. How are you?
Pretty good.
Felice, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm a Trump
I
supporter.
think I'm following you. I think I'm
Yeah.
I must have met you at some point.
You have a PhD in what, finance?
Yeah,
Economy?
PhD in finance. I own an investment firm.
I'm following you. We must have talked.
I'm on a bunch of boards. Wrote a bunch of papers, academic papers, stuff like that. It's the only thing I actually know. Every other subject I've suck at.
Would you disagree that United States was the fastest in the G7 or G11 or the G10 from recovery from COVID?
Oh no, we definitely were. For sure. I don't agree with why we were. Like, I don't agree with the actions that were taken to make it happen. But if you're making the statement that like that's not true, then that would be incorrect. Like we absolutely were the biggest or the fastest recovery, but a lot of that had to do with us pumping a lot of money in via the Fed and buying corporate bonds and SPVs and all kind of crazy stuff that we did that I don't agree with. But I mean, none of that was illegal or any different, and it definitely wasn't President Biden's fault. Right? That was the Fed's fault.
No, I agree with all that too. Like the way we do it, but yeah, I just think economists in America seem to be terrified of making the same mistakes of the Great Depression. So like whenever we get to recession point, it's like the infusions of capital any way possible. Like that's what's coming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I see in the comments they're like, it was his fault because he signed off on the spending. That's not really true. Like the president doesn't really sign off on the Federal Reserve spending. That's not how it works. They definitely sign off on the supplemental packages that they do that are like, go through Congress and things like that. But the Fed is supposed to be autonomous, right? And that's the whole point of it, is that they do their thing.
Trump's trying his best.
I know, and I disagree with that a lot. It really should be leave them alone. Like in general, here's what I want as a Republican, like a real Republican, like a hawkish Fed that keeps interest rates relatively higher, that doesn't allow us to pump a bunch of money into the economy and make inflation and make asset prices go up and make poor people poorer. That's what I really want. But we haven't had anyone do that in probably since Paul Volcker. He was the last one. And so that's been about, 50 years at this point. What's a fiscal conservative to do? Their pickles, I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I thought some of what Millie was saying was true, but it was definitely speckled in bias. I'm an honest one. I'll tell you always.
And I want to just say, I agree too. I just want to agree with that. I don't think it's not like I'm saying like everything she's saying was like inaccurate. It's not that. It's just fundamentally, just the way I was running the statistical analysis. Like, I just want to say my perspective, because again, I never wanted to like discourage or shit on a woman. Like, I hate that. I can't. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. So I just want to say, like, the statistical analysis I've run, and like it was modeled after like the Brookings and those lines of logic, and that's the claim I was making, that and it models the claims other economic think tanks were making, and I was just providing the justification. I'm not saying that everything she said was inaccurate.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't saying that, Felice, at all. You were
Yeah.
very accurate. I'm very much anti-Federal Reserve, anti-capital intrusion. The introduction into the economy. I just that Pickles and I have talked about this a lot, but that in general is my assessment, right? If you want to say my, I guess my individual academic assessment of what's driven the wage gap is basically the Federal Reserve paying way too much attention to prices, like as in the price of eggs, the price of goods, the price of this, and not enough attention to asset bubbles, right? So let me tell you, like, what rich people
Can
like.
I ask a question about, or
Yeah,
just
yeah.
your opinion on that? Because I agree. Like, I don't like the infusions of capital in the Fed, and in my I guess you say analysis or opinion, whatever. It's like, why do we need these infusions of capital, right? It's because so much money is stuck at the top of the economy and not recirculating. Like, aren't we infusing capital into the economy to keep the middle and lower classes alive?
Kind of, yeah, and it's like a cycle that you can't get out of. Let me tell you, like, kind of how the cycle works, right? Is when you have low interest rates, you would think that would be good for everybody. And I think the fallacy is like low interest rates means we're hiring people like crazy and the
It's
economy's
just cheaper to
booming.
borrow for rich people.
Not really. Let me tell you what I do. Like, I borrow money at 2% and I put it in the stock market and earn 10%. And it doesn't really bother me because if the market crashes 40%, I'm not selling any of that stock anyway. So I know in the long run, I'm going to make a ton of money. Well, what does that do? That drives up asset prices, which makes the stock market more expensive.
Where are you
It also
borrowing
drives
money from?
the bank. My bank, myself, right? I mean, I can borrow
Okay, the
against
Bank of You. Okay, got it.
the bank of me, pretty much anywhere, Felice. Like,
Where are you getting these rates?
listen, you know this. Like, the banks are really for lending money to people who don't need it, right? That's really what it's all about, right? So, and the biggest problem I had with what the Fed did, especially in like 2008, is they essentially forced rich people to buy. I know forced is a very liberal. It's very I'm giving it a lot. That's a lot of generosity there. There's nothing forced, obviously, in a capitalist economy, but they forced rich people to buy expensive assets. And here's how they did it. They essentially made. You ever heard of ZIRP, zero interest rate policy? Okay, so ZIRP was in play, and they said, okay, we're not only going to have zero interest rates post 2008, we're also going to go negative rates by essentially doing quantitative easing and buying bonds and taking them and putting them on the Fed balance sheet, right? So what that does is when you have banks and pension funds and rich people that like to park their money in, relatively medium to long duration treasuries and earn 4 to some percent, whatever. Well, now not only do they pay crappy because interest rates are low, but also there's none to buy because the Fed is buying them. So then they pump their money in the risk assets like stocks and real estate. That pushes those asset prices up. And then that's why people can't afford to buy houses. So in the long run, yeah, the reason why we keep having to print money is because we fuel this cycle of pumping up asset prices, crashing, bailing ourselves out, and then rich people start over and do it all over again. I probably don't sound like a
Okay,
Republican
one
at all,
last.
do
I just want to hear your perspective on one last thing. Like,
Sure.
one thing that concerns me, or I think keeps this cycle going, is that there used to be a time where the richest people in America, we were taxing them, and now it seems like they're loaning money to the United States at high interest rates versus paying taxes.
Yeah, that's a tough one because you can raise, we used to have like income tax rates of up to 90% and stuff like that, right? You could raise those rates all you want, but like no one that's really like rich, I mean, like, centy millionaires and above and things like that, don't pay their taxes off of income, right? They're not making millions a year. Like, my salary is decent, but my real wealth comes from assets, right? It comes from the business I own and the real estate I own and
Sitting
things like
on
that.
capital
Yeah,
gains,
so it just kind of sits there. You sit on capital gains.
But that's what I'm saying. As long as we tax capital gains at a lower rate than income, the rest of us are always going to be slaves. Like, that's what is going to be happening. And now, instead of even taxing the rich like yourself, then they're just loaning money that we owe back to them.
Yeah, no, I wish I had the answer. I did not agree.
It would be like, you guys should pay taxes, would probably
What's
be the
that?
answer. You guys should pay taxes.
I I do pay a lot of taxes. What are you talking about? My tax bill's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, proportionally, I don't know if it is, but it's a lot, right? But in general, what the problem I found with the Kamala Harris tax plan was how do you actually like the actual logistics of taxing unrealized capital gains, and then what do you do with an unrealized capital loss? I struggle with that, right? Like how do you actually implement that? How do you say if somebody owns real estate and it's worth $1 million and then next year it's worth 1.2 million, you can tax them on the 200,000, but then what if my real estate crashes 40% to 800,000? Can I get a $200,000 deduction? Right? Like that's where I struggled. The logistics of it made no sense, and nobody could really explain how it would work, but that's just my opinion.
I think fundamentally, as long as you guys keep asking questions like that, like you're super confused and no one could figure out a way to tax capital gains, that you guys all the money will remain at the top of the economy. We'll keep printing more whenever there's a crisis and infusing it into our economy. And then people who misunderstand will say, look, it's the government's fault, not all the rich people that are hoarding all the wealth at the top of the economy. So yeah, I think you guys have a really good thing going.
But what would really
I'm jealous. I'm super jelly.
Don't be jealous. Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be. That's why I give a lot of it away. I'm philanthropic and no pickles. It doesn't go to the church. Don't accuse me of that. It goes to real causes. So, yeah, I see in the comments, yeah, it was only for over $100 million, 1 million. That was very true. But again, logistically, how does that happen, right? I don't know. And does it beat the plan that we have in place right now? In hindsight, it might have. I don't know.
Shiggy,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have an investment opportunity for you. You should check out my PayPal and Venmo and Cash App.
Mine too.
And see how much you can get away with sending me without your wife noticing.
Mrs. Shiggy wouldn't notice a dime. Trust me. She's also runs the philanthropy in the household, so she takes care of all that stuff.
So
does a fine job at it too. I'll hook you up, man. I've said this, so I'm in my George Soros phase of life, and if you want to run for office, I got you.
Hey, I'm running right now. Let's go.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
We're just trying to live, like.
You're just trying to live, survive, and not have to deal with all this madness, right?
Help your fellow your fellow American.
I hear you, man. I have a question for you too, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I listen like crazy, like every day. Big fan, subscriber and everything, right? And I've seen a theme come across a lot of, I'll say, left-leaning lives that talk about mediocre moderates. How you feel about that?
I think to be a self-proclaimed moderate today is very awkward. I feel like Trump has done a lot to make sure we're very polarized on a lot of these issues. I feel like I don't see for the average person, I don't see the upside in voting for Trump. I don't know. What do you think a moderate today would be like? I'm okay with people losing food stamps, but I also think we should have tax break. I don't know. What do you?
I don't know. I was and everyone has a little different explanation if I would come up and talk about it, but it was basically like moderation is for cowards. We should be way more progressive, and I can agree with that on some aspects, although you probably wouldn't like the things that I would propose that we'd have to give up to do so. But all in all, I think if that's the stance, though, you're never going to make any progress, right? Because the elections are won in the moderate realm, right? They're won with moderates. So I was just wondering what your take on, do you believe if somebody, and I've heard liberal creators say this, like sometimes you guys, you eat your young when they're not liberal enough, right? Like you're not left enough. If you feel a particular way or whatever. Just curious what your thoughts were on. I respect your opinion.
I think the more that I dig into some of these issues, the more left I go. But I consider myself moderate, and that puts anybody with a brain, I think, on the left. I mean, not you, but I think, yeah, if you're actually a moderate, if you look at like the Overton window, if you look at other countries where we would land in their politics, we are moderates. So for you to say that moderate lands you anywhere right of just a regular ass Democrat, I don't know. I feel like it's weird.
Fair enough.
My
Elise, what do you think?
thought, yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's a good question. So, like, I just think the reason I'm on the left is just data, right? Like, the more you dig into data, the more you look at if you do, let's say, what they call impact studies, when I look at legislation being brought by conservatives, and then you can do a statistical analysis on who that actually affects. And it always disproportionately is disenfranchising minority groups and things of that nature. So I think, yeah, if you, and I say this, I meet they're always like young MAGA, 19, 20-year-olds in finance or something. I'm like, hey, if you just keep doing math, then you'll just naturally move left. But I think neither one of us have yet to answer the question you asked, which do I think the left can be extremely harsh on people who are trying to move left? Yeah, I think so. Let's just take what just happened with Millie. The harshest I've ever been attacked and canceled is definitely by the left. There's so I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's like people are trying to move left and then we're like, get the fuck out of here. So yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I understand what you were saying. I think, yeah, it can happen. But yeah, I think it's just, it's a trial by fire, right? Because it's like, that has happened to me so many times. And then I just keep doing more research and try to understand, where are these pain points coming from? What am I misunderstanding? How can, you know what I mean? And maybe I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I like abuse. I like being yelled at. So that I'm just like, okay, so what's screaming at me? I need to understand more, So, but yeah, I think it can be a barrier to entry.
Yeah, I hear you. I heard somebody say the other day, it was pretty funny. It was like, the right will take anybody and the left won't take anybody.
That's, it could be really hard.
And both of those are bad, right? One might be worse, but I'm not sure which one. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting.
Can I just say something really cool? Someone I don't know just emailed me who figured out my email address, who couldn't possibly know it, and just sent me their own statistical analysis of how the U.S. recovered the fastest in the G7. I don't know who this is. And was just like, hey, I follow you on TikTok. Here's some summary of info for cited sources. And was like, here's my analysis. And it's fucking brilliant.
So,
I don't know who did this, but that was super brilliant.
Felice, if you have a way to share that with me, without doxing them or whatever, or get their permission or something, I would love to read that. Just as I do this for
some person guessed my email address and sent this to me during. I follow you on TikTok. Here's some info for you about why the U.S. recovered the fastest in the G7 with all the sources cited. So simple and so beautiful. Thank you. This is brilliant. Whoever sent this is brilliant. Thank you so much. Their name's Nick. I don't think they would mind me saying their first name. Thanks, Nick. Brilliant.
Before you leave, Shiggy Fuzzard want to ask you something.
Hey, Shiggy, just followed you. You seem very informed, and we don't get that very often. I think Felice, and this other guy, Pickles thing, whatever, would agree. But in all seriousness, this $1,000 per child up until 2029, conveniently, right when Donald Trump will leave office next, being pumped into the stock market. Do you think that's an effective measure? Are you familiar with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely am familiar. And first, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. The more I listen to Pickles Live, the more disgusted, I guess, with people that come up and either act crazy, say racist stuff, or just are just wildly uninformed about stuff. So I appreciate the compliment. But yeah, so that would be, in theoretically, right, an ideal replacement for Social Security one day would just be to adequately fund a Roth IRA for children, with a particular amount that you can calculate that would grow to be X amount of dollars by the time they're 62 or 60 or 65, whatever we decide. That would be an awesome replacement. But this ain't it, right? $1,000. It just, quick math in my head, maybe grows to be $5,900 by the time they're 18, and
that's about right.
Maybe,
yeah, that's what it was. Right around there.
It's something like that. So no, this again, it's not. It's theoretically a good idea, just like tariffs, theoretically a good idea, all these things theoretically, but the execution of it is poor. And that's really what my biggest disappointment so far has been. I don't, Felice, you might not know this, Pickles knows this, but like a big reason why I voted this way was I had a lot of faith in the Secretary of the Treasury. A lot. Like, I know him. Like, he was a professor at Yale. I went to Yale. Like, I thought that he was going to crush it, and especially because he wasn't. He's not like a super far right weirdo MAGA dude, and he's a Republican. He ran the Soros Fund for a long time. He's a member of the LGBTQ community. He's all these things, right? And that's been wildly disappointing too. Not to veer off. Sorry, Fuzzard. I didn't mean to get off on a tangent. But.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and so my next question is a little more like subjective, I guess. Do you feel this might be just an artificial boost to lift up a failing stock market, possibly, or do you think it's a legitimate effort for what you're saying?
Not really an artificial boost, because yeah, it's, if you do the math, it's a decent amount of money, but in the grand scheme of the market as a whole, it's really not. And I heard your conversation earlier about market manipulation and things like that and how that works. And you know, would that be it? No, like, would that have the effect that lowering the Fed funds rate down to 2% would have? Like, no, the Fed funds rate would beat that all day long, right? So I think it's something, like any addition to the market is going to make it go up. That's how it works, right? But in general, would that be like something that would artificially boost it to a point where it would save from bad economic data or anything like that? I would say not really.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks. No, you actually very informative. I appreciate your honest answer. Pickles, Felice, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for letting me
The
up.
best, Fuzzy. Bye. And I tried to repost. I reposted the email with the analysis of how we recovered the best in the G7. I don't think the links are populating like to click through, but I posted it the best I could. It has the citations at the end.
That's awesome. All right. Any questions for me?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to get on to the next debate. I appreciate you.
I saw a question. Yeah, of course. I saw a question in the comments about my background and what privilege got me to where I am. And I'll say I grew up real poor. And when I know you're probably rolling your eyes and say, yeah, right, what's poor to you? Like, poor to where I moved out of my house and emancipated myself at 15 because my parents were knuckleheads. I'll just leave it at that. I joined the military to try to get out of my city and do something. So that's why I'm philanthropic, is because I didn't grow up with any privilege. And but that can go both ways. Like, some people do that, but then you get, like, you know, unfortunately, my colleagues and other people that run in my circles that are like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm like, the only bootstraps you know are a trust fund, buddy. You gotta, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta really understand trauma and you know, scarcity before you can really appreciate it. So just thought I'd fill that in. I love you both. You're awesome. Thanks for having me as always. And if you ever need an unbiased economic opinion when you're in a live, just send me a message.
I appreciate it.
You have such a calming voice too. Like, it's like the voice of reason up here. Thank you, because we have so many feelings. No, that was good. Thank you so much for the clarity.
Pleasure.
Wait, someone, Joe in the comments is asking for some stock tips. You just want to throw out a couple of winners real quick
I wish
before
I
you
could
go?
do that. Legally, I wish I could. I would say, when in doubt, buy the S&P 500. Maybe sprinkle it. This is not investment advice, by the way. Call your investment
Love the
advisor.
S&P 500.
S&P
It's my
500. Maybe
favorite.
sprinkle in a little small cap, because they're the widest deviation in history between small caps and large caps right now. So it's probably not a bad idea. But absolutely call your investment advisor. Don't listen to me.
Love that. All right.
Okay, someone said Felice is so calm now. His voice calmed me down. It's so calm.
I appreciate it. You want to drop me down? I think it's better for your algorithm, right?
Yep, I got you.
All right.
Catch you later, Shiggy. W Shiggy's in the chat. One of a few conservatives that support me. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
Pickles, you're such a everyone supports. Once people get to know you, you are the best. It's hard. Nobody can hate you. Like, it's just a fact. Like, I can't. That's why. I mean, you're my best friend. Ronald, thank you for the $10 on Cash App for all my hard work. I know. And now, look how calm I am. See? I hate fighting with women. Millie, I'm sorry. I don't want to fight with women on this app. That's why I will not debate. Like, I actually think any woman that's eking out an existence on the internet, especially in debate, I don't ever want to have a run-in with them.
Oh, all right. Welcome back.
All right. So yeah, I would disagree with that birthright citizenship thing, 100%. But I will
happened
by
like
saying
that.
this.
Its existence of the executive order.
No. I'm conceding that he did try to do it.
Okay.
The only caveat I'll make to that is I went and did some research on other countries that have unrestricted birthright citizenship, and there's only one other G7 country, and that's Canada, that has it. All the other ones have some form of restricted birthright citizenship, similar to what the EO is proposing, where one parent has full legal status, whether
It's
that
blood
be
versus soil, but you know why that is, right? Do you understand? Like I'm sure if you looked at a map, it's not. I love that you came back too. I thought you were never gonna come back. I was gonna say, like, so if you looked at a map of the birthright citizenship, like where is birthright citizenship based on where you were born? It's in the Americas, because the Americas were colonized, right, by European countries, which they didn't necessarily want people to have European citizenship. That's by blood because they're elitists. But if you had the grit to go to a colony and eke out a new existence, then by soil you could have citizenship. That's why when you look at a map of birthright citizenship, it's granted almost uniformly in the Americas.
Yeah, this is a list of all the countries that do it, and like unrestricted birthright citizenship. So I don't know if it's that rare. Also, we're in birth declines, population decline. So I think it's just completely.
Wait,
unlogical.
we're in contracting, like our population isn't growing. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah. By 2080, we will
Gross population decline.
we will cap out at 370 million people, and then by 2100, we will dip by 4 million because of people not having kids right now.
So weird when you try to control women's bodies, all of a sudden they don't want to incubate babies for you. It's super weird.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, that was disingenuous. It's actually a larger issue. It's happening across the developed world. This is the fascinating part. I always talk about this. Where the most able-bodied workers will be, I believe, by 2050, it will be Africa. And that's like, if you look at the mathematical argument for why we need immigration, it's because like if these rates hold true all across what we consider quote unquote the developed world, I hate that, but third world countries will increase their birth rates. We will not. Ours will grossly decline. And if we don't supplement our workforces with immigration, then we will decline, or the gross domestic product.
Yeah, I didn't really take into account that portion of it, expedited rates in developing countries. It's interesting. Something I did want to talk about, just out of curiosity, is where did you guys stand on? So, a little background. I voted for Trump in 24. I've actually moved left, and I'll be voting blue in 26. But I do have a question, because I believe that the tariff policy by the media and by the left was over exaggerated and over highlighted. And I was just wondering if you guys had any idea and what your thoughts were on the tariffs.
I think that the tariffs are a few things, and every bit of it is malicious and corrupt. In no way are they justified the way Trump is saying. So he justified them saying that they were retaliatory, and that we were just simply tariffing people back. He also said that they were going to be paid by the exporting countries, i.e. China or Canada. No, we are paying those taxes. Every bit of it is him lying to justify these things. I think he's using it to do regressive tax reform, i.e. the big beautiful bill, or the inflation, or I'm sorry, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I think he's doing it to get every country to come and kiss the ring, see what he can personally come get out of them. I think literally he's doing it, just an openly corrupt government doing whatever they can to make business using the federal government. I think that they also disincentivize any sort of competition with the rest of the world. They do not bring back jobs. In fact, we have numbers from every from everybody that is an expert on the economy saying that they're just going to straight up lose jobs. Like Felice said, there was an instance in the past where for every 1,000 jobs they created, 75,000 were lost. We have nothing but things like from the Tax Foundation and things like that to show that that is the numbers. Like we are going to see in some instances 300,000 or 100,000 jobs lost just based on the initial 25% taxes on China. So I think today Trump's saying that we're going to have 55% tax tariff on China. That's the new number. We're going to see like a huge number of small, medium businesses go out of business because of this. We're going to see slowing trade. We're going to see our economy shrink. We're probably going to have we might have a recession. I don't know that the estimates are changing all the time, or the what's it called? Not the estimates, but the reports from the Fed and all that. They expect it to just shrink, not regress.
Yeah, I mean, like, so part of the reason why I moved away from Trump was because of how exaggerated the tariff policies were. So if you actually look at our three biggest trading partners, China, Canada, Mexico, USMCA is still untouched by the tariff policy unless he changed that in the last 24 hours. Which
What?
covers,
You mean you're
That's not
talking
true.
about NAFTA, which was renamed USMCA by Trump so he could feel like he did something. You
So-
think that's untouched by tariff policy?
Yeah.
Like that he hasn't harmed Canada or Mexico?
No, it's untouched.
Well, like the USMCA itself is untouched, but him putting 10% tariffs on Mexico and Canada is going against their initial trade agreement.
He invalidated his own renegotiation of NAFTA, which he renamed the USMCA, which was about free trade moving between like our trade triad in the Americas, and he invalidated that with the tariffs.
So just give me 1 second. I'll pull up my source for it. Do you guys accept Canada.gov sources? Just so.
But no, for sure.
Yeah, so Canada. And then I also have the Whitehouse.gov fact sheet on the tariff as well. USMCA goods, according to cbsa.asfc.gc.ca, USMCA goods are still not subject to the 25 or 10% tariff. The Trump fact sheet, USMCA protected goods are not affected by the tariff. Neither is.
Yeah, I feel like this is a cheap point, right? So yes, the goods listed in the USMCA are not affected, but everything else now. So these agreements were agreed upon considering the fact there's no other tariffs in place. And now that there's tariffs in place on all other items explicitly not discussed in the USMCA, the nature of how we trade with Canada and Mexico is fundamentally changed.
Well, again, so I'm on the other side where I think that this is just a big hoopla. There's no meat on the bone related to tariffs, and that the market's overreacting, because when you see our biggest trade partners are still seeing USMCA compliant goods at 0%. Copper, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and lumber articles are not subject to any of the reciprocal tariffs. Energy and other certain minerals that are not available in the United States are not subject to these tariffs either, which account for the majority of our trade with these countries, which is why they're in effect. These steel tariffs, the United States imported $250 billion in steel in fiscal year 24, 25% tariff on that. Quick math is what, 75 billion? So it's like 325 billion, which still isn't even as high as what we were spending during C19 and on these goods and services. So I think it's an overreaction looking for anything to yell at the president for.
No, I think what we're doing is we're by Trump doing this, first of all, you are showing the world that you can't trust us, and to make us look like bullies. And countries are doing more to work against us than they are to work with us. I think that's what this is. This is the reason we complain about it. Other countries are working together, holding hands, and saying, what can we do to fuck over the United States? What can we do to make business deals that do not include the United States? And it is completely antithetical to what Trump is trying to do. I feel like we're losing more business than we're gaining, and in no way, shape, or form do these these trade agreements that Trump is working out with other countries, in no way are the general public going to benefit from these trade agreements that Trump comes up to, like that Trump makes with other countries. There's no scenario where I'm still excited to pay a 50% tariff tax on China or a 25% tax on Mexico. There's no way, shape, or form that I will say, oh, thank God China dropped its automotive tariffs on the United States, and now they're buying this much more car stuff from us. But I'm happy to pay these 10% extra prices to Trump, by the way, to the federal government. This is not a good deal for me or the average American. That's what my grievance is, and that's what I think
They're
we're saying.
regressive taxes, right? Like we're
Yeah.
paying state taxes, the average American, right? We're paying state taxes, we're paying federal taxes. And I think, yeah, like Pickles is, you say things so beautifully. I think that's the way you have to look at it, as another tax. Like, you know, all the libertarians on the far right, I'm like, where are these people? It's Boston Tea Party time. Like, Trump keeps declaring national emergencies and manipulating tariffs, and that's what we should. It's taxation without representation. The only people that can legally tax us are our direct representatives that we voted into Congress. And the tariffs are going around that. And that's why we should be alarmed, is because we're going to pay state taxes, the average American, middle class and lower. We're going to pay state taxes, we're going to pay federal taxes. And every time we are at the cash register to try to offset the cost of corporations and billionaires not being taxed, then we're taxed again. It's a regressive tax that disproportionately will affect the poor. But I just want to give an example because, and again, this is just, I like math. So I just looked into how did Trump violate the USMCA in his first term, right? And I can find a bunch of ways. Section 232, tariffs on steel and aluminum from 2018. Trump imposed 25% tariffs on steel. They're double now. 10% on aluminum, which is now 50% from Canada, Mexico, citing national security. Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Then Canada and Mexico retaliated with tariffs on U.S. goods. So the USMC violations in what he did in his first terms, Article 2.4, national security exception. USMCA allowed tariffs for national security, but Canada and Mexico argued these were economic protections, not true security measures. So I think like what you have to understand is Trump makes these claims like, oh, it's national security. We're in this emergency. So all of a sudden I can go back on all of the agreements, the legal documents that I promised to honor. And that's what the problem is. And I could go, there's many more than that, but yeah, that's what it really is. He's basically just saying, we're in emergencies that are not in existence so that I can go back on every deal I ever made and do whatever I want. And that's what is alarming, right? These are our closest trade partners. We should honor what we say.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's overstated because you're still seeing Canada trade with us.
Well, I have 10 more. Do you want to go through them? Article 31.2, good faith implementation. Imposing tariffs right before USMCA ratification was seen as bad faith bargaining. Biden then lifted the tariffs again in 2021, and they're back on now. Like, that's all. Trump negotiated this, violated it once, and now has violated it again. Like, I mean, it's the reality. But he's, USA, yes, we have the #1 gross domestic product and we can throw our weight around. But how does that benefit us long term? Like Hublai Khan was up here saying, like, yeah, we are seeking other partnerships with China. We are going to go around you and find more advantageous partnerships in the tech industry. They have better technology. So now we're going to circumvent you. And that's what we need to be worried about. That is the eventual outcome of not keeping our word in trade triads and trade partnerships.
He's a very flagrant asshole, right? Like he thinks that he's going to get somewhere being a complete dick to these countries. He's very openly, this is who he is, and this is who you want negotiating for the United States. Well, guess what? Countries going to react just how you think they would. They're going to be like, "Fuck you. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to stop buying missiles and fucking tanks from you guys. We're going to do everything we can to protest America. And we look like the bad guys on the world stage right now. And I don't blame everyone for doing that.
Yeah, and I guess I understand that. I think I just kind of am curious, just kind of switching gears here. Where do you guys see the U.S. being? Like, is this a country that you guys are going to want to stay in? Are you going to leave? Like, that's like, how do you fix the problem? Because it's clear that the party that is going to be running in 26 in the midterms doesn't really have a plan yet, and doesn't really have a true figurehead to unite the country. So, like, what's the course of action to you?
I think that things will be so bad. Like right now, if this stuff is still fresh on people's minds when we go into the voting booths in the midterms, we'll have good chances. We have seen tons of special elections go in like the favor of the left, elections that historically wouldn't have gone that way. We're seeing a lot of things point towards the fact that the pendulum is going to swing back. So if anything, we are working on trying to use our voices to rally people to do that. And if it doesn't happen, if Trump ends up being the authoritarian dictator that we say he might be, if he tries to hold on to power, run a third term, maybe use the federal government to do voter suppression like he's doing in California. I don't know if he keeps circumventing people's constitutional rights because he sees it fit. I think, yeah, we'll move. But otherwise, if there's a fighting chance we stay here, we keep doing this.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. What special elections have we won? I haven't seen any. So, like, what's the hope for the Democrats on this right now?
Won a lot of special elections. Well, wait. Are you saying, like, do you want to leave? I mean, we were all born here, right? Like, this is
No, I'm
this is
actually
where we're all from. Like,
I'm an immigrant.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean, like, I was born. Like, I'm not looking to leave. I mean, and I just want to be clear. Like, I disappeared into South America for a long time. That I was still an American citizen, like, just traveling around. Like, even if you can live in other places and pay taxes and be an American citizen too. Like, it's not. So, I mean, it's not necessarily mutually exclusive either.
Yeah, because I'm looking for, because everything that I've been looking at from like the 24 election, like the polling data that was out, CNN and stuff like that. There's a lot of work to do, and I would like to see somewhere where we're flipping seats or something.
Yeah, I honestly don't feel like we need to like go back to the drawing board and figure out how to lie better or something than the right. I feel like our positions have always been right, and now we can see that Trump's actions do not match what he campaigned on. It might sway some people to come this way. I don't think that we need to like figure out how like what will convince more people to vote left using fascist rhetoric like Trump. I think that we should start educating people on what it looks like, what media literacy looks like, how to fact check things. That's kind of what my show is about. I don't think that we need to like figure out what's the best plan forward. I think we should just let Trump crash and burn his party.
Called him trash. I was like, what?
I guess like I said, I just am starting to move to the left, but like, again, the polling data out of the 24 election like is a little troublesome in my opinion. And I guess maybe you guys don't want to talk about that, but
from the 2024. No, let's do. I mean, listen, I know, like, I'll say, I think a lot of people are delusional about the polling data. Like, I remember I was talking about this with someone earlier today when I was on a long walk. And I was saying, like, I remember on election night being on a live and saying, yeah, there's no way the Democrats are going to win Florida. And other leftists being like, that's not true. We're going to win Florida. And I was like, listen, I've looked into the methodology of these polls, and I'm telling you, we're going to lose Florida and not by a small amount. Like, the math's not mathing there. And people being like, if you're going to be negative, then leave. It's like, okay.
Well, like,
I wasn't being negative. I'm just saying, like, I don't think the polling methodology is correct in Florida. And I worked in the Arizona election. Like, I was native born Phoenician. I worked on the Arizona campaign for Kamala for free. I don't accept money from political parties. And I could tell there, and, I think there's a lot, you could go into so many things. How do you overcome pathological lying, misinformation, and disinformation being pumped out at a rate we've never seen before, right? I used to work in advertising. Like, I understand. My job was to reverse engineer ideas into people's heads. I know how hard it is once you reach cognitive dissonance level with people to undo that. So yeah, I think it's valid to have a lot of concerns, but what gives me hope is, like, our greatest weapon is Trump himself, right? Malignant narcissism is a disease. Grifting, stealing, the math doesn't lie. Trump is not doing anything for the American people. He's just taking while we all watch. And I think eventually the numbers will bear that out. They already are, right? The first 100 days, Trump had spent $200 billion more than Biden in his first 100 days the prior year. Right? I mean, if you believe that they're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, Trump deployed the National Guard and however 700 Marines or whatever to California. That's supposed to cost $134 million. There were 55 arrests between Friday and Saturday and 96 on Monday for failure to disperse. If you don't understand the size of the LAPD and that they're armed like an army anyways, they could have handled that anyways. Just 134 million so Trump can feel like a man. He wasted 2 billion gallons of water where we need that water in the Central Valley. That's where all our produce comes from California, the Central Valley. He let that water run into the ocean or evaporate. And demanded the Army Corps of Civil Engineers go there and waste 2 billion gallons of water in the most crucial place where we grow produce when we need it in this summer now. I mean, these are things that eventually are gonna, come back to bite him. And most importantly, I'll just say this: I am a Hispanic. Like, my dad's a Black Hispanic man. I think my dad voted for Trump. I think a lot of Hispanic people voted for Trump, and now we're being terrorized for him. Like, I don't think he can count on the Hispanic vote. I don't think that he's gonna be able to count on as many women. I think he is burying himself through greed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally see that, because like what I was going to talk about is literally, like, if you break it out like demographically, Trump didn't have as many white men, white women, or black women vote for him, but he closed the ground on black men. Biden had a 60% lead. Harris only had 56. Trump flipped Latino men from a 23% Biden lead to Trump carrying it 10%, and then Latino women, he moved it from Biden 39% to Harris 20%. And then if you go even deeper than that, voters of color with a college degree, Trump flipped it, took it from a Biden 43% to a Harris 33. Voters of color no degree, 46% Biden to 30% Harris. Like, all these demographics, first-time voters, Trump switched from 32-point Biden lead to a plus 11 Trump lead. The young voters, he closed the gap on.
These are all things that, like, people are watching, they're waiting, they're like, Trump said he was going to do this, and this day one. And now we're seeing him say things like arrest all people with face masks, or seeing him attack the sovereignty of private colleges. We're seeing him defund FEMA and Department of Education. All of these things are sickening, and no one would be able to run on these things. So we're going to remember this the next election. And deporting people that are simply going to their court dates for the immigration hearings. People are going to remember this. Anybody with a brain is going to go, dang, you know what? I can see why maybe if you're a Latino, you wouldn't vote for this. Because there's the rest of MAGA coming out slobbering in disgust and just with hatred towards my community because of what? They're going to think about this.
I guess my question more so is like, is there any concern that the Democrats are going to find some way to screw it up like they did the last time?
I don't know. I feel like this is the worst case scenario is done with. Biden's drop out of the race was real bad, not ideal. Biden's condition was not ideal. The COVID, the economy going downhill was not ideal for us to run in an election after that. I think that it was a perfect shitstorm, and I think that we won't have to deal with that next time.
All right.
But also,
Well,
like, imagine like Biden being an amazing president, doing the best he could in the face of a pandemic. Like the facts, and I'll say this: I'm not here because I have a feeling or I feel good about the left or I think it's well organized. The data led me here. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's almost like I get what you're saying. Like the barrier to entry on the left is reading and understanding math. So I think that's hard, but the data is on our side. Like I'm only over here the minute the data, and I say this to MAGA men all the time. We're like, I'm the victim of racism. Hey, the minute I run a statistical analysis and legislation is disproportionately discriminating against you, then I'll protest for you too. Like I don't want anyone to be discriminated against by any legislation. Like those are the facts. It's just when the data bears that out, then I'll support whoever I need to support. It's just, yeah, that's the problem is, do you just take trumpet gospel any words that he utters, because he makes zero sense. None of it is true. Everything, if you just fact check it, right, just use your phone, type fact check : and type something Trump said, the real answer will come up.
yeah. All right. Well, I took up too much of your time. Thank you for having me on.
All right, yo.
Followed you. It's nice to meet you.
Have a good one, dude. Chat,
Guy that's sending me random economic data emailed me again. Super smart guy.
Give me a follow if you
Thanks,
guys.
Nick.
Give me and Felice a follow if you guys enjoy these debates. Also, Felice has a Cash App Venmo in her bio. Please send her all the love. Hello? Winston?
Take place nationwide, including right here in South Florida tonight. How the security
All right.
Where did my back? What is going on?
If Kamala was running for 2 years, she could have won. Yeah, if she had ran for 4 years easily, like Trump did, holding rallies all the time. Trump is still holding rallies and he's president. Fucking weird.
That's so true.
Yellow. Guys, we can't turn on the YouTube phone today because Felice will not be able to partake in those conversations. So we're just going to be doing debates here on TikTok. If you want to talk, come to TikTok and request into the box. Kamala's still 20 minutes in the hole. I don't think that was proven. I keep trying to find where that's true. Trump is still 16 million in the hole for his first term, for his first presidency or campaign. Hello? How come nobody remembers the COVID-19 handling?
She is still sending out campaign emails, which is driving me nuts. Like, what is that? Like, and I know it's like they were making up the money, which I think is made up now. I did try to look that up, or I try to look up, campaign finance numbers are in arrears. So you have to wait for a quarter to end and then like look at what's going on. Because I was wondering for like 2 quarters, I'm like, why am I still getting campaign finance emails from Kamala? But it is, yeah, she was making up some money, which, yeah, it's just fascinating. It's, I don't know. I say this all the time. If I put a stack of everyone's resume, whoever has been president of the United States, and I mixed in Kamala Harris and there were no pictures, just resumes that I said, who's the most qualified? Like, it's probably her. Like, I mean, she's as qualified as any person who's ever been president. It's just, in my experience, it's very hard for a lot of people to overcome misogyny. And if you are one of those people who's like, I don't know, I just can't vote for it, then it's just, deconstruct your feelings around that and think like, hey, how this person is just as qualified and way more qualified than Donald Trump. I mean, unbelievably more qualified, but you just couldn't get there. What's that? A psychic out here is saying she rightfully won and will be in office by December. Well,
Oh my God.
here's hoping.
What's up, dude? What's up, Joseph?
Hey, buddy. Yeah, Felice, just a couple things. She wasn't qualified. because she couldn't string a thought together and she cackled too much. That has nothing to do with her skin color, her sexual organ, or anything else.
I think if you
But
put
simple
two of
that.
them side by side and you watch a speech, we have
Thank you for
Kamala
proving my point.
saying beautifully spoken words versus Trump talking about like the late great Hannibal Lecter endorsing him. Sharks and batteries.
Yeah, you know what, Pickles, and I'm glad that leads me to my other point. Felice said that
Can I just respond to
that-
what you said? Like, I would say just rewatch the debate of Kamala versus Trump. She dog walked him. And I mean, on a leash, he was on his knees, he was on his all fours panting. He had no idea what he was talking about the entire time. And I was on a debate team in high school. I've never seen a dog walking like he was served by Kamala Harris in my life, period. Just
Okay, most
rewatch
people
it.
don't agree with you,
I'm
but
just saying,
that's fine.
no, factual. I was on a speech and debate team. Rewatch the debate and then look up the rules of speech and debate and decide who won.
Joseph, go find your favorite transcript of a Kamala speech, and I'll go find 1 to 15. I will do 15 speeches from Trump
that's fine.
that are absolutely incoherent. Somebody that belongs in a nursing home and or
Right,
an
I get
insane
it.
asylum.
Right. You never said that about Biden, did you? Though, but
No,
but I don't
Biden-
really want to talk about that.
He's
What I
not
wanna-
incoherent.
Just fine. Yeah,
What
Biden's
I
just
want
fine,
to
too.
talk about, what I want to talk about is something Felice just said. She said that, fact check anything that comes out of, and Trump always lies. Everything he says is a lie.
Just about. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. First of all, that's illogical on its face. Even liars don't lie all the time. And the other thing that I
No
wanted
shit,
to say about-
Sherlock. Move on.
And-
Are you
and the other thing
serious?
I wanted
Of
to
course,
say-
no one lies all the time. Like, and the best liars have a grain of truth in their life. Like, I wouldn't say he's the best liar, but yeah.
But-
Like, what are you talking about? Of course,
what I'm
no one
talking
lies.
about-
No one's lying 100% of the time. I think that is, yeah.
Okay, well, Pickle said almost. But the
It's not
point
100%.
is,
Well, I'll say there's a data. They tracked his lies in his first term. There's a database of them owned by the Washington Post, and nobody has ever told.
the Washington who?
Oh,
Please,
see,
come
now
on.
here we go again. There we go.
Stop.
Listen, let me just explain something to you as a researcher. I record 24 hours of the
If you
news cycle.
use the
Wait, can I
Washington
just,
Post, you
Joseph, can I
cannot be
explain
trusted
something
as a
to you? Can I
researcher.
explain something to you and it might help you? I want to explain to you how research works and it might help you. I use YouTube TV because they have unlimited DVR. I record 24 hours of Newsmax, 24 hours of Fox, 24 hours of MSNBC, 24 hours of NBC, CBS, every news for-profit media I record 24 hours of, right? Like they're secondary sources. That's how researchers see them. They're not primary. They're not the best. They're not the most logical, right? But what you do is you glean information from them. You get information and then you go to the primary sources. That's when you look for congressional records, court documents. Okay, Newsmax is saying this. Can I then validate it? Like it is, I just encourage you to not be one of the people that's like, oh, CNN or oh, Fox or oh, Newsmax. Newsmax gets things right sometimes, right? Very rarely, but they do, right? And, so does Fox, rarely, whatever. But it doesn't matter who says it. It's then the job of all of us to say, okay, I need to validate this. I need to look for the congressional record, court records, primary sources. That's how you know what is truth and what is not.
yeah, I know, but when you say things like he doesn't
Did you
ever-
though? Did you know?
What did you say?
Did you know? Because if you knew that, you wouldn't have been like Washington Post. Blah, blah, blah. No, like it doesn't matter who holds the database. Factually, there is a database, an Excel spreadsheet of things Trump said. There are quotes that can be validated that you can fact check if it is true or not, and they are false. It doesn't matter who did the research. They are factually incorrect. He lied 30,000 plus times in his first term. It doesn't matter. You can't say, oh, Washington Post. No, he lied. That's how fact checking works.
Police, I get it. You probably don't understand hyperbole as well as you probably should. But what
Love
I'm trying to say-
exaggerations as a literary technique. It's one of my favorites.
Exaggerations,
I
right.
understand what
What I'm
hyperbole is.
trying
Please
to
don't try
tell
to
you-
use words like I don't know what words mean.
Felice, I've told this to Pickles before, and I'll tell you. We need a two-party system. We need to oust the deep state, and we need to get back to a government run by the people. And you're not going to do that if the Democrats are this weak. And this is my point about you, particularly you, Felice. When you say he's never right about anything, whether
Never
you're
said
saying
that.
I thought you just gave us a lecture on hyperbole, bro. And now you're criticizing her as literally saying
Hypocrisy
everything.
is super weird. Like you are being a hypocrite of your own previous.
But the problem is you're not
like. Do you understand? Like you're applying one. Can I just say no? You just applied one line of logic. You're saying I can exaggerate and lie, and when I say it, I'm just using it as a literary technique or a part of speech. And then you're saying to me that I also can't use hyperbole, which I never said the words you accuse me of. I would never say someone lies 100% of the time. That doesn't make any sense.
You said put in any quote.
No, I didn't. I said, if you want to understand, wait, hold on. Can I say what I said? I said, you can take if you want to understand if Trump is lying or not, you write fact check : and then you in quotations.
You did not say that.
Yes,
You said put in anything he says.
Listen, can you listen to me and just receive it? Because I would never say someone lies 100% of the time. He can be like, I had a cheeseburger and I know he had a cheeseburger. I would never say that. I just want to be clear. I'm trying to encourage people to learn how to sift through misinformation and disinformation, because the best part about technology is we all have a supercomputer. So what I'm saying is I'm encouraging people to understand how you can determine fact from fiction, right? And you just say fact check : and then just in quotations type the words someone said and it will come up. That's all I was saying. I was giving people a tool with which to determine truth from lies.
I'm not totally interested in
okay, well, I
every
just
single
want to
word that comes out of
clarify
his mouth.
because you're now
I'm
accusing me of
interested in
saying something I
objective
didn't
truth.
said. So I'm just trying to explain to you what I meant to clarify.
Okay.
No one
So then
lies.
let's just-
No one lies 100% of it. Let me just tell you, like when you're in an abusive relationship with someone, if 100% of it is abuse, no one stays, right? There's got to be some good times. There's got to be some things that are true. Otherwise, why the
That's
F would anyone
totally
be
wrong.
there?
You never heard of Stockholm Syndrome? What are you kidding me? What you just said is
No,
absolutely
none
wrong.
of what you just said invalidates what I said.
100%
None of
wrong
what you said
just
invalidates what I said. I don't know what to say. Like, yes, I
You don't know
have
what
heard of Stockholm syndrome is.
obviously.
I understand when people are kidnapped that it's possible they begin to sympathize with their captor. I absolutely understand what Stockholm syndrome is. It doesn't invalidate anything I just said, Joseph.
Listen, can we just talk about, can I ask my question?
You gonna pivot now? Because I did understand the words you were saying. Yeah, we can pivot for you, Joseph. I just want to recognize that's what's
Great.
happening.
Great. Objective truth. That is what Trump espouses. For instance, men should not play sports with women. Is that incorrect?
I think that is a thing.
Hey,
that
Pickles, let's slow down.
Can I ask you a question? Are you saying you're saying that's an objective truth that co-ed sports doesn't exist? That's a delusional statement. Like, I'm a Division I athlete. I was given a Division I full ride scholarship. Yeah, I've played co-ed. I played women's volleyball. I played co-ed volleyball. I played co-ed fours. I played co-ed doubles.
I'm not talking about co-ed.
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
you
about
asked me to evaluate the objective truth you
Competitive
dropped on us, and it's absolutely delusionally false.
Competitive sports. Should men be allowed to play competitively with women?
Yes.
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
what
are
co-ed
not
sports
right.
are. Have you never heard of mixed doubles in
also-
tennis? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is this happening? I
Yeah,
can't believe this is happening.
You're also like phrasing
This
it
is
in a
why
bad
you
way.
will lose.
Okay,
This is why
there
you will
go. There you go.
continue to lose.
This is
You're
this is
deeply
silly.
insecure? Yeah,
This
I
is
agree.
Somebody mark it off on the bingo card. This is why you're going to lose. When you guys don't know how to argue anything, when you have like a fifth grader's understanding of what you're arguing, yes, you're going to
Riley
freak out when we
Gaines
say
is
here's
not
the
a fifth
nuance.
grader.
When you say men shouldn't compete in men's sports or women's sports, well, first of all, none of us think that these trans women are men, and you're in bad faith asking us this question. So yes, that is a huge loaded question, and here we go. We can talk about the science and the things you've probably never looked into and say that if somebody's on HRT for multiple years, that the levels of their athletic performance and physically are the same that of a cis woman. They are within
like
range.
their bone structure? I've never looked into that, have I?
Bone structure? Do you think bone structure is going to
Yes.
change with
The
HRT?
bone structure.
You
Pickles.
mean
Bone
density? You have
The
no
only
idea
thing
what
you
bone
guys are
structure in all skeletons is the same, sir. You have
Besides
no
the
idea what
hips.
you're saying.
Besides
You
the
guys
hips.
have no. You guys just
There you
lost
go.
the argument in
There
front
you
of
go.
your entire viewing audience.
You're grandstanding. Can you engage with what we're saying?
You cannot tell me women and men are the same
There
physically.
you go. There you go. So yes, they have different hips. Okay.
See?
And can
You're
I
done.
have
just
an
smoked
honest?
both
Can
of
I
you
have a
in 2
conversation in
seconds.
good faith where you're not being a bigot and we just have level with each other? Can
Fuck
we have?
you.
Oh, okay. Fuck me. Cool.
Call me a bigot. Who the hell do you think you are?
Dude, you are a bigot, right? So what is a bigot
No,
by
you
definition?
are. You
What-
are.
What's a bigot? Do you know what a bigot is?
Know the definition? Because you're acting like it's not that bad if you
You're
just
a
look
bigot,
it up.
right? Because a bigot is somebody who holds onto ideas without justification. So if you just keep screaming about
I have
how-
all the justification
how
in the world.
trans
You
women
have
are
none.
not women, and you don't know how to explain it, and you're just sitting here slamming your fist on the table.
I
with
know
this
how to
one point,
explain it. They have
that
a
is a bigoted
vagina.
idea.
They have a vagina. Men
Okay,
do not.
What about women who are what about females with
Keep stuttering.
abiogenesis? With vaginal
Are
agenesis?
you talking about
What that?
hermaphrodites?
No.
Hermaphrodites?
No. I'm
No,
talking
you
about
don't
women
understand what.
with
No, no one's
vaginal
talking about that,
agenesis.
sir.
Do
You
know
guys
what that
sound
is?
Can
so
you no? You don't
stupid.
understand
You would never go on
science.
TV and
Can
say
you
this during
listen?
your
And
little-
if you don't, can you just say if you don't understand something and then we can look it up or explain it to you? No, we're not talking about. Can I just read something? A bigot is a person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership toward a particular group.
There you go. Be a proud bigot. If you're going to be a bigot and you can't justify,
Yell it out loud. Get a
can't
T-shirt.
justify your beliefs, then you are in fact a bigot. And we just sat here and we can swat down every little belief you have with gender and sex, including things like mentioning
Name calling and turning off my
asexual,
mic.
being intersex, having certain
Come on, get it
conditions
out,
when being
Pickles. Get
born.
it out, buddy. Yeah,
Okay.
get it out.
You're
You can
you're
do
gonna
it.
let me get my words out, okay?
Am I? You're the
Yes.
one stopping you.
Not if you continue hysterically yelling. Then no, he's not. Just be quiet and listen.
I'm from
Re-
New Jersey. This is how
Let
I
him
talk.
listen to learn instead of just for your turn to scream something.
Megan with the $40 with the kick.
Oh, Megan, thank you, thank
Yeah.
you for Ivy and Megan
If
is
you
my
can't
new
talk
hero.
about this stuff in nuance, and I can literally tell this is the first time he's tested his ideas against what we would call like sex
Say
and gender.
ideas or
You could just-
feelings. Like, he's
you
like,
could just
I feel
tell.
weird.
You just tell. He says a woman is somebody with a vagina. Dog, there are people born with different types of genitals at birth who you would still consider a female.
Science
it
is
takes
tricky.
5 seconds to Google this.
Science
It takes
is super
5
tricky.
seconds.
No, they can't do that. That's not ever gonna happen. I was just gonna say, and when he told me to F me, I was gonna have an honest conversation. Listen, as a Division I athlete, there is a genuine conversation to be had about fairness in sport, right? And that has to do, it's scientific, right? It has to do with bone density. When you went on hormone blockers, if there are any actual scientific advantages that would disadvantage a woman in sports. Now, that is a very fair conversation. You are never going to hear me have that with men, and like MAGA bigots, because here's why. Every time, like, you have brought so much legislation, you run a statistical analysis, you statistically discriminated against women in every way, and the only time I hear MAGA bed be like, I'm here to defend women, it's when you want to punch down on trans people or immigrants. All of a sudden, conservatives care about women. You
Or
don't
someone
care
running for
about women.
office.
You bring legislation at every turn to discriminate against women. Do you care about the gender pay gap? specifically in sports. If you care about women in sports, then show it and learn something about what is actually affecting women in sports. But the only time all of a sudden women matter is when they need to punch down on trans people or immigrants. It's hilarious.
All right, what's up, Miles?
Yeah, so I support Trump.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
Yeah, so first off, I like his abortion policies, if you want to talk about them.
Have at it, Felice.
Yeah, so do you think abortion is going to be smarter?
No, and I also would argue that Trump doesn't have a stance on abortion. He just left it up to the states, right? Isn't that what he...
Yeah, that's still going to be better than Kamala's.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you don't believe abortion is smarter. What's your definition of smarter?
The unjust killing of another person.
Okay, so what's the justification for getting an abortion?
Self-defense.
Okay, do you think in all scenarios it's just going to be self-defense?
I would also debate that it's also a matter of bodily autonomy and that you don't owe your resources to another agency or something else, especially a multicellular organism without consciousness or sentient thought.
Okay, so you think that if a being is non-sentient, it doesn't have any moral worth?
Always comes down to bodily autonomy, right? I grant bodily autonomy to any fetus that can live on its own. Yeah, it's all about bodily autonomy. I think you already know that.
Got you. So the first thing about self-defense, let's just say there was a woman that wanted to abort her child because she knew that she was going to have Down syndrome or something like that. Do you think that's a case of self-defense?
No.
Okay, do you think it's justified for that person to get an abortion?
Yes, if they wanted to, if they found out very early on, before this fetus had sentience, that it was going to lead a life that was undesirable for the mother to, I guess, continue carrying, then that is a matter of their own preferences, and bodily autonomy is what I would invoke there.
Okay, so bodily autonomy, and also the fact that let's just say somebody had a kid, for example, like a 3-year-old. And that 3-year-old somehow was dependent on the mother's body. Do you think it's justified for the mother to
It's not dependent on the mother's body.
Yeah, that's
well, let me answer. Right? Can I answer? I'll answer the question logically. Then you transfer the responsibility to someone else because they're not, right? Like you're talking about taking my resources, my blood, my body to survive. That's not an autonomous being. That's part of me, right? The minute any being can live on its own autonomously, then yeah, I grant them bodily autonomy. Or like a 3-year-old, if I as a mother of a 3-year-old cannot take on my responsibilities to keep this 3-year-old alive, I need to transfer those responsibilities to someone else. Logically, of course.
Okay, so got it. Let's just say there was a fetus that was dependent on the mother and still lived inside the mother, but also had the capacity to have conscious experiences. Would it be justified to
That's not ever going to... What are you...
Yeah, but that's the point of the hypothetical, to test your moral consistency.
Okay, tell me again. Ask me again.
Yeah, so if there was some sort of fetus that was like at 24 weeks and had the capacity to have conscious experiences, would it be justified for the mother to kill the fetus?
Yes, I would still say you're relying on those resources, and in most times around this time period, I would also say that a fetus could be viable, right? So like usually we're dipping into the viability period. So if we do end the pregnancy, aka an abortion, you would be removing this fetus from the mother's body, and if it lives, that's great. But if we can't, sorry.
Got it. So we can kill other conscious human beings if it's just the right to our body. So
that's not actually a real thing. That's something you made up. But again, bodily autonomy, the minute any fetus can live outside of living off me, being part of my body to survive, then sure, I grant them bodily autonomy.
Got it. So what's the justification for bodily autonomy being the thing that makes an action specifically related to killing another human being moral or not?
Listen, I don't do moral. Laws are utilitarian to me. They're useful or not. I'm not a moral debater. I don't believe in morals.
But you would say that the whole abortion
laws are useful or they're not. I don't do any sort of moral, like your morals, mine. I don't do that. Like either laws are utilitarian, they're useful or they're not to me. Like your moral beliefs, that's cool for you. I don't even engage in these conversations.
Right, but if the whole utility aspect about it involves...
I'm going to say it again. Your weird moral arguments I don't recognize as real. Laws are utilitarian. They're useful to manage society in the most effective ways. Outside of that, I don't care how you feel morally about anything.
Yeah, but we should deploy what's going to be moral or not. We should have laws
I
against
do
murder,
not
for example.
recognize your moral feelings. Laws are utilitarian. As soon as I grant bodily autonomy to fetuses that don't need my body, as long as you're part of my body, I am the sentient being making decisions.
And that's a moral
as
belief.
soon as you, no, it's not. It's scientific. That's utilitarian. This is part of me now. As soon as you can survive on your own, I grant you bodily autonomy. Period. It's very simple. This is not a hard
Okay, so you
thing.
think bodily
This is not a
autonomy is gonna be a
hard thing.
scientific
This is
concept?
not a hard thing to understand. It just
Wait, you
seems
think
it's a
bodily
struggle for
autonomy is a
you. Oh,
scientific
you're moving
concept,
off
just
of
to
your
be
weird
clear?
moral stuff. Again, laws are utilitarian. As long as you need me to survive, my blood, my energy, my resources are keeping you alive, then I make the decisions. The minute the minute you have bodily autonomy and are functioning on your own, I grant that to you as well. But as long as you need me to survive, I'm the host keeping you alive, I'll go ahead and make decisions.
Do you think bodily autonomy is a scientific concept?
Again, I stated exactly how I feel.
It's a yes or no.
I stated exactly how I feel about this. I don't care how you feel morally. Laws are utilitarian. I have bodily autonomy. I will make decisions about this body. I just want to be super clear. I'm not going to answer. I've told you exactly how I feel about this.
This isn't a moral conversation anymore. We're talking about the science.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
You had to pivot off that, weirdo. I'm telling you, I'm not. I've told. This is it. I grant bodily autonomy to everyone who is autonomous.
Okay, is bodily autonomy a scientific concept? Jesus, she can't answer a simple question.
I don't know if you no, I'm just saying, Pickles, if you're I'm good. That's
not strictly
it.
a scientific concept, but it is an ethical, legal, or philosophical concept.
Great. So if it's a philosophical concept, so you would have to have some sort of argument for the right to bodily autonomy, meaning that you have the right to kill over somebody else, right? You would have to argue from that position.
You don't, and God, you're not even good at this. I was a philosophy major. Yeah, that's not. You just made a leap. You made it. Bless your heart. You made a leap.
You're arguing against evictionism. You're saying it's not self-defense.
Yeah, it clearly isn't self-defense. I asked you the scenario of the Down syndrome baby. You said it was self-defense. We both agree it's not just based on self-defense.
No, you're talking about like a sentient. Yes. So like if it's not all self-defense. So like in that scenario, I would grant bodily autonomy for being the reason. What you're doing is like you're confining us to only one type of argument when I'm saying that there's multiple reasons why people should have the right to abortion all 9 months.
No, so the first thing you said was self-defense, so I gave a hypothetical to counter it real quick. Then you gave other conditions, right? You gave the condition of being sentient. You also gave the condition of
imagine being an incel and arguing about sex you'll never have. It's super weird.
Imagine having nuance. More philosophy then. Imagine having nuance and not only have like this is what you're doing. You take one rule and you're like, let me see if you can defend all of your philosophy with just this one rule. When I say there are multiple instances where you can invoke different rules for different reasons for why I think this is just.
It's one applied ethical position. I'm not asking you to defend your entire
Never come into play in your life, sir.
It doesn't always protect all reasons for an abortion. So yes, you were going to have some nuance. Yes, I'm going to have other reasons why I justify abortion.
Do you think abortions in all scenarios are going to be justified?
Yes.
I think if you talk really fast, it makes you sound smart. Like
nobody's saying that at the moment. You're like a side character in this. I don't see why you're talking at the moment.
I'm going to say 99.9.
Because I'm the only person with a uterus here. Again, it all comes back to bodily autonomy. Again, the minute anything can live without my resources, bodily autonomy granted.
Okay, so what's bodily
Until
autonomy?
then, I'm going to go ahead and make decisions. When they're not living off my resources and can live autonomously. Autonomously without bodily autonomy is being able to make decisions about your person without fear of coercion or violence, Miles.
Okay, so what's the justification?
Read a book. Listen, I'm not going to debate a 19-year-old incel on this. I don't care.
I'm not an incel.
He said unconvincingly.
What's a woman?
We almost believe you, Miles. You're almost there. We almost believe you. Keep saying it. Maybe we'll believe you the second or third time you promise us you're
doing
not.
Terribly in this discussion. Pickles is actually doing something. You're doing terribly.
What's happening?
What's a woman, fellas? What's a woman?
It's Felice.
Silence? You gotta look up a definition?
Did you call her Fellis?
Yes. Felice? I don't know. What's a woman, Felice?
It's a social construct. It's somebody who identifies as a woman consistently, persistently.
Okay, that's a circular definition.
Okay, what is a Cowboys fan?
Yeah, somebody that enjoys the football team called the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to be a football team.
That's
that is-
circular.
Yeah, no. It's not going to be
There you
circular
go.
because I allowed
It
you to
was. You
definition
just
of Cowboys
trapped yourself in your
because the
own
Cowboys
dumb
is gonna be
argument.
somebody
God,
that's a
you
fan of
are
Cowboys.
clearly not a yeah, that was sad.
That was sad. You couldn't even define it. You had to have pickles.
No, because
separate
I
from
listen,
terribly
you're a
disgusting.
child. I don't know what's happening right now. This is super
You're a child
weird.
too. You're like in the
No.
body. You're like in the body of an adult, but you have like the mindset of a child. You can't answer basic questions. You're doing terribly at the moment.
Yeah, maybe if you just scream it hysterically a few more times, it'll be true.
You're the one that's screaming. You're the one that's spurging out, and whenever I'm in the
Yeah,
middle of a
keep
talk,
keep
We're not
going.
gonna
People
say
are really
spurging.
starting to
Come on,
believe
bro.
you,
We're
Miles.
not
People are
gonna do
really
that.
feeling it. You're really gathering people on your side right now.
All right, Miles.
yeah, because everybody knows I'm doing absolutely dominating the
Miles,
discussion.
Yeah, just talk faster. It'll
you're-
work for you. Just
all
keep
right,
talking fast. Don't breathe.
Your debate with who a woman is now with Dr. Jace. I'm gonna give the microphone to Dr. Jace.
Hi, Miles. So you know what a woman is? A woman is an adult female who ascribes to the typical ideologies of
Got
the
you.
female of that species.
Okay, so what's your normative theory of language that accounts for that definition?
I don't have to have one because I'm a doctor and it's an appeal to authority, and I'm not going to filbro the existence of an entire group of people because you're a transphobic.
No, it's not an appeal to authority to have a normative
It
theory
is.
of language.
I have a PhD.
Literally
Okay.
is.
Got you. You have a PhD. Congratulations, buddy. So,
And a
anyways,
PO. How many doctorates do you have?
I don't need one in
How
order to
many
dominate you
doctorates
in the
do you
discussion,
have?
right?
That would be 0.
That would be
I'm
zero,
not,
bro.
I'm not going
That'd
to
be zero. So, anyways, how would you answer the
I am
question?
not going to feel, bro, debate the existence of 1% of the population with a 19-year-old.
Okay, we'll just put it in simpler terms. How do you derive that definition?
From life's experience.
From life's experience. So I have another experience which tells me an adult female is going to be equivalent to that of a woman.
And I would say at 19, your experience is lacking and is inapplicable because it's still an appeal to authority.
It's still an appeal to authority. What am I appealing to?
No, I am making the appeal to authority because I don't care about your uneducated opinion.
My uneducated opinion. You don't even know what a normative theory of language is. So how do you derive definitions?
I don't need to
Go
have
ahead.
your Philbro vocabulary to tell you
What
that
is a definition? How do you derive
I
definitions?
don't need all the extra crap. You use big words because you think they make you sound smart, but I can use them too, and you wouldn't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about.
I have a
Because
clue what you're talking about.
I guarantee.
So anyways,
you,
how do you derive definitions? Where do you get definitions from? Just life experience? Is that the only qualification for getting a definition?
Nope.
Okay, so what else needs to be satisfied in order to get a definition?
I'm not debating the definition of definition. This is Philbro bullshit.
This is about what a woman is. You said you wanted to debate about transgenderism. Now you're failing
telling
miserably.
you what
You're
a
like
woman
getting-
is. You aren't smart enough to have this conversation with me.
Oh, I'm dominating you in this discussion. I'm
Oh,
dog
you are
walking you at the
not.
moment.
God, you are
You're
not.
just- I have you on a
dominating
fucking
words.
leash at the moment because of how bad you're doing.
I am literally telling you, you are wrong.
You are wrong. Therefore, you are wrong. Nice one, buddy.
So you would there is an insurmountable number of studies that define what a woman is. Period.
Do you think you could find out what a definition of a word is based on studies?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
Really? So that would invoke
because
how
do
we
you
get
think-
definitions.
how do
So
you think
definitions are just going to be
language
derived
evolved?
from studies, right?
How do
So
you
let's just
think
say I found a
language
bunch of studies
evolved?
that define your name
How
as
do you
oddist.
think
Would that
language
mean your
evolves?
name means oddist?
How do you think language evolves?
How do I think language evolves? Based on normative theories of language that have been developed throughout history.
Which requires
Which
what?
is saying that society makes up words.
No, I'm not saying society makes up words. I'm saying society is
That's what you're
adopting
saying.
through
Why
normative
are
theory
you
of language
using
to
such big
derive what a
words?
definition is.
Yes, I know.
He
Why
wants
are
to
you doing
sound
that?
smarter than he is.
You're not saying anything.
You're not saying
Yes,
anything.
the normative
You
theory
think
of language is
because I'm
just
not-
how we're going to derive a certain definition.
I'm
right?
not.
I have a
I'm
normative
not
theory of
debating
language that I
this
can
with
defend.
you.
I don't think Dr.
I am
Jace has one,
telling
despite
you
him
you
having
are
a
incorrect.
PhD.
You are incorrect. You don't get to decide that 1% of the population doesn't exist because it doesn't fit your theory, Horatio.
No, they still do exist. They're just males. They're men.
No, they're not males. You are so wrong on so many levels.
I'm wrong on so many levels. Why am I wrong?
Miles feels like what he's saying is true.
And it is true because you don't have any defense of it. You had to call this guy up who's doing terribly in the discussion as well because you're getting dominated.
Listen, okay, shut up. So do you subscribe to the idea that there's only two sexes and that they're XX and XY?
Nope.
Okay, then didn't tell me what you think they are.
First smart thing Miles said. Miles, you said something smart. Good one.
XXYY, and XX0, some like that would classify as different sexes. But I wouldn't say they're different genders because gender and sex are going to be distinct in some certain way. But the vast majority.
We don't use in science.
What was that?
We don't use gender in science. It's a social construct.
Yeah, I agree, but the social construct is going to be dependent on what a female is or what a male is.
Really
Those are going to be concepts that are intertwined in the concept, meaning that transgender women are not going to be women.
Female is established scientifically. Gender is established culturally. It's a social construct.
Based on normative theories of language, based on how we derive definitions. So I'm asking you, how we derive definitions, you still haven't given a clear, succinct response to that.
Are you excluding the Native American definitions that recognize two-spirited individuals because they're culturally different?
Yep, because they don't have a developed normative theory of language.
You don't think the Native American people get to have a say-so about anything then? Is that what you're saying?
No, they can have a say-so. They're just wrong about it.
Western civilization-centric viewpoint, which is typical of 18-year-old males who have never had sex.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't like trans people. It's easier.
When you're saying normative theory of language, are you just saying like the majority?
No, it's just how we derive definitions. That's the concept.
I know.
I can just say how we derive definitions.
You're just using big words to say this is how a lot of people say this word. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's just a bunch of idiots
how people derive definitions
literally
not going to be the same way as how they colloquially use words.
Yes, that's all you're saying, and you think it's a gotcha?
Yes, where do we derive definitions, Pickles?
As a society, we just make them.
Can I explain? I have a degree. I have a degree in history. I have a degree in history. Can I explain to Miles? Can I explain something to you?
Let me respond to Pickles real quick. You can have your turn later, buddy. So, anyways, if it was just
Aaron,
did he really just?
Thank God, Jesus Christ! I thought
I'm sorry that he misgendered you.
He said buddy. I don't know. I don't care. Listen, the thing is though, is like what your understanding of like colloquialism and definition is based in Western civilization and like let's say the Oxford English Language Dictionary, which because of your ignorance, you don't understand that there are many cultures outside of the US that don't use any of those. And what we're trying to show you is that you're invalidating other cultures other than, European centric cultures. It's delusional. And also just use your energy trying to have sex. That's my advice. Like once you get someone pregnant, then worry about this more.
Why? I don't understand why they always leave off the idea that we pigeon language and have for literally centuries. I mean, the reason that we have many of the words we have
because they're white heterosexual males, like this is the seat of power in Western civilization. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to generate power and authority from the only thing they've ever been taught, whereas once you learn more and you live more decades, then you understand, oh, I actually don't know anything. This is just one viewpoint and there's much more to learn, but he's never understood any of that. So yeah, he just doesn't know.
It's 19 my life experience is the ones that taught me what a woman is over the years, because if you go with, and this is not even if I would exclude everything I knew from school, what my opinion of women has grown over the years because of my mother, my aunts, my sisters, my friends in school. So when some people will often say, you taught me what a woman is, you taught me what a man is, and that's because societal experience is important to the way we define these words and the way we interact with one another. And slapping a universal definition on something is great when you're writing books and shit. But when you're dealing with people face to face, knowing and understanding what a gender role is important, and also understanding the spectrum of that can fluctuate even with the most stringent individuals. We become gender aware between the ages of 3 and 7, which is the anal stage of our psychosocial development. That doesn't solidify until after Tanner stage 4 of puberty, when we enter the phallic stage of psychosexual development. And even then, because the frontal lobe of the cerebral cortex is continually under change, those will continue to develop until we unalive. And if you don't believe that, it's him that doesn't understand what definition is, because definitions are living and they evolve with time. So fuck him and his philosophy.
Can I just say that's a PhD? Like that's knowledge, understanding that science is living and breathing, it changes, right? Like it's peer reviewed and replicated through studies. Like, yeah, like thank you. That was so beautifully put. Just that was like music.
Thank you so much.
And this is this is as pointless as trying to argue what does the word chill mean. If chill doesn't mean calm down, like this is what I hear when MAGA comes to debate. Like they're very seriously, very much trying to argue how we colloquially use words. And for you to think this is even worth arguing is so frustrating. And for him to try to invoke the fact that we decide what words means is so ironic. It makes no sense. It breaks my brain.
How many times, Pickles, have you heard in the last year, well, that's not what Trump meant? Have you heard that exactly?
For him, words mean nothing or anything. Depending.
The man lies with impunity, and nobody thinks it's a problem. It's like him saying that the people unalived in L.A. By the way, that did not happen. I know. I saw with my own two eyes. There were zero unalived people. He just outright lied on the television, and then Barbie comes along and she what is the word? Reinforces the lie.
Promises made, promises kept. It's like
Oh
a
my God,
pathological idiot in action. Like, yeah, like it's. I mean, it's desperation. It's like, yeah. I think. Thank you for that. Was so beautiful the way you said that. I'm gonna have to rewatch this and listen again because that was amazing.
Thank you so much for DJ for the gifted 5 subs. Alan, what's up? You said we ran.
What did you guys drop him?
I'm not a mod. I can't drop anyone.
Someone paid me to kick him. That's one of the functions of my stream. Someone paid to kick.
You're just there for the money. So if somebody gives you money, you kick everybody else.
That's part of my stream, yeah.
You understand what free market capitalism is?
So you guys lose a debate and you get people to kick you out.
Are you here for a debate? Or I don't think you have any room to criticize my stream. Do you have a better stream that you host?
Miles schooled you guys.
You can no. Well, listen. I think if that's your perception, then you should just go ahead. Like I don't know. Like that's not. I don't know.
What is a woman? Cool. Look in the dictionary and bring it up and tell me what it is.
I'll tell you. Bring
it up. Bring it up.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you.
Bring it up on the screen.
Here's what happened. I'm gonna need you to step away from the vodka bottle long enough to pay attention.
Put it up on the screen.
So I'm gonna ask you which dictionary would you like me to use? Would you like me to use Daniel? Would you like Daniel Webster's dictionary, Oxford Collegiate, Oxford Collegiate Unabridged?
Would you like the Cambridge is lovely.
Cambridge is very nice.
You want me to bring it up?
To recite? You can run down to the library. The call number for Daniel Webster's dictionary is 423.
You guys got schooled and face it.
Look,
dude,
look.
Nobody cares what you think. Who got schooled?
Oxford
Dictionary.
You think anybody cares what you guys think?
Excuse me. Oxford Dictionary. I think 1,000 people care about what I think. Oxford Dictionary says that primary meaning, an adult human female being. Secondary meaning, dictionaries have multiple. Dictionaries have multiple definitions.
Oh,
and it says more inclusive. A woman can be a person's wife, girlfriend, female lover.
Wow.
Removing heteronormative phrasing implied man's wife.
Wow.
There you go.
So, there you go. There's more than one definition.
So if you have born with a penis, you're a woman. Wow.
Okay.
That is a ridiculous.
That is negative IQ. That is negative IQ. Dr.
Literally
Jace,
because
that is stupid. Having a PhD and thinking that.
Can you just listen to a doctor explain it to you? And maybe, Alan, there's a chance for a learning moment. Just listen, Alan. There's a chance for a learning moment. You could learn something.
You gotta start waking up.
Hey,
you know what?
I'm sorry that your understanding of biology stopped at the 3rd grade, Alan.
Yeah, well then, would you? Oh, obviously you're probably one of those people, right? In that group.
One of those people. Tell me what one of those people is. This is going to be fun. What is one of those people?
You're part of that group. That's all it is.
What group? What group?
So
I want you to say it with your whole ass chest.
Can I ask you something as a PhD? Are you the pusher or the receiver?
Oh my God. So you're homophobic.
He's homophobic and transphobic, and
Which is so weird because that's about
No, it's-
sexuality. Do you understand the difference between sexuality and gender? They're
question.
not even related, weirdo.
Answer the question.
Are you looking for
Answer
a
the
boyfriend, Alan? Is
question.
that what you want to know?
Answer the question. Why you don't want to answer?
Are you looking for a boyfriend? Do you want me to come over there and get you and your pops? Because I'll take you both on. I got all the holes, motherfucker. Come on with it,
buddy. I can break your back with my dick, so don't worry about it.
I doubt
I knew it, Alan. It's okay. Just be you. Just own it. That's fine, Alan. That's cool. It's cool.
You guys got school by Miles, so you guys kick him out.
Fine, Alan, it's okay. Like that's fine. You're gay. Okay, cool, Alan. I support you through this time, this confusing time in your life, Alan. We all support you. Let's provide Alan with support and love.
Go Trump, go. Go
That's
Trump,
so
go.
funny. I'm one of those people. I still don't know what those people
Go Trump, go. Go Trump, go.
are. Oh, I'm half man and half woman and better than both.
Half man, half woman.
Yeah, dude, you sit here and you say a man or a male is somebody with a penis. What if somebody is born without a penis? And then you would go, oh, well, that's an exception. And it goes on and on and on. It just shows how ignorant you are. Yes, that is not one descriptor of somebody that is going to.
Hey, how many women have a prostate?
How many
Plenty.
women have a
Plenty.
prostate? Plenty. About 1% of the half of 1% of the
So
population.
you're telling me out of the 1% that have prostate, every single trans is a woman?
No, some trans people are non-binary. Some trans people are male.
Yeah, good one. Keep
Oh,
doing.
they are because gender
guys-
gender is a spectrum. It's
Just keep
psychosocial,
doing
and you're
what you
not
guys are
smart
doing.
enough to have this conversation.
Just
You
keep
really
doing
aren't
what
smart.
you're doing.
I'm sorry
Rudders,
that this is happening to
rudders.
you. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and that everybody in the world now knows you're dumb.
Jeez, can we hang out? Can we be friends? Listen, Alan. I just was gonna. Alan, it's okay. Whatever's happening there inside, it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I don't know what to. I'm serious. I am confused. I'm just in confusion. But Alan, I just want you to know, whatever you're struggling with, it's okay.
So just somebody asked, I'm going to tell you. So DO, the DO in my name means it's Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine. That means that instead of just following Western medicine, that I also include extraordinary bedside manner, and I can recommend alternative medications and alternative forms of therapy like acupressure, acupuncture, and chiropractics, because I do believe they have some benefit. Whereas people who practice only allopathy will not do that. That's what a doctor of osteopathic medicine does. And my subspecialty is diagnostic medicine with a special emphasis in neuroscience. My PhD is in biomedical research with a special emphasis in stem cell and regenerative medicine. So you quite literally do not know more than me about genetics. I promise. And the university I work for is actually thankful for that.
I love your brain. I would like to lick it.
I will let you. I have new wrinkles. I've been doing crossword puzzles every day.
You
because
just listed all those things, and I was like, that is like the hottest shit I've ever heard.
Hey, yeah, if you have a choice between a DO and an MD, I highly recommend you choosing the DO. I really do. And it's nothing against MDs. I just think MDs are better suited for hospitalists and DOs are better suited for clinic care. That's just my opinion, though. All of my team are DOs. Every single person on my team is a DO.
Well, thank
Are
you.
you done with it, people?
Yeah, I actually might have to go soon. Anyway, I'm
I feel like I need therapy after whatever happened. I'm gonna go call my therapist and ask what just happened to myself. Like people are very upset. I just would like to. Why is Alan so upset about? Like, aren't you guys the party of like states' rights and don't tread on me and don't ask me questions about my life? Like, let me just live. Except for none of you seem to want anyone else to just live. It's just super antithetical to what allegedly you all believe. That's all.
It's weird.
It's super weird. It's like you don't want anyone asking questions about you, but you guys all want to intrude on everyone else. It's like it's giving super insecure. Just don't worry about it. It's not your problem. You can't read or research and get into science. Don't.
if you're going to go to any protest this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and this goes for Pickles and Felice too, please do me a favor, take a bottle of Pepto-Bismol with you and an N95 with lemon juice on it. Reason being is if you happen to get hit with CS gas while you're there, the Pepto-Bismol will remove it from your skin and face, and the lemon juice on the mask will help filter it out so that it doesn't get through the N95, because not everybody can afford the big.
There's a real protester right there. That's like the best. And write your numbers of any numbers you don't have memorized. Have them written on your arm. Don't have your phone be able to be unlocked with your face or fingerprint.
Yeah, the ratio for Pepto and water is 1-to-1. So just if you 1 cup of Pepto and 1 cup of water, shake it up, and you can just wash your face with it, and it'll remove most of the tear gas, CS gas, and bear mace, because it's all oil-based stuff. So it'll come off better with Pepto than water. And then with the lemon juice, the same dealio. You're just going to put lemon juice on the inside of the mask, and it helps to get rid of the stuff that makes you cry and your skin burn. If you happen to be near one of those and it's smoking, you can set a traffic cone over the top of it and then put like a rock or something on the traffic cone, and it'll extinguish it.
Well, I'm gonna message you. I need more info. I need to learn more from you. Thank you so much, Pickles. Thank you so much for having me. I know no one wants me to hear me say this, but I still feel bad. Millie, I'm sorry. I don't want you to hate me. I like your brain. I don't want to argue with women online. It makes me feel like a shitbag. So I apologize. Anyways, thank you, Pickles, for having me. This has been truly terrifying in many ways.
John, your guests have not
Let's wait
changed
at least
the
a
whole
month
time
before
of
we
you.
do this again, so we can all psychologically recover from the things that have happened to us here. Okay. Bye, Pickles. Later again. Thanks,
Bye,
Jace.
Felice.
You're the
Much
best.
love. Chat. Follow Felice right now. Follow Dr. Jace as well. We're gonna be wrapping up. I'm gonna go have dinner with my girlfriend tonight, so it's gonna be we did 5 hours though. We did good.
Hug her neck. Good luck, kiddo.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Jace. Much love. I like your lights in the back. Thank y'all. And I'm gonna be at my girlfriend's house tonight. I'm probably gonna spend the night there, so I'm gonna have to play Dune on my new handheld. I can't play it. I can't stream it tonight. But maybe tomorrow. I'm absolutely obsessed with the new game, Dune Awakening, though. Do I have a regular live time? I don't, because my brain is mush and I'm unmanageable. Yeah, I don't know. Guys, if you're siding with the guy who just celebrated that, and then his go-to joke was asking if Dr. Chase was this or that, I just feel sorry for you, dude. These people are mentally, they're like in 5th grade. It's so sad. Yeah, so sad. Chat, I love yous. I will see y'all tomorrow night, or tomorrow day. I hope you